Chapter 1151 Wintermania. Joan nodded and expressed his understanding of Sluder's suffering. Joan, before I send a report to my father and elders, there is one more thing I would like to ask you to help. Slud looked solemnly. What is it? You just say it. To get rid of the current predicament in Elktown, Clark Hennill is the most important person. Can I talk to this Mr. Hennill in person? Slud looked at Joan eagerly. Joan stood up, opened the curtain that covered the bed, and said to Slud, Brother Clark is very sick, and I can't tell him how long he will be awake. Slud and Hucken got up to the hospital bed and looked curiously at the frost giant who had fallen asleep. Joan, Fang is inconvenient to disclose to us what kind of disease Mr. Hiller is suffering from. Maybe we can find a cure. Huckang asked enthusiastically. I'm sorry, this is also the problem that troubles me. Joan spread his hands and said bitterly, so far, I don't know what the stranger Brother Clark has got, and why he always fainted without warning. Sometimes they will sleepwalk inexplicably, go crazy, and even show symptoms of cannibalism. Sleepwalking crazy cannibalism. Slough murmured the key words that Joan just mentioned, and his face suddenly became weird. Joan, this strange disease caused by Mr. Hyle. I seem to have heard about Grey Master. Joan's heart shook and he quickly took Sluder's hand and eagerly asked, what did Grey Master say? You don't have to worry about it first. It's not necessarily that kind of illness. Slud patted the back of his palm and asked softly, you tell me first, has Mr. Hyle ever worked with a man named the mythical creature of Snow Demon has come into contact? Master Grey said that people bitten or scratched by Snow Demon may be infected with Wintermania. Joan quietly let go of Slud's hand and sat back in his chair expressionlessly, letting the turbulent waves surge over his heart. It took a long time for the agitated mood to calm down. He raised his head, and nodded slightly in response to the concerned eyes of Sluder and other friends. Brother Clark did have a conflict with Snow Demon. Although I have no reliable evidence, he is very likely to be injured by Snow Demon. Joan responded as carefully as possible. That's right, Mr. Hinner has winter madness in 9 out of 10. Slud made a firm assertion. Sluder, can you elaborate, what kind of disease is Wintermania? Holden asked curiously. It's complicated to say that winter madness is a very rare supernatural disease. On the level of supernatural, winter madness is a very vicious curse, and on the level of disease in fact, it's a bit like enematization or insectosis. Insectosis? Holden and Hayala couldn't help screaming in unison. All eyes turned to Joan's face in an instant. What's the matter? Harkang looked blankly. It's no big deal, it's just that Joan happened to write a paper on insectosis. Audrey glanced at her brother and Hayala. Both of you will calm me down, don't be surprised! Slud, continue to talk about winter madness. Slud nodded, thinking, I remember that it happened 2 years ago. Once I was chatting with Grey Master under the tree. I accidentally asked if there are other high-level people besides his old man in this world. Mythical creatures. Master Grey told me many stories of high-level mythical creatures. Although his old man is erudite, most of the stories he told happened in ancient times. Those mythological creatures have disappeared in this era, so I didn't care too much. I just listened as stories. One of the mythical monsters that impressed me, the Wendy Snow Magic. Master Grey said that Wendy's Snow Demon is also known as Dark Thirst of Coes Church, and is said to be the projection of the evil power of Coes Church in the Abyss. Lord Angry Prince looks like a pair of legs. The frost giant with a deer head and a deer head, suspended in midair, is always accompanied by cold storms. How powerful is the Wendy Snow Demon? I haven't seen such a mythological monster, and I dare not talk nonsense, but one thing is certain, the root of the winter madness is the Wendy's Snow Demon. Most of the creatures injured by Wendy's Snow Demon will be infected with Wintermania. The initial symptom is lethargy, which is often inexplicably falling into a long period of drowsiness. During the period of drowsiness, the sick person will gradually lose perception, become more and more emotionally numb and moody. After a period of development, winter madness enters the second stage. The patient will become mentally disturbed, produce a strong impulse to eat, and will only have an appetite for creatures of the same race, eager to devour the other's fresh flesh. If the patient cannot control the desire to eat people, winter mania will continue to deteriorate as the patient continues to devour the flesh and blood, become more and more bloodthirsty, and become more and more crazy, but nothing more, will not enter the final stage of winter mania. Slaughter recalled the description of winter mania by Master Gray, and then continued to tell Joan and others about the final stage of this strange disease. Only if one condition is met, winter mania will enter the final stage, that is, the death of the Wendigo snow devils who bit the patient. Yes, only when the original snow demon dies. The patients in the second stage of winter mania will quickly deteriorate to the final stage. At the final stage, the patient will have a brand new symptom running wildly in the wilderness until the feet are suddenly broken, the crippled body is flying in the air, the flesh is twisted and deformed, and finally transformed into a brand new Wendy Snow magic. At this stage, the patient has been replaced by Wendy's Snow Devil from the flesh to the soul, which is equivalent to death, and it is almost impossible to be resurrected. Speaking of this, Slough turned his head to look at Joan, and said, from the point of view of Mr. Hyle's symptoms, winter mania has developed to the second stage. As for whether it will continue to deteriorate, it depends on the injury. Whether his snow demon is still alive. This question can only be answered by Brother Clark himself. Joan looked at the bed with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Sluder, the grey old man you just mentioned, since he knows winter madness very well, is there any way for his old man to cure this strange disease? Audrey asked. Of course it is. Hakang took over the words with confidence. Master Grey is the sacred tree in our town, and he can't help his old man with any illness. If you don't believe it, ask Joan. At first, Joan was on the snowy mountain. When he broke his leg, it was Master Grey who helped him heal. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1152. Vinya Slough gave his brother a white look, and said carefully to Joan and others, if the winter madness worsens to the third stage, there will be no rescue, but before that, there is still a way to heal. Come on, what's the solution? Hyla asked impatiently. Using advanced recovery techniques, the winter mad virus in Mr. Hyle's body can be eliminated. High recovery surgery. Audrey frowned. This is a 7-point magical technique. Even our Dean of the School of Theology at Meadged University may not be able to cast such a high-level god. Surgery. You don't have to worry. Please ask Grey Master to get shot. Harkangle said happily. His old man is good at this magic art, and he can certainly cure Mr. Hyle. Slode gave her elder brother another fierce look, clenched her teeth, and made Joan numb their scalp when they saw it. Sluder, don't always stare at me, I didn't say the wrong thing. Harkang grieved, everyone is a good friend, why don't you say something in the face? Why cover it up? Your mouth is the biggest mistake. Slud shouted angrily, I really regret bringing you to Elktown, you guys will only cause me chaos. What do you mean by that? Harkang was also a little unhappy. Dad originally sent me to Elktown alone. You begged me to bring you, and the result is the reverse. You are a sister. It's too much to reprimand my elder brother as a younger brother. Slud opened his mouth, and he had nothing to say about his silly brother, who had no audacity and a straight heart. I didn't even bother to take care of him, and turned to Joan. Is Grey Master willing to treat Mr. Henil? I am not sure. In short, I will first send a magic message to the family and wait for the elders to make a decision. Then trouble you, Joan said gratefully. From the moment Slud sent out a letter of assistance, people including Elktown, including Joanne, pinned their hopes on Shizatown's reply. However, from the afternoon to the evening, until the next day at dawn, Shizatown still has no response. Instead, the winter castle camp outside the city first waited for reinforcements. The next day when the brothers and sisters of Walsingi came to Elktown, on the morning of July 14th, Joan had just had breakfast and heard the noise from the other side of the city. "You'll see what happened." Hakan jumped up from the table for the first time, grabbed the enchanted long knife Joan made for him, and rushed out of the door. Slud was helpless to her brother, who loved to join in the bustle, lest he would chase him out on impulse, and hurried out. Seeing this scene, Joan, Hyla, Holden and Audrey couldn't sit still and quickly followed. As soon as they boarded the city, they immediately noticed that the Azam militias in the city were all panicked, completely lacking the usual courage and fearlessness. The cold current in the air caused them to be alert and looked up to the northern sky. The scene they saw in front of them suddenly made them shudder. There were a lot of huge shadows appearing in the horizon where Xiaosei first appeared, and from afar, it seemed that the clouds were moving quickly. When I flew near, I realized that they were a group of white dragons. "My God, a lot of evil dragons," Hyla couldn't help but exclaim. Now she was finally able to understand why the surrounding Azar warriors were all scared. Don't blame them for being timid. Humans always feel instinctively afraid of dragons, not to mention that there are more than one evil dragons outside the city, and there are more than 10 heads. Who can stand it? We're in big trouble. It's the White Dragon Guard of Winterhold. Slud's face was gloomy, pointing to the white dragon headed in the air to introduce to Joan and others. The white dragon in front of it is Winter Castle Lord Trim's adopted son, known as White Prince Vinia. "Vinia, what age White Dragon?" Holden asked curiously. "Middle-aged White Dragon," Slud replied casually, seeming to know Vinia quite well. "It's just an older age than the adult white dragon that Joan slaughtered yesterday. Shouldn't it be much stronger?" Holden speculated optimistically. The strength of the dragon race is indeed closely related to the age group, but this is not necessarily the decisive factor. Slud's stern face was serious, and he lowered his voice to reveal the details of White Prince to his companions. "Vinia is not only a strong white dragon, but also a warlock. The physique of the strong white dragon, plus the spellcasting ability of the 12th level warlock. You might as well imagine how powerful Vinia must be." "Well, that guy is indeed a ruthless character." Holden rubbed his nose with a wry smile. "Even if it doesn't reach the legendary level, it's not much difference. A quasi-legendary white prince is enough for us, plus the 10 adult white dragons that came with him, and the Winter Castle Knights stationed outside the city. Have to say, Elk, the town has reached the most dangerous juncture." Audrey's face was solemn, and her anxiety was hard to conceal in her words. "The enemy's forces are indeed very large, but if they forcibly attack the city, the cost will not be small. Based on my understanding of Vinia, he will probably not choose to attack." Sluder thought about it and suddenly lifted it. At first, his eyes became more determined. "I'm going out to talk to Vinia to find out what he plans to do." "No, this is too dangerous." Kang first stopped his sister without thinking, and found that Slud was unmoved and had to make concessions. "If you have to go, then I will go with you. You are always talkative, and taking you will only help you." Slud refused his brother without hesitation. His eyes turned to Joan. Audrey seemed to see Sluder's thoughts, and quickly grabbed her before saying, "Joan can't go. The white dragon he killed yesterday was probably under Vinia's hand. If he went with you, negotiations with Vinia may arouse hostility." Slud nodded. "It makes sense. Then forget it, or I'll go by myself." Immediately cast a 3-ring flying technique on himself. Joan actually wanted to accompany Slud. Although he was not good at speaking, he could not participate in the negotiations. At least he could provide some security for Slud. But he also had to admit that Audrey's concerns were insightful, and his presence may cause Vinia's displeasure, but instead destroy the atmosphere of negotiation. After a little thought, Joan thought of a compromise. "Sluder, can I bless 3 rings of synesthesia on you? In this way, I can use your senses to observe Vinia. If I find that Vinia is not well-intentioned, at least it is too late. Remind you to be careful." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1153 Miracles from the North. After Joan's suggestion, Sluder didn't know what it was, and his cheeks blushed inexplicably, seemingly trying to cover up the subtle inner activities. She turned her head away from Joan's eyes and nodded. "That's fine, you can start casting spells." Joan didn't pay attention to Sluda's change of appearance, quickly made a casting gesture, patted her shoulder gently, and established a magical link between herself and Sluda that included all the senses. After the synesthesia spell was successful, Joan tried to switch his senses to Slud, and immediately noticed a slight pain in the lower abdomen, which was quite uncomfortable. Instead, half a year ago, Joan encountered this situation and would surely ask Sluda in front of everyone whether she had an upset stomach. Fortunately, after experiencing so many ups and downs, now he has learned a little bit of human relations, hesitated for a moment, felt that this kind of thing is not suitable for public inquiry, and sent a secret mental wave to Sluda through synesthesia and asked her if she was unwell. Slough blushed at him and hesitated for a moment before responding with telepathy. "I don't care, it's just a vacation. Don't worry about things that you shouldn't care about. It's okay, drink more water, it may be more comfortable. It's annoying. It's said that you don't have to worry about it." Verbose. Joan scratched his head blankly, not knowing what he said was so wrong that it caused Sluda to be so angry. "Since there are so many words and mistakes, just shut up." Slud unfolded the magic wings, transformed from flying behind him. Under the intense and concerned attention of everyone, he flew straight away from the city head, fluttered his wings to the other side of the canal, and the temporary station of the Winter Castle Knight's position. On the opposite position, the White Prince Vinia had landed and changed from a dragon to a human form, a handsome young man fluttering in white. The captain of the Cavaliers was wearing a bandage on his right arm and led all his men to greet Vinia. While reporting yesterday's situation, he noticed a figure flying across the city and quickly put on a warning posture. "Don't worry, the visitor is the young lady of the Walsonge family in Town, and it is my friend." Vinia waved his hand, beckoning his men not to be nervous, and turned to look at the short-haired girl who landed slowly from the air, smiling. "His Royal Highness, long time no see." "Slud, friends don't have to be so polite, just call me Vinia." White Prince walked in front of Slud, said politely, but politely bowed to the lady, and looked very noble. Sluda hesitated for a moment and reluctantly extended his right hand to Vinia. Vinia took the girl's slender hands, followed the social etiquette of the high society, and gave her a soft kiss at her fingertips. Slud frowned embarrassingly, withdrew his hand silently, and seemed to inadvertently slip into his jacket pocket. Through synesthesia, Joan really feels the change of emotion in Sluda and finds that she doesn't like Vinia's over-enthusiastic attitude, but still has to stubbornly entertain in order to take into account the overall situation. Slud first politely put a few words, and then turned to the topic, trying to figure out what Winner wanted to get in Elktown, and could I let the residents of the town pass. "Slud, you can take the initiative to negotiate with me, I am very happy, but judging from the questions you raised, you still don't have enough understanding of why there is a conflict between our Winter Castle and Elktown." Vinia, a ridiculous smile was raised on the corners of the lips. "But this is also normal, the hunter group dare not explain the truth to you, otherwise they have the face to ask you for assistance in Town. His Royal Highness, if you have anything to say, please speak straight." Slud asked coldly. "What do you want?" "The things we want are in Elktown. If Elktown works well with us, they would have been able to solve the problem harmlessly, but unfortunately they are not interested, and it turns out that we are no wonder we are now." Neil smiled. "We have two requirements. First, Elktown must hand over Clark Hennel and his belongings. Second, Elktown must be destroyed. It's that simple. I don't want to interfere with the grudges between Winter Castle and Mr. Hyle. But do you really need to destroy Elktown?" Sluda couldn't help but anger. "That's more than 1,000 lives." "I'm sorry, Slough, this is not the result I want, but at this point, it is entirely Elktown's responsibility." Vinia sighed and said, I also want to settle this dispute peacefully. But it's a pity that my good intentions were completely disappointed. You go back and ask Hunter if my first letter to him is very polite, but how does he treat my goodwill? Except deception or deception. Vinir sank his face, and his blue eyes were murderous. The first time I endured it, I sent a second letter, warning Hen to try to lie again. But it was useless. The idiot still bites that the person we were looking for had left Elktown. Sluder, I can tolerate being offended, but I can't tolerate being teased by a fool again and again. It's you, can you bear it? Sluder was speechless. If it's just my personal insult, it's still a trivial matter, but unfortunately Hunter is too stupid to understand how important the silver collar in Clark Henill's hand is to our winter castle. And we don't understand that we are following the oracle to guide the whereabouts of that holy thing. It's about faith. Can't we compromise? In the end, Vinir said coldly, the declaration of trial. Dongbao has given Elktown a chance, but unfortunately, Elktown did not cherish this opportunity. They must pay the blood price for their stupidity and arrogance. This is not just the meaning of my father, but also the oracle issued by my Lord Prince of Furiko's church. No negotiation. As far as I know, in Elktown, in addition to the Asa people, there is a unit belonging to the colonial army of Midgard, and for this unit, I can open the net and you go back and tell the soldiers from Lina Yuanbao before dawn tomorrow, you must leave Shizatown, otherwise what is waiting for them will be destruction. As for you, Sluder, my dear friend, listen to my advice, don't go into the muddy water again, go home. What if I refuse? Slough asked stubbornly. Don't rush to conclusions, my friend. Vinir smiled weirdly, with a hint of mystery. When dusk falls, when you see a miracle from the north, you might change your mind. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1154 Miracles from the North. 2 Slough returned to Elktown with a disappointed look. Her meeting with White Prince Vinir failed to alleviate the crisis in Elktown, but brought more mental stress to the people in the town. Vinir's attitude is very clear, not only to take Clark, but also to destroy the entire Elktown. After the news came back, the atmosphere in the town became unprecedentedly depressed, and the feeling of despair grew in people's hearts. Joan looked at the process of negotiation between Slud and Vinir through synesthesia. Vinir's ruthless attitude towards Elktown didn't surprise him. It was Vinir's suggestion to Sluder at the end of the conversation that aroused his curiosity. What does the so-called miracle from the north in Vinir's mouth mean? If this question cannot be answered, Joan will be at ease. During this long day, from morning to afternoon, he always felt restless and looked unconsciously towards the north, looking forward to seeing some signs of miracles. When the sun was about to set, Joan finally noticed something strange in the air. The bleak airflow from the north, wrapped in cold air that violates the seasonal laws, can't help shivering in the hot summer days. Joan suspected that the cold air blowing from north to south had some connection with the miracle that Vinir told Sluder this morning. So he applied to Captain Stone and flew north of Elktown, conduct some investigations to find the source of the cold air current. Captain Stone felt it was not worth the excessive response to a little cool breeze, and even suspected that he became nervous due to excessive pressure. But Joan offered to go to the reconnaissance initiative, and Captain Stone was not good enough to dissuade him. He told him to be more careful on the way and try to avoid conflict with the men and women of the Winter Castle. Joan turned into the Eagleman form of Jordanheim, photographed a stealth technique enhanced by the higher spell delay, and then fluttered into the air, quietly bypassing the frost giants stationed outside the city, and White Dragon turned around and flew north. Joan spread his wings in the air, concentrating on sensing the change of the cold current in the air, and exploring the source of the cold current against the direction of the cold air flow. At first, he also suspected that he was too nervous. However, soon after he flew out, he realized that the cold current in the air became more and more cold. The closer to the north, the lower the temperature, and even the original evenly distributed in space. The lines of the magic net in the middle are also affected by the cold current and are abnormally disturbed. These abnormal signs show that my instincts are not wrong. This summer cold wave from the north is not formed naturally, but is more like a phenomenon caused by some kind of magic or supernatural power. Joan rallied and continued to fly in the direction of the source of the cold current. He flew 3 or 4 miles in one breath. The cold air had escalated into a roaring snowstorm, blowing on his face like a knife. Joan had to suspend the flight, landed on a high mountain rock, hid behind the rock to temporarily avoid the snow, and incidentally photographed himself on the Endurance environment. This first-ring protection system spell can help him resist the bad weather including blizzards and dispel the cold in his body. After casting, Joan's cold hands and feet gradually regained consciousness, and his body warmed up. He took out a pair of windshields from his storage bag and put it on his face to prevent his eyes from being hurt by the high-altitude cold current, and then fluttered his wings again. Continuing to explore northward, Joan found that the meandering and flowing Mage Joan River even froze on the water surface in this midsummer season, and the grass on both sides of the river bank also condensed a layer of hoarfrost, as if the winter came early, making him a kind of oily. The sense of absurdity of the chaotic time, the icy and snowy scene in front of me seems so unreal. What exactly is the force that has caused a huge change in the climate? Joan became more and more curious. At this moment, the palm of his left hand suddenly became hot, and the warning from tears of God appeared in his mind. Myth sensation. Discover the 7th order mythological construct, the legendary ice barrier Colossus. Colossus! Exclamation mark. This terrible noun, like a flash of lightning passing through Joan's mind, reminded him immediately of the remarks of Golem research that he had obtained in Yunzhong City. According to this document written by Cloud Giant Archmage Vavrunia, Colossus is a general term for a mythological construct that is more powerful than golems, and most of them have legendary combat power. In the era of the ancient giants, Colossus was usually used as a weapon of war by a certain group of giants. Most of the powerful giant regiments possessed a Colossus as a weapon for siege. With the end of the era of giants, the civilization of giants has turned from prosperity to decline. Today, the magic and craftsmanship used to make giant images have long been lost and gradually fade out of people's memory. Joan had heard about the Colossus from his mentor, and Professor Moriarty also said that although there have been no new Colossus invented for a long time, there are still a few of the mythical Colossus that were born in ancient times are still intact. The way of family heritage is collected in the territory of certain giants and nobles. When necessary, it can still be sent to the battlefield as a strategic weapon for siege. Because of the existence of these mythological Colossus, although the giant civilization of this era has been seriously declining, the population is dying, and the power is not as good as before, it can still firmly occupy a large area on the Genting Plateau, deterring the indigenous peoples and colonists active on the east and west coast of the new continent, those who dare not dabble in the giant kingdom. Recalling the information disclosed by the instructor, and then comparing the information detected by Tear of God, Joan concluded that the ice barrier Colossus is the so-called miracle of White Prince Vinya. Joan didn't dare to say that he was the only one, but in addition to this monster research notes in his own hands, he went through the Austrian law library of Mage University and could not find any documents detailing the manufacturing process of the mythological Colossus. He has reason to believe that Winter Castle should not have mastered this craft lost for tens of thousands of years, and is unlikely to create a brand new mythological Colossus. Otherwise, Trim does not need to maintain a low profile in the giant society. Obviously, the ice barrier Colossus sensed by Tears of God is more likely to be a cultural heritage derived from the time of the ancient giants. It does not matter whether it is the heritage inherited by Trim from its ancestors, or the cultural relics unearthed from ancient ruins. What is important is that the existence of this mythical Colossus will surely bring more serious disaster to Elk Town. Joan depressed his mixed feelings, took a deep breath against the cold wind, and, driven by curiosity and a sense of crisis, spread his wings and continued to fly north. Behind the northern mountains, rumbling roaring like muffled thunder, the mountains and the earth seemed to tremble. Joan flew over a mountain beam, and his vision was immediately filled with a giant beast that seemed to be a moving glacier. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1155 Ice Barrier Colossus 1. This huge structure is made of solid ice, and it is slightly blue under the sunlight, like a silver fortress that exudes coldness. Qiao Anqiang endured the fear and flew to the Ice Barrier Colossus to observe the mythological construct nearby. The body and limbs of the ice giant Colossus show obvious human-shaped outlines, and the angular lines give a cold impression. Walking on the mountains and walking like a frost giant with 100-fold increase. Joan visually inspected the Ice Barrier Colossus standing at 60 feet tall, with a square torso section and a length and width of about 45 feet. Taking into account the metal parts and hollow devices inside the Colossus, a simple calculation will tell you the overall weight of the Colossus is about 5,000 tons. Joan also noticed that the Ice Barrier Colossus walked in the sun, and the cold emanating from the whole body diffused, causing the temperature in the surrounding miles to drop sharply. The river frozen by where it passed, and its huge body was exposed to the sun, but showed no signs of melting. It can be seen that the Colossus has a certain spell on it to keep the body temperature below freezing point. In addition, Joan is also convinced that the Ice Barrier Colossus must be enchanted with a certain weight-reducing spell. Otherwise, walking on the muddy grass is not just a tremor that causes a tremor and leaves a few feet deep footprint. 5,000 tons her weight is enough to make this behemoth fall into the dirt, and she can't move forward. Joan is about 1,000 yards away from the Ice Barrier Colossus at this moment. Under the obstruction of the white fog, it is difficult to see the detailed structure of the Colossus. He would like to continue to approach the Ice Barrier Colossus for a more detailed investigation, but considering the huge risks that accompany this behavior, he decided to send a letter to the people in Elktown before arriving at the investigation to avoid subsequent investigations. Something changed during the period. For example, the slap of the Ice Barrier Colossus was slapped before the warning was issued. Joan hurriedly cast a spellcasting gesture and sent Captain Stone a windstorm to briefly describe what he saw in front of him. Watching the golden whirlwind fly to the direction of Elktown, Joan unloaded a thought, and then turned around and flew towards the Ice Barrier Colossus coming from across the mountains. Joan held his breath and carefully approached the Ice Barrier Colossus under the cover of invisibility, while stimulating the higher endoscopy to spy on the bottom of the Ice Barrier Colossus. He dared to do so without fear of alerting the Ice Barrier Colossus, but it was not just because of boldness, but his confidence came from the understanding of the mythological construct Ice Barrier Colossus. If Master Vavrunia's records do not deviate too much from the facts, then the intellectual attributes and perceptual attributes of the Ice Barrier Colossus are not high, and the chance of resisting higher endoscopy and being alert is not high. Encouraged by curiosity, Joan was willing to take a chance to try it, and he relieved himself secretly. Thank Goddess for protection. Joan's adventure investigation was a great success, and he didn't arouse the vigilance of the ice giant Colossus. Detection target: giant legendary mythological construct Ice Barrier Colossus. Colossus subspecies, mythological subspecies, cold subspecies. Attributes: strength 50, dexterity 9, physique, intelligence 5, wisdom 12, charisma 19. Abilities: magic sensor, legendary armor, shape change, ice lord, ice stomp, mythical power, mythical toughness, mythical instant, mythic mana, teleportation, selective mythical anti-magic field not open. Rows of reconnaissance data flashed through my mind. Joan was first deterred by the power attribute of the Ice Barrier Colossus up to 50, and then shifted his attention to its ability bar, which included both special abilities and supernatural ability and mythical ability. After all, Advanced inner surgery is just a 2-ring spell. The energy level is too low. It is not easy to detect the names of special abilities, and it is impossible to show the specific uses of these abilities. Fortunately, Joan only needs to know the name. Relevant chapters of Mythical Colossus in Remarks of Gollum research flashed through his mind quickly. Compared with the ability name of Ice Barrier Colossus, Joan could retrieve the specific role of this ability from the book. The first thing that caught his attention was the creature type of Ice Barrier. The giant construct is completely consistent with its huge image. The colossal subspecies and mythological subspecies are also clear at a glance, and the cold subspecies is worth exploring in depth. As we all know, the cold subspecies have 2 diametrically opposed characteristics: immune to cold damage and fear of fire. Ice Barrier Colossus, as a kind of cold subspecies construct, theoretically also has the weakness of fear of fire, so can fire spells be used to cause serious damage to it? This thought excited Joan for 2 seconds. But when he noticed that the Ice Colossus also had a special ability called Selective Mythical Anti-Magic Field, his heart was suddenly cold. Selective Myth Anti-Magic Field, without considering the complex prefix, the core function is similar to the 8-ring protection system Arcane Anti-Magic Field. The Anti-Magic Field spell is very magical. Once it is turned on, the magic wire within the space covered by the spell will be repelled. A partial magic space is formed inside the force field, except for a few that do not rely on the magic net or can cross. The special case of cross-dimensional space, the rest of the magic or supernatural effects will be suppressed by the anti-magic field and will not be able to play its due effect. After understanding the basic functions of anti-magic field, let's examine the prefix of Selective Mythical Anti-Magic Field. The prefix myth indicates that it has been optimized on the basis of the 8th ring anti-magic field to make it a mythical spell. Just like the mythical spells invented by Joan, Mythical Anti-Magic Field adds some additional functions on the basis of the original version, such as wider coverage and longer duration. How to optimize it? Because of the Ice Barrier Colossus, this ability has not been activated yet, and Joan has no way of knowing. The prefix selectivity is better understood. The conventional anti-magic field treats all attributes and factions, spells and supernatural abilities equally and blocks them all. Selective anti-magic field is more flexible and provides an exemption list, which opens up certain types of spells and supernatural abilities, and can function normally within the anti-magic field. According to the description of the Ice Barrier Colossus in the Magic Research Notes, coupled with personal observation, Joan speculates that the Ice Barrier Colossus is likely to exempt all ice magic and supernatural abilities. Because this Colossus has many ice capabilities, it is reasonable to give priority to its own interests when formulating the anti-magic field exemption rules, and try to reduce its own losses in the anti-magic field. P.S Anti-Magic Field uses D&D 5 version settings. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1156 Ice Barrier Colossus 2. Joan's investigation with higher endoscopy showed that this Ice Barrier Colossus currently does not open the Selective Mythical Anti-Magic Field. Why not open the Selective Myth Anti-Magic Field? In addition to saving magic, Joan thinks there is a more important reason. After the construction is completed, it can rely on the magic and energy infused by the manufacturer to maintain its operation. It does not matter if it is disconnected from the external magic net. It can still maintain activities in the anti-magic field, that is, the so-called offline mode in construction. The construct in the offline mode cannot use its magic and supernatural powers, and has only the most basic mobility, which is like a castration. No one is willing to be castrated, so is the construct. If a construct has intelligence, it must be extremely disgusted with offline mode. Unless it is helpless, it will never leave the magic net and castrate itself. In addition to ice spells and supernatural abilities, Ice Barrier Colossus also has many abilities that are not part of the ice system. If the selective mythical anti-magic field is turned on, these abilities will also be suppressed, causing it to fail to exert its full performance. Combat power is greatly reduced. The intellectual property of Ice Barrier Colossus is only 5 points, which is not high, but it is much smarter than ordinary beasts. It is a standard intelligent construct. Unless it is indeed threatened, it is of course reluctant to open the selective myth anti-magic field, to limit its own power. Ice Barrier Colossus has no eyes and ears, but its magic sensor can function like a biological sensory organ, and it can detect the surrounding environment, which is equivalent to a blind sight ability. This is not uncommon. Most of the structures will be equipped with magic sensor. The difference is only the length of the scanning radius and short. The scanning range of the magic sensor of the Ice Barrier Colossus, Joan is still unsure, but from the straight line distance between him and the Ice Barrier Colossus, the scanning radius should be less than 500 yards, otherwise it has long been discovered by the Ice Barrier Colossus. The legendary armor of the Ice Barrier Colossus gives it super defensive power. Don't look at the material that constitutes this Colossus is only fragile ice. In fact, the body of ice and snow protected by legendary armor is far stronger than steel. Whenever Ice-Base Colossus is attacked by weapons such as swords or guns, legendary armor can always offset at least 3 levels of weapon damage. Only legendary blunt or artifacts can ignore this armor and deal with it. Cause tangible damage. The Ice Barrier Colossus radiates coldness all the time, causing the temperature within 7 miles of the surrounding area to drop to the freezing point and the river to freeze. This is its unique supernatural ability, Master of Ice. The unusually cold air that Joan noticed in Elktown not long ago was a supernatural phenomenon caused by Master of Ice. The Colossus of Ice Barrier is now in a straight line distance from Elktown, about 10 miles away. It is not difficult for Joan to imagine that the temperature in Elktown has dropped to near freezing point. In this summer season, there is nothing more alarming than the sudden cold snap. All types of Colossus have the ability to shape change. You can switch between the human Colossus form and the building form at will. For example, the wood Colossus recorded in the study of Gollum has 2 illustrations, namely a huge wooden colossus and a grand wooden cottage, corresponding to the 2 forms of wooden colossus. In ancient times, the master architects gave the colossus the ability to transform into a building, which actually served the military career. As a war weapon, the colossus always follows the troops for long-distance marching. When camping, it becomes a building on site, which can serve as a warehouse for the bulk, and can also provide temporary headquarters and dormitories for officers. Convenience and comfort are comparable to high-end hotels, making military life less difficult. From this general rule, Joan speculates that the Ice Barrier Colossus can be transformed into a towering ice plastic fortress in addition to the giant mode currently seen, which is suitable for the frost giant and the white dragon who are not afraid of the cold. In fact, on the broad shoulders of the Ice Barrier Colossus, 4 white dragons were entrenched at this moment, watching the surroundings with vigilance, like a falcon crouching on the shoulder of the owner. The Trample of Ice is a unique combat skill of the Colossus of Ice Barriers, and the violent picture can be experienced only by looking at the text. Ice Barrier Colossus is a 7th order mythological creature, of course, has mythical power, and many special abilities need to consume mythical power to launch, similar to Joan's mythical way. For example, mythical tenacity. Spending 1 mythical power can temporarily double your defense and resistance. Mythical instant costs 1 mythical power, and the released spell comes with instant special effects, which not only saves the link of chanting spells and gestures, but also takes a lot of time to cast spells under normal circumstances. In 3 seconds, shortened to less than 0.1 seconds, it can be launched almost in a flash. Joan is still unclear which spells Ice Colossus is good at, but it is common sense to speculate that most of them are ice spells such as Frost Nova, ice storm or ice cone. This is just a regular spell. In addition, mythical magic energy also gives Ice Barrier Colossus the ability to cast mythical magic. The example of the Ice Barrier Colossus recorded in Cloud Giant's Master Vavrunia in Remarks of Golem Research can cost 2 mythical powers to release mythical weather control. Controlling the weather itself is a spell with up to 7 rings. The myth version is even more powerful. If Joan's Ice Barrier Colossus is as good as mythical manipulation of the weather as in the example recorded in the Book of Master Vavrunia, then it only takes 2 mythological powers and it can be used in just a few minutes. It has completely changed the climate in the surrounding tens of miles, creating a snowstorm for several weeks, turning midsummer into midwinter. The last special ability of Ice Barrier Colossus is outside teleportation, which belongs to the standard configuration of colossal constructs. This ability is almost the same as the spell of the same name. The difference is that it takes mythical power instead of spell position to activate. In addition to the Colossus itself, it can also carry the materials loaded in the Colossus and passengers to any plane and fall. There are also large errors in points. If you are unlucky, it is normal to deviate from your intended destination by hundreds of miles. Judging from the volume of the Ice Barrier Colossus, if there is enough space left in the body to accommodate passengers, Joan feels that it should not be difficult to bring 100 people at the same time. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1157 Stone Giant Ice Barrier Colossus. This legendary mythological construct walking on the earth, is indeed like the White Prince Vinya said, almost miracle, which makes Joan deeply fascinated. He flew around the Ice Barrier Colossus several times. The surface of the Colossus body covered by frost and fog seemed to be equipped with many transparent ice windows through which people could be seen shaking. From the distance of Joan, even if the misty sight is turned on, the scene in the window cannot be seen clearly. Joan wanted to look closely at the windows on the Colossus and see who was in the room inside the window. However, he also knew that it was dangerous to do so. In case the Colossus was alerted, he opened the anti-magic field. It's too late to escape. Joan originally wanted to use Eagle Eyes to establish an observation point near the Ice Barrier Colossus, but he soon discovered that although the pace of the colossal pace was not fast, each step was very large, and the actual walking speed was fast and fixed. The observation point is not very useful. After a moment of thought, Joan performed a mosquito finger technique instead of turning his left finger into a blood mosquito. Joan first blessed himself with mage armor, shield and cold enchantment just in case, and blessed invisibility with blood mosquitoes, and made full preparations before sending blood mosquitoes to approach the Ice Barrier Colossus. Through the eyes of this little spy, Joan gradually saw the scene inside the Colossus. Behind the ice windows that resemble the ship's portholes, there are indeed large and small cabins connected to each other, and there are often passengers walking around, looking very busy. Joan also noticed that the passengers inside the Colossus were all wearing uniform blue uniforms, grey skin, and were about 12 feet in size, which was obviously shorter than the Frost Giant. Based on the height and skin color of these people, plus their dress and manners are very similar to the mechanics on steamships, Joan guesses that they should all be Stone Giants. Stone Giant is one of the 6 mainstream races in the Giant Society, mainly living in dark areas and the Genting Highlands, which is rare in human society. Among the people Joan had seen before, the one most closely related to the Stone Giant was Captain Wallstone, the reconnaissance company commander. However, Captain Stone cannot represent the Stone Giant no matter his occupation or character. The Stone Giant is perhaps the lowest category of all giants. Typical Stone Giants do not like to fight as soldiers. They will always try to avoid fighting with people, and they are not as enthusiastic and bold as Captain Stone. Most of their characters are more serious and restrained, and they seem invincible. The rank caste of the Stone Giant in the entire Giant Society is slightly lower than that of the Frost Giant, But this nation is far more ingenious than the brutal and aggressive frost giant. Compared with fighting and killing, stone giants are more interested in carving, enchanting and constructing craftsmanship. They are good at making stone crafts, magic guides and constructs, so that this rich sculptor and mechanician, the ethnic group of engineers, is often dubbed large dwarfs in the giant society. Ice Barrier Colossus is a huge and complex construction system, composed of countless mechanical parts and enchanted modules. Although it is extremely powerful, it is also too complicated to have an inevitable defect. An important part is out. The problem may cause the entire system to malfunction. In order to prevent the Colossus from falling off the chain at a critical moment, it is necessary to establish a professional team to be responsible for daily maintenance of the Colossus. In case of failure, it should be repaired in time to eliminate the failure. Maintaining and repairing Colossus. This is a very technically demanding job. The rude and savage frost giant family is difficult to train qualified technical personnel. Winter Mother Lord Trim hired a group of stone giant engineers to maintain the Ice Barrier Colossus, which is reasonable. Joan remotely controlled the invisible blood mosquito to land on an ice window, looking for a gap in the window, intending to remotely control the blood mosquito into the room to investigate the internal structure of the Colossus. However, the blood mosquito had just touched the surface of the Colossus, and I didn't know what mechanism was touched. The giant monster immediately sensed it, and the magic sensor flashed red light, sending out a harsh alarm. Joan felt a sigh of relief, the first time the remote blood mosquito escaped from the Colossus, and he also flew his wings to the sky. Almost at the same time, a green light curtain covering the surrounding space was opened on the Ice Barrier Colossus. It was the selective myth anti-magic field. Joan flew away before the anti-magic field spread, but he couldn't care. Fortunately that he reacted fast enough, and he was already exposed to the anti-invisible function of the Ice Barrier Colossus. The magic sensor located in the eye of the Colossus emits two blue light beams, sweeping like a searchlight, locking Joan's position, and then an instant frost star with a super long-range blasts over. A pale ring of ice exploded in Joan's airspace, and the frozen moisture in the air made a crackling sound. At this moment, Joan thought his blood vessel was frozen and cracked. Fortunately, the cold enchantment blessed in advance saved his life and helped him absorb the extreme cold magical power of the frost star. Joan desperately flapped his wings, escaping the attack range of the ice colossus as quickly as possible. After that, he turned around and glanced back, and saw that 4 white dragons had flew off the shoulders of the colossus, circled around the colossus, as if escorting. Joan hid in the high-altitude clouds, peeping down with fear, and it took a while to be convinced that neither the ice colossus nor the white dragon escorting it had any intention of killing himself. With a long sigh of relief, Joan's spirit was relaxed after he escaped from death, and only a slight tingling of his left finger was felt. Looking down at the bare finger, Joan felt silent for the blood mosquito that hadn't escaped in time. The missing finger could not be recovered until tomorrow. Seeing the end of the blood mosquito, Joan couldn't help but wipe out the cold sweat, secretly fortunate that he ran fast enough, and was not swept by the anti-magic field opened by the ice barrier colossus, otherwise all the spell effects blessed on his body would be suppressed. Then not only is the problem of sacrificing a blood mosquito, the mythical transfiguration will also be invalidated. If it had fallen to that point, he would be forced to change from the Jotunheim hawk form to a human form, and because he was in the envelope of the anti-magic field, he could not even stimulate the feather fall technique, only falling down from high altitude, falling to pieces. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1158 Broken City Ice Colossus and the Stone Giant Engineers in his body, as well as the 4 adult white dragons escorting the Ice Colossus, are not interested in chasing Joan. Because they followed the orders of White Prince Vinia, they had to rush to Elk Town as soon as possible. disdain wasting time for a small person who met by chance on the way. Of course they can all see that the eagle in the air is a sentry from Elk Town and is investigating the ice colossus. But what about that? Let him see it if he wants to. If you have the absolute power to crush the enemy, why cover up? Elk Town has no possibility of confronting the ice barrier colossus, and its destruction has become a foregone conclusion. Under such circumstances, what can a small scout do? The more information you get, the more you understand the power of the ice barrier colossus, but it will bring greater panic and deeper despair to the people of Elk Town. The ice colossus in the march, almost 30 miles per hour, took less than half an hour to reach the periphery of Elk Town and merged with the vanguard forces led by White Prince Vinia. At this time, Joan had also flown back to Elk Town and transmitted the intelligence from the investigation to the people in the city. In addition to this, Joan made a suggestion to Captain Stone and Elder Hunt. Give up guarding the city walls and hide inside as much as possible, not to be exposed to the magical range of the Colossus. Just a moment ago, Frost Star, Kiaon took his life as an experimental body and personally tested the Ice Barrier Colossus spellcasting ability. In addition to Myth Instant, he found that Ice Barrier Colossus also added 2 sets of super magic skills to Frost Nova, namely Spell Expansion and Spell Expansion. The former doubled the range of the spell. The latter doubles the spell's kill radius. Ice Barrier Colossus has a cast level of 19, Frost Nova, which has been enhanced by a variety of super magic, has a maximum range of 2,320 feet, covering an area of more than 5,000 square feet, and is within the scope of the spell Bombardment. All will suffer up to 10 levels of frost damage. Compared with this overwhelming super-enhanced version of Frost Nova, what snow monsters, winter wolves, frost giants and even white dragons are all scum. Who is the one who lives? Exclamation mark. What's more, the super magic Frost Nova is probably not the strongest spell of the Ice Barrier Colossus. God knows how strong this mythical Colossus is. As the catastrophe is approaching, the defenders of Elk Town do not hurry to hide in the house. Should they stand on the head of the city and wait for death? In fact, Captain Stone, Elder Hunt, and the brothers and sisters of Walsong from Shizatown have all heard of the power of the mythical Colossus. After receiving the information sent back by Joan, Trimmer learned that this legendary construct was attacking Elk Town, and immediately ordered the defenders to evacuate the city to minimize unnecessary sacrifices. Although they all knew clearly, the forethought in front of them could not be changed in destiny, and they could not hide for a while, but they could not escape to death when the city was broken. Joan spread his wings and hung in the air, silently watching the Colossus appearing on the horizon. An indescribable sense of powerlessness struck the whole body, making him unable to feel discouraged. What good people have good rewards, what evil does not overwhelm, what desperate lives are often just people's good wishes. But unfortunately no one really lives in fairy tales, and the battlefield is not a theater stage. Good wishes are always crushed by cruel reality. Struggle is useless. The destruction of Elk Town has become a foregone conclusion. The only suspense is how to be destroyed. When the sunset was about to sink to the horizon, Vinia finally gave orders to siege. It seems that he is deliberately showing off the overwhelming power of the Ice Barrier Colossus in front of the people who are trapped in the isolated city. Vinia did not let this Colossus cast long-range spells, but attacked the city wall in the most primitive way. Following the will of the White Prince, the Ice Barrier Colossus walked straight to the gate of Elk Town, took a step at will, crossed the moat, and walked to the gate without any haste. Every step of the Colossus is like stepping on people's hearts. The heavy foot sound echoes like thunder in the ears, killing the remaining courage. Under the watchful eyes of both the enemy and the enemy, the Ice Barrier Colossus stopped in front of the city gate. There was silence between heaven and earth, and the atmosphere gradually became anxious. The 30-foot city wall is only as low as the waist of the Ice Barrier Colossus, and it is not an obstacle at all. The Colossus looked down at the low wall that was blocking it in front of it. The eye magic sensor emitted 2 blue beams, scanning the city gate and the city wall. It seemed to be analyzing the building materials of obstacles and whether there were magic traps. This overcautious manner fully shows the indifference and ruthlessness of this legendary construct. Everything is carried out in an orderly manner in accordance with the established working procedures. Just like public execution. Will the executioner care about whose head is to be cut today? It's just a job. The analysis results showed that there was no factor that could obstruct the ice barrier colossus from destroying the city's defense facilities, so this war machine from the ancient times raised its right arm slowly and clenched its huge fist in a burst of gear rotation. With a breathless gaze, people punched the city gate. Boom. In an instant, it seemed like the sky was falling apart. Joan closed his eyes instinctively, and the roar echoing in his ears made him feel black in front of him. When he reluctantly calmed down and looked down, the gate of Elktown had been smashed with a punch of Ice Colossus. The huge ice fist slowly shrank back. The mythical Colossus was expressionless, spread his hands, held down the walls on both sides of the gate, slowly gathered his fingers, grasped the wall head, and pushed forward. In the roar, the walls on both sides collapsed, like building blocks pushed down by naughty boys. The ice colossus twisted his neck and scanned the damaged wall with a blue line of sight. When he saw the area that was not completely destroyed, he walked over to make up a palm and pushed it down completely, and the gravel dust was flying all over the sky. Joan hung in the air, watching the colossus destroy the city wall, biting his lip, tolerating his despair, still unwilling, struggling with his brain to think about the countermeasure against this behemoth. As a mage, the most annoying enemies are various constructs that are immune to magic, such as Golem. Colossus is actually a bigger and stronger Golem, undoubtedly the biggest nemesis for the caster. Joan is also a mage, and all his tactics are centered around magic, which means he is inevitably restrained by the Colossus, and he can't tell the bitter words. The existence of the selective myth anti-magic field made him dare not approach the ice barrier Colossus, let alone try to destroy the Colossus. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1159 Ultimatum. The biggest problem in combating the ice barrier colossus is how to crack the anti-magic field. So is there any way to crack it? The answer is yes. The anti-magic field is extremely scary, but it also has weaknesses. For example, the artifact is not affected by the anti-magic field, and can still function normally in the anti-magic field. Joan really has an artifact. If he walks into the anti-magic field of the ice barrier colossus, all the magic guides on and off the body will lose their effectiveness. Only the high artifact tier of God will not be affected. What makes him very embarrassed is that God's tiers is not a weapon and does not have any offensive power in itself. The mythical energy provided cannot be directly used to kill the ice barrier colossus. If he extracts the mythical energy from the tiers of gods and transforms it into a spell slot, which is used to cast the spell, the result will return to the starting point. Spell transformed by the mythical energy will still be shielded by the anti-magic field. In addition to artifacts, is there any other way to deal with the anti-magic field? Joan first thought of dispelling technique. This 3-ring spell is specifically used to dispel the effects of other spells. Unfortunately, the dispeller itself will also be suppressed by the anti-magic field and cannot be used to dispel the anti-magic field. Joan still has a mythical countermeasure. The mythical path ability can take effect in the anti-magic field, but the anti-magic field of different sources cannot cancel each other out, which means mythical countermeasure the anti-magic field cannot be eliminated. Joan remembers that Professor Moriarty once said that among the legendary spells below, only the mage cracking technique may smash the anti-magic field. Unfortunately, mage splitting is a 9th level spell, and even Professor Moriarty has not mastered this powerful spell, let alone Joan himself. Just as he was meditating, the ice barrier colossus had demolished most of the city walls of Elktown. White Prince Vinya seemed to believe that the goal of deterrence had been achieved, and ordered the ice barrier colossus to suspend the attack. withdraw to the other side of the channel, take root, and transform into an ice plastic castle. Shortly thereafter, a white dragon flew up from the ice castle tower, and as a messenger of Vinia, landed proudly in front of the gate that had just been destroyed. Bailong stepped on the ruins, facing the people hiding behind the house, and issued a haughty and ruthless declaration on behalf of Dongbao. When the sun rises tomorrow, Elk Town will be completely destroyed. All the Aza people in the town will be unable to escape the punishment and use blood and life to repay the price of offending Dongbao. The soldiers from Line Yunbao, as well as the people of the Walsinger family, listen carefully. The conflict between Winter Castle and Elk Town has nothing to do with you outsiders. His Royal Highness is so compassionate that you outsiders are allowed to leave Elk Town alive. You only have the last night left to escape, or to explain your will, so you can do it yourself. Speaking of the last threat, Bailong glanced coldly at Captain Stone and the brothers and sisters of Walsonge, and then fluttered into the air and flew back to his camp. White Dragon's figure gradually disappeared, and Joan was still thinking in the air against the ice barrier colossus. At this moment, a small golden whirlwind flew to him. Holton's low words came from the wind. "Joan, Captain asked you to come back as soon as possible to discuss the retreat of the company." Joan was not surprised by Captain Stone's decision. In fact, it was a very sensible approach. But he had some doubts before that. He narrowed his wings, landed in the already ruined town, and walked into the house of Elder Hunter. Captain Stone sat in an armchair, frowning and smoking a pipe. Hayla, Audrey and Holden also said nothing and looked tired. The atmosphere of frustration enveloped the hall, causing Joan to be infected as well, and could not help feeling depressed. He exhaled slowly, forcing himself to cheer up, and strode towards Captain Stone. Captain Stone looked up at the juvenile mage and smiled bitterly. "Thanks to you for sending back the alarm in time, otherwise we might have been shot to death by the colossus in front of the gate." "Mr. Captain, what are you going to do next? Is there any other way?" Captain Stone shrugged shoulders helplessly. Like the White Dragon said, "The only thing we outsiders can do is to get out of Elk Town overnight and stay here without changing anything. Just die in vain." "Mr. Captain, is the fate of Elk Town really unchangeable?" Kian asked unwillingly. "I'm afraid so." Captain Stone sighed bitterly. "Joan, don't be too guilty. We've tried our best. However, there is one thing I can't figure out. With the horrible destructive power of the ice barrier, let alone Elk Town, even Line Yunbao and even Midgate City may not be able to withstand its attacks. Why can our colonists still stand on the east coast of the New World?" From the moment I saw the ice colossus, this question was lingering in Joan's heart. There are more than one giant lord with the mythological colossus. The frosty giant has been known as fierce and belligerent since ancient times. It is by no means a peace-loving nation. How can it be possible for the colonists from the old world to expand in the new continent and tolerate it not sent? For example, in the case of Winter Castle, with a super weapon like the ice barrier colossus, why not drive the colonists out of the New World and then occupy the fertile land on the east coast? The great destructive power displayed by the ice barrier today when it destroyed the walls of Elk Town also posed a huge threat to the colonists' towns. Joan couldn't think of any way the colonists could fight this mythical colossus. However, in reality, there has not been a full-scale war between the giants and the colonists, which is counterintuitive. Joan, you asked a very good question. Why the Winter Castle with the mythical colossus did not attack our colonists' towns, and even Vinia even opened a net to us, vaguely revealing the fear of the colonial garrison. Of course there is a reason. Captain Stone lowered his voice and his face became more serious. Simply put, the reason why the giants of the New World and the foreign colonists can maintain a peaceful situation is determined by the strength of both parties. You young people may be wondering, how can we humans fight giants and colossus? In fact, there really is. Captain Stone's words showed a pride. We don't have a colossus, but we have a cannon. You mean magic crystal cannon? Joan asked. That's right. Captain Stone focused on his head. The colonial capital Midgate City, including military fortresses like Yuanbao. Duan has a large E-caliber city anti-turret, with a range of 10 miles. If the Colossus tries to attack the city, if you don't get close to the city at all, you will be seriously injured by the fiercely fired turret and lose your mobility. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1160. Go to stay. In addition to the fixed turrets used for city defense, there is a naval fleet on the Gulf of Aza. Both old-style sail warships and new armored steam warships are equipped with naval guns. Some naval guns are even larger in caliber than the urban defenses. If the giants dare to invade coastal towns, these warships will teach them to be humans. Unfortunately, the fort and the fleet can only be used to defend coastal towns and cannot reach the inland area where Elk Town is located. We are also helpless to the disaster facing the Azap people. Captain Stone sighed. After all, Audrey was Her Royal Highness Princess of the Kingdom of Canaan. She knew more about modern artillery than Joan, and immediately asked a very targeted question. In addition to the city defense artillery and naval artillery, the garrison in the Mage colony is not set up. Artillery units, equipped with more flexible marine artillery? Well, Captain Stone rubbed his cheeks and replied somewhat reluctantly, Yuanbao does have 2 artillery battalions, each with 30 pounds of cavalry and 12 pounds of infantry, but these the magic crystal cannons are all the hearts and minds of Lord Level. I am afraid they can't pull them out to deal with the frost giants. Moreover, the weight of the projectiles fired by these magic crystal cannons is too light. The Colossus poses a substantial threat. How can you know if you don't try it? Holden jumped up excitedly. I saw the test shot of a 12-pound gun in the arsenal of Bethlehem. When I bombarded, I exploded the bunker thousands of yards away. The Colossus of ice barriers is nothing more than a large piece of ice in the end. It is never stronger than the masonry building the bunker. The hooligan said it well. The cannon bombed the Colossus. I see it. Hale rarely agreed with Holden and urged Captain Stone to send a letter to the Yuanbao command as soon as possible, requesting Sir Level to send artillery troops to support Elk Town. You two little guys, don't be too happy. Based on my understanding of Lord, he will never promise to send artillery troops to rescue Elk Town. Captain Stone poured cold water on Holden and Hale. This is not only because Lord Jazz has always hated the Asa people, but more importantly, the artillery is too expensive, and in case of any loss, Lord Jazz may be unable to sleep in distress. Mr. Captain, this is to save thousands of lives in Elk Town. Audrey resolutely said, even if there is only 1,000th possibility, we must seize this last opportunity and issue a letter of help. Even if you Paul Sir Wall refuse to increase the aid. At the very least, we have fulfilled our obligations and have a clear conscience. What do you think? Captain Stone moved slightly, twisting his thick eyebrows for a long moment, and finally nodded. Joan, send a letter to Lord Level. Hale urged urgently. Joan had already prepared the SMS casting materials. What he thought was that this letter of help must be sent out regardless of whether Captain Stone agreed or not. Since Mr. Captain nodded, there was nothing to worry about. He hurriedly carried out 3 rings of short text messaging on the copper wire in his hand, briefly describing the current crisis facing Elk Town, focusing on requesting the artillery force before the fire to support. In the following time, everyone sat around the table and waited for a reply with anxious mood. In the silent hall, time passed by quietly, and every second seemed to become double and prolonged, making people suffer. I don't know how long after that, Joan noticed a magic wave in front of him, and then a ball of red light appeared. Holden and Hale stood up involuntarily, and Audrey and Captain Stone held their breaths, staring at the ball of red light slowly spinning in midair. Joan took a deep breath, raised his hand to hold the ball of light, read the reply from Sir Level, and afterwards endured the loss, shook his head silently. What's the matter, Joan? Would Sir Level refuse to send troops to rescue? Holden asked incredulously. Joan nodded and stopped talking. Baron Level responded to the ruthless words in his letter, and he couldn't bear to speak in front of everyone. Jazz clearly refused to send troops to rescue Elk Town, and admitted that it was not worth turning over for the Asa people and the tyrannical frost giant lord. The Jazz also said in his reply that even with the 2 artillery battalions in line Yuanbao, even if they could barely repel the mythological colossus, they would have to pay huge casualties, not to mention the large group of frost giants and white dragons involved in the battle in Fort Winter. Together with vassal forces like Snow Monster and Winter Wolf, the consequences of a full-scale war are unimaginable. The Jazz finally told me to tell Mr. Captain that the reconnaissance company must not participate in the conflict between the Is and Dongbao forces, and must withdraw from Elk Town as soon as possible and return to Lion Yuanbao. After recounting Baron Level's instructions, Joan looked to Captain Stone and waited for his final decision. To be fair, Joanne felt that this reply from Baron Level was indeed a bit cold. But it was also a wise move to avoid being involved in the conflict between the Aborigines and the Frost Giants, and to protect the interests of the Midgard colony to the greatest extent. The duty of the garrison commander asking him to rescue Elk Town at all costs is too naive and impractical. Everyone, you have heard Lord's order. Captain Stone supported the table with both hands, and slowly stood up, looking at the young man with sympathy and helplessness. As a soldier, no matter how much we have in mind reluctantly, you must resolutely obey the orders of the superior. Prepare to retreat. Mr. Captain, this was a wise decision, but I refused to implement it. Holden suddenly laughed. You just said that it is the duty of the soldiers to obey the orders of the superiors. This is true, but I am not a Midgard garrison. The soldier who is in active service is just an intern. Now I announce my withdrawal from the reconnaissance company and end my internship early, so there is no need to follow the orders of Sir Leville. Boy, don't be fooled. Captain Stone lowered his face. It's good for you to stay here and wait for death. At least it makes me feel at ease, not guilty and regretful for life. Holden replied without giving up. Your kid must be crazy. Captain Stone shook his head and turned to look at Audrey, expecting her to persuade her brother to give up the crazy idea. Mr. Captain, thank you for taking care of me and Holden these days, although a bit reluctant. It is time to say goodbye. Audrey, do you want to stay? Captain Stone couldn't believe his ears. This stupid decision is not like what you can do. It's really stupid, but I can only honestly face my inner voice. Audrey smiled slightly, her eyes firm. Mr. Captain, don't forget, Emma Paladin anyway. Now it's mine. How can we shrink back when the faith is tested? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1161 Wake Uncle. If we quit the scouting company now, can we still get internship points? Hayla grinned and curled his ponytail into his fingertips. He waited for Captain Stone to say, okay, I know this question is a bit stupid. It's hard to say whether I can see the sun setting tomorrow alive, and it doesn't matter what internship points I have. Captain Stone's gaze swept 3 young faces in sequence, and finally landed on the young mage's face. Joan, you are a smart person, wouldn't you be like the 3 fools? Joan remained silent for a few seconds, looked up at Captain Stone's gaze, and answered carefully. Mr. Captain, since Hayla, Holden, and Audrey insisted on staying, in this case, of course, I would also stay in Elk Town. Captain Stone looked angry, and was about to reprimand, but was stopped by the young mage's hand. I chose to stay, not impulsively, not to seek death, but to save more people, of course, including my friends. Captain Stone stunned slightly, and vaguely heard Joan seemingly mean something. While thinking, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. Joan. Good news. Hakan pushed through the door and burst into joy. My dad is here. Mr. Hill has been saved. The news brought by Hakan, like a fresh wind, slightly dispelled the cloud that shrouded Gyeon's heart, and quickly stood up and followed Hakan out of the door. Coming to the backyard where Clark's ward is located, Joan faced a dark crow, and Logan Walsinger stood beside the crow, whispering with Slud and Elder Hunt. Hearing footsteps, Logan turned to look at Joan, smiled and nodded at him, and then said to Elder Hunter, "There is not much time left for us. Go ahead and get ready tonight." "But, Mr. Hinner," Elder Hunter hesitated. "Don't worry about it, leave it to me," Logan said lightly. "Well, I'll let the people know." Elder Hunter hurried away. "Uncle Logan, long time no see." Joan greeted him. "Yeah, it has been almost half a year since the day you left Town." Logan stepped forward to hug the young mage with warmth in his eyes. "I haven't seen you for half a year. Our little mage has grown more spirited. Take me to see your friend infected with winter madness." "Uncle Logan, please come with me." Joan opened the door and led three of Logan's father and son into Clark's ward. Logan came to the hospital bed, looked at the frost giant who was still sleeping, opened the storage bag, took a green leaf from it, and handed it to Joan. "This is what Master Grey asked me to bring to you." A leaf of Grey's magical power is condensed in the leaves, which is equivalent to a 7-loop high recovery scroll, which can cure into mania. After listening to Uncle Logan's introduction, Joan knew how to use this leaf. He held the leaves in his hands and used the skills of identifying spells to observe a little, and read a complete spell configuration from the green leaves. Joan is an arcane spellcaster and cannot perform divine spells, but as long as this leaf is used as a divine scroll, it is not difficult to read the pre-stored divine spells in the scroll. After successfully completing the reading process, Joan successfully guided the magic in the leaves of the mythical Ilmancer ancient tree into a ray of holiness, illuminating Clark's gaunt face on the bed. The green leaf in Joan's palm was exhausted and quickly withered away. At the same time, Clark's breathing became heavy, and his violently undulating chest indicated that he was struggling to fight the disease, trying to wake up from the long nightmare caused by winter madness. Joan put down the withered leaves in his hand and quickly performed 2 rings of high endoscopy to check Clark's physical condition. In the column of health status, the warning of seriously dying has disappeared. In addition, he also noticed that Clark's impaired sensory attributes are continuing to rise under the protection of high recovery. It seems that winter madness is indeed completely eliminated, healed. Logan stood up and said to Joan, "The patient will wake up soon. I go to Elder Hunt and Captain Stone, and I have something to discuss with them." "Go busy. I'll stay here to take care of Brother Clark," Joan said gratefully. Sluder wanted to stay for Joan to take care of the patient, but he nodded with understanding and drew his elder brother's sleeves. The brothers and sisters followed the father out of the ward and closed the door. Joan noticed the strange behavior of Uncle Logan, but didn't care, and now his mind was all Clark. After the Logan family left, Joan summoned the Tears of God, put it in a teacup, soaked a cup of potion, and fed Carrot to overcome it to help him recover as soon as possible. At this time Clark was half asleep and half awake, thirsty and unbearable. After drinking a glass of potion, he was very refreshed and soon recovered. Opening his eyes and seeing the figure of the acquaintance in front of the hospital bed, Frost Giant couldn't help but stunned. "Joan, really you? Am I dreaming?" "Brother Clark." Joan gripped Frost Giant's hand tightly, holding back the excitement, and almost tears in his eyes. "You finally woke up. How long have I been lethargic this time?" Listening to Elder Hunt said that the day before we came to Town, you fell into a lethargy. If it wasn't sleepwalking halfway through, it had been 3 days. "It's been so long." Clark sat up from the bed and seemed to be trying to find a sense of reality. "Joan, I feel much better now. I haven't been so conscious in a long time. I hope this is not a temporary improvement. In fact, your winter mania has been completely cured, thanks to Grey Master and Uncle Logan." Aware of the confusion in Clark's eyes, Joan comatose him these days, and the accident happened in Elktown is briefly recounted. "I didn't expect so many things to happen in just 3 days. Giant Frost sighed and said guiltily, "I knew it would cause disaster to the residents of the town, so I shouldn't have stayed here." "Brother Clark, this is not your fault. Who can think of it in advance?" Winter Castle would be so active in order to seize the Koschich collar. Joan tried to comfort Clark. No wonder Miss Fiona suspected that the snow demon Wendigo laid a cursed mark on me before he died. It seems that the group of demon believers who worshipped Koschich in Winterhold might have traced me to the elk through this mark. The foothold of the town. Clark stroked the thick stubble chin and said thoughtfully, "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1162 Determination. Brother Clark, Snow Devil Wendigo has been killed by you? Joanne asked, wondering, who is Miss Fiona? The name sounds familiar. That's a long story. I'll start from the beginning. Clark smiled and patted the shoulder of the young mage. Joan, do you remember me, Shrek and Cassio half a year ago in Cloud City? Is it a treasure hunt? Of course I remember that. While I was getting the Koschich collar, the snow demon resident in the collar also awakened, destroying the protective barriers of the Cloud City, and we were all sucked out of the window by high air pressure and fell into the storm cloud. To Anne, after that we were separated. Joan recalled. At that time, Shrek and Cassio were caught in a portal in the eye of the wind by the storm cloud, and then I lost consciousness. When I recovered, I found myself lying alone on a strange snowfield. Clark followed Joan's topic to recall the past. I spent several days on the desolate snowfield for several days, and finally found Shrek and Cassio. To be precise, the two of them found me. With them, Shrek's dream lover, Deep Forest Valley Fiona, the Hieroga witch. Thanks to Miss Fiona, who arrived in time and used the spell to find Shrek and Cassio, and then found me, the three of us could get together again after being separated. At that time, Shrek and Cassio were very worried about your whereabouts, so I asked Fiona to help you find you. Fiona tried to track your whereabouts with exploration and found that you are not far from the Genting Plateau where we are. It seems. Is it in the eastern Fang Mountains? I did fall in Fangshan Mountain at the time, and I broke my leg. Joan replied somewhat embarrassedly. Due to the distance, we couldn't find you all at once. Fortunately, we learned that you were still alive. Finally, we felt relieved. Clark continued. Just when we were going to find you on the road, an accident happened. For a while, the sudden snowstorm brought Snow Demon Wendigo to us. Recalling the past when he was chased by Snow Demon, Clark's face flicked with a sense of consternation, and he seemed to be afraid. There is some kind of mysterious induction between that monster and the Koschich collar. As long as I carry the collar, it will know exactly where I am. Fortunately, when the Snow Demon followed, I also had Shrek, Cassio, and the powerful magic witch Fiona. The four of us joined forces to fight the snow demon, and after some hard work, we finally killed the monster on the Genting Highlands. Before the snow demon was about to die, he also left a nearly fatal wound on me. Clark felt the scarred wound on the chest with a lingering heart, and then said, Cassio's spells helped me heal and stop bleeding. I finally saved it. After I lost my life, I thought I was strong, and I didn't pay much attention to this kind of trauma. After the battle, I said goodbye to Shrek, Cassio, Fiona, and the three of them returned to the deep forest valley of Alfheim, and I took the Koschich collar to go north alone, intending to send the collar to Nifo. The Stygian temple in Elheim is given to Master Witch. I followed the snow mountain all the way north and entered the Midgard area. On the way, I was occasionally attacked by monsters. I couldn't talk about threats. The only thing that made me feel uneasy was that I often had nightmares. Sometimes I fell asleep inexplicably and fell asleep. It will take a whole day to wake up. This is the initial sign of being infected with winter mania, and the snow demon has spread this supernatural disease to you while scratching you, said Joan. Clark nodded his head and smiled bitterly. I think about it now, but I didn't understand it at the time. I thought I was too tired and didn't take it seriously, so I traveled all the way north and entered the Fangshan Mountain. On the way, I encountered an Azak caravan under siege by the snow monsters, so I helped them to drive away the monsters. In this way, I met Elder Hunt and they followed the caravan to Elk Town. As for what happened after that, You don't need to say that you all know. Joan nodded and asked Clark softly, the town of Elk has been surrounded by the horsemen of Winterhold. Just this afternoon, the city wall was also demolished by the mythical Colossus. White Prince Vinia not only wants your life, but also completely destroy this town. Brother Clark, what are your plans next? It's all because of me that Elktown caused this scourge. Clark's face alternated with guilt and determination. Joan, I don't want to affect the people in the town anymore, but I'm not willing to give in to the demons. I will leave Elktown this evening, and I want to go out in a fair and decent way to attract as many gangsters in Winter Castle as possible to kill me. It is best to lead the Colossus away. Taking a deep breath, Clark went on to say, Joan, all I can do is this, but it can't guarantee the safety of Elktown, nor can I ensure that the father and son of Trim and Vinia will not come back to revenge afterwards. Take me see. This town is untenable after all. It is better for the residents of the town to flee separately and evacuate to the towns far away from the fangs of the fangs, so as not to be collectively slaughtered by the mobsters of the Winter Castle. Brother Clark, I carry a teleportation scroll with me. In fact, we can teleport directly to a place far away from the sphere of influence of Winter Castle. Clark waved his hand to stop Joan from continuing. Boy, I also have the teleportation scroll on me, but it can't be used, at least it can't be used now. You think about it, what if Elktown if I sent it directly? The gangsters of Winter Castle broke into the town but couldn't find me, and they must kill the townspeople to express their anger. So not only can I not sneak away, but also walk out of Elktown in a fair and decent way, and leave this town in front of the burglars in Winterburg. Only in this way can they attract their attention and concentrate on chasing me, instead of angering in Elktown. Joan nodded, a sour look in his heart. He had to admit that Clark's almost self-defeating approach was the only strategy that would maximize the protection of Elktown residents from slaughter. Brother Clark, when are you going to leave? I will accompany you on the road. Let's go tonight. But you can't go with me. Clark baited the young mage's shoulder and solemnly persuaded, Joan, I know your heart, but I would rather kill a road alone. This is not the case, because I'm afraid of hurting you, but there is still a very important thing to ask you to help. If I unfortunately can't escape the encirclement, the hope of accomplishing this mission is all pinned on you. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1163 Escape. Joan was about to ask Clark what was to be entrusted to him, and suddenly heard the sound of arguing in the next room. The two wooden houses were only separated by a wall, and the quarrel came through the gap in the wooden wall. Even if Joan did not deliberately eavesdrop, he could hear that these two big voices belonged to Uncle Logan and Huckin respectively. Through only a few words, Joan roughly guessed why the father and the son had a dispute. Looking back at Clark on the bed, he could not help sighing secretly. He barely pretended to be casual, and said to Frost Giant, Brother Clark, your body has not fully recovered. While there is still some time now, take a good rest. I will help you get some food. Clark seemed to have seen through his mind and smiled thoughtfully. Brother Joan, when you go out, you will tell Elder Hunt my intentions. Kiao Ankian nodded bitterly and walked out of the room. He first found Audrey and asked her to send some food to the ward. After walking outside the room where the quarrel was heard, she knocked twice. The quarrel in the room disappeared immediately. After a few seconds, Slud opened the door and saw Joan's first look. His pretty face couldn't help but appear guilty. He wanted to say something, but it was hard to tell. Joan entered the room and saw Logan, Harkan, Elder Hunt and Captain Stone sitting around the table. Harkang was angry, and the other three were helpless and frowned. Uncle Logan, it's inconvenient for me to reveal to me. What are your plans next? Kiaon asked immediately. Logan hesitated for a moment and finally spoke his mind in the face of the young master's clear eyes. Joan, The residents of Elk Town are all my siblings. How can I watch my compatriots being slaughtered by evil forces? I came to Elk Town this time and was sent by the Council of Elders to try to lead the local residents to seek refuge in Shizu Town. Although Dongbao is powerful, he dare not openly face up with us in Shizu Town. Even if you can't keep Elk Town, it's good to keep the lives of the residents in the town. Joan agrees with the decision of the Elder Council of Shizu Town, but it is not so easy to evacuate safely under the heavy encirclement of the Winter Castle. Elder Hunt seemed to see the doubts in Joan's eyes and lowered his voice, saying, "There is a secret tunnel in the town, leading to the opposite side of the Honeywine River 10 miles away. If we are cautious enough, we should be able to lead before alerting the gangsters outside the city." All the townspeople and Captain Stone's company fled the encirclement. In fact, when we dug this secret passage to prevent the colonists from invading, we never expected that we would share this escape tunnel with the colonists' troops one day. Elder Hunt said in a mixed mood. Ha Kang looked at his father's face, then looked at Joan, and finally couldn't hold it back. "Joan, since all the residents of the town will evacuate to Shizu Town to take refuge, I can't leave Mr. Hinner alone, okay? But my dad refused to take him. You come to judge, is this right? It's too much. Your kid fart doesn't understand. Just say a few words." Logan gave his son an angry look. Ha Kang was still not convinced and was about to refute, but was stopped by Joan. "Ha Kang, I agree with Uncle Logan's decision. Under the current circumstances, Brother Clark is not suitable for taking refuge in Shizu Town." In fact, this is exactly what Brother Clark thought. Ha Kang still couldn't understand why everyone should treat Clark Hennill so coldly, but Joan said that this was Clark's own decision, and he had nothing to say. He could only sigh in frustration. "Joan, please convey my apology to Mr. Hinner, and thank you for his understanding," Logan said in a mixed mood. Joan nodded, and Uncle Logan's pains were completely understandable. The relationship between Shizu Town and Dongbao is quite subtle. It is between the enemy and the friend. Both sides do not have enough strength to completely destroy the other side, and also have to take into account other hostile forces. Therefore, they have maintained the situation that the well water does not violate the river for many years. The main purpose of Dongbao's siege of Elk Town this time was to hunt down Clark and seize the Koshurch collar. The reason why it is so far is that Elk Town insisted on sheltering Clark and angered the father and son of Lord Wintercastle. The giant Colossus publicly declared that it would completely destroy Elk Town. In fact, the father and son of Trim had little hatred for Elk Town and made the decision to destroy this town, one for exhalation and the other for Liwai. When Elk Town was turned into ruins under the trample of the ice barrier Colossus, Wintercastle had already achieved the goal of Liwai, and the wickedness of the father and son of Trim was probably more than half. Uncle Logan led the residents of Elk Town to seek refuge in Shizu Town, although it would make Trim and his son unhappy. But it did not touch the core interests of Wintercastle, and it was not worth killing this group of refugees in Shizu Town. So, what are the core interests of Wintercastle? It's the Koshurch collar that Clark carried with him. Trim and son are likely to compromise on other issues, but this matter cannot be compromised. Wintercastle will kill Clark at all costs and win the Koshurch collar. If Shizu Town took Clark, it would be a violation of Wintercastle's core interests, forcing the father and son of Trim to have no way back, and had to completely turn their faces, causing Wintercastle and Shizu Town to start a full-scale war. For a frost giant who is not a relative, and caused his own home to be involved in war, is it worthwhile for countless people to sacrifice for this? For all the residents of Shizu Town, the answer is obviously number. What's more, today's encounter in Elk Town is a lesson. Taking into account the various consequences, Shizu Town will never open the door to Clark Hennill and cure him for winter madness for free, which is the maximum help. Joan will compare his heart and feel that the decisions made by the Elder Council of Shizu Town are blameless. For Uncle Logan, he has no complaints, only gratitude. Ha Kang may have different views on this, but this can only show that he is too simple and kind. and he can't tolerate a little sand in his eyes, so that he seems a bit uncomfortable. It is a pity that the world he lives in is not only diametrically opposed to black and white, good and evil. Many times people have to make compromises, otherwise they simply cannot survive in this complex and cruel world. Leaving aside these distractions for the time being, Joan relayed Clark's plans to Elder Hunt, Captain Stone and the Logan family. Everyone was deeply moved by the awe-inspiring spirit of the Frost Giant's awe-inspiring sacrifice, but it was a bit unbearable. But as Joan said, Clark had to go out of Elktown in public to attract the Winter Castle army outside the city and the Ice Barrier Colossus, so as to get more time for the townspeople to escape. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1164 Phantom. In addition to Clark's own plans, Joan also revealed his plans. Vinier's party is likely to use magic such as eagle eyes to detect the movements in the town. If they are aware of the unusual movements of the townspeople, they may become suspicious and even siege the city ahead of time, leading to retreat. The plan is blocked. In order to cover the townsmen's smooth retreat, I intend to cast a 3-ring spell Powerful Phantom to create some false sights and confuse enemies outside the city. In this way, I can't retreat with everyone. When Brother Clark left Elktown, I will not be too late. Joan, this is too dangerous. I don't think it's a good idea. You'd better retreat with the company. Captain Stone shook his head again and again. It's a bit risky. But aren't all of you here also taking risks? My approach can at least mitigate the risks most people take. Joan calmly made the analysis, as if a person who had nothing to do with him voluntarily left behind to cover everyone's retreat. Joan, if you must stay, then I will stay with you. Slud suddenly said. Excellent, this is exactly what I want to say. Ha Kang said aggressively. Joan shook his head and said quietly, thank you for your heart, but it is not necessary. It is better than me to be alone and carefree. When the brothers and sisters of Walsinger still wanted to stay with him, Joan took a spell reel from the storage bag and said to them, I have a teleport scroll. Worry for me. Hearing this, Slough and Hucken were still a little uneasy, but they could only obey his arrangement. As the night grew darker and time was running out, Elder Hunter immediately went to gather the townspeople and evacuated outside the town via the secret road. Captain Stone also called in his men and escorted the townspeople to Shizu Town. Everyone was busy, and Joan was not idle. He first found the brothers of Hayla and Zion, explained the retreat plan, and then explained the reason for persuading the brothers and sisters of Walsonge just now, and persuaded the 3 friends to give up. He planned to stay behind and retreated with the company. Next, Joan went to the ward to visit Clark. Frost Giant was gorging on food, and when Joan came in, he asked him what he wanted to do next. Joan briefly recounted the retreat plan, and explained the reasons for his stay. Although he only emphasized the necessity of using illusions to cover the retreat of the townspeople, Clark felt something strange. Brother Joan, tell me the truth. Did you decide to stay because you can't rest assured of my big brother? Facing the Frost Giant's slightly red eyes, Joan hesitated for a moment and said lightly, there are factors in this area, but this is not the main reason, so don't think about it. Tears appeared in Clark's eyes, patting the juvenile master's tender shoulders, and choked with sobs. Brother, don't say anything gratefully, we must live. Joan nodded solemnly, silently repeating Clark's words in his heart, must live. 3 or 4 hours before dawn, Joan suggested that Clark use this last period of free time to take a good rest, and he himself should take a nap to reset the spell position. Back in his bedroom, Joan sat on the bed, trying to meditate, but his rapid heartbeat never calmed down. In such a doomsday environment, normal people will feel nervous and restless. However, Joan must try to calm himself down, rest in time, reset the spells, and make full preparations for the crucial battle tomorrow that will determine his life and death with Clark and even the entire town. After silently thinking about it, Joan opened the storage bag, took out a homemade sleep capsule, swallowed it, and then extracted a seed mana, replaced with a ring of magic spells, and shot a magic next to the bed. Alarm, set to start automatically after 2 hours. The capsule dissolves in the stomach, and the diluted drow toxin exerts its power. Joan feels sleepy and quickly falls asleep. 2 hours later, Joan was awakened by the magic alarm and turned his head to look out the window. In the deep night, there were vaguely visible groups of fast-moving figures. It seemed that the townsmen were retreating nervously and orderly. After waking up, Joan felt energetic, and his spell position, seed mana, and mythical power were all restored to their best. He meditated on the bed for half an hour, preparing for the magic that might come in handy today, and then walked out of the room door, greeted Captain Stone, who was responsible for maintaining the retreat order, and walked alone into a wooden house near the city gate. The furnishings in the room seemed very messy. The owner of this wooden house had brought his family into the secret passage. In a hurry, he could only take away valuables that were easy to carry, and the furniture would not be taken care of. Joan took a chair and sat down at the window opposite the city gate. Through the half-open windows, the collapsed walls were faintly visible. That was the masterpiece of the ice barrier Colossus, which looked extremely desolate in the dark night. Joan calms his mind, removes a small group of cashmere from the spellcasting material bag, and then casts a 3-rod level illusion powerful phantom casting gesture. Hellos. Singing a mantra that symbolizes dreams and phantoms, Joan spread his palms and sighed against the soft cashmere in his palm. Cashmere drifts with the wind. With the blessing of magic power, it turns into a dreamlike streamer and flew out of the window. On the empty street, countless lifelike phantoms have evolved, patrolling along the street. The lantern in the hands of the militias glowed dimly, and leather boots stepped on the gravel of the road, stepping on the sound of fine footsteps. Kiaon narrowed his eyes slightly, maintained his focus on casting, and patrolled the phantoms outside the window along the street. Sometimes a militia stopped and knocked on the door of the street, whispered a few words to the residents who came out of the probe, and then continued to patrol. All the characters, lights, shadows and sounds are simulated as real ones. Even if someone approaches the observation, it is difficult to tell that everything in front of them is actually a phantom. Joan hides behind the scenes, just like a skilled puppet master, using invisible silk threads to remotely control a group of lively actors to perform a very confusing drama on the street. In order to keep the powerful phantom active, Joan must maintain his focus on casting. It was no difficulty for him. In fact, Joan is best at maintaining mental focus. As early as a year ago, when he was just a mage apprentice, he had cultivated super concentration through hard work and maintained that the mage hand would not be distracted all day. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1165 in Trust. Just maintaining the casting focus of the powerful phantom did not satisfy Joan. In order to make full use of this precious time before dawn, he decided to sort out his combat equipment. Touching the storage bag, Joan took out the Iron Virgin, shrunk into a crystal steel triangle plate, lifted the contracting technique, fully expanded it, and flattened it on the ground. Since coming to Elk Town, Joan has experienced several high-intensity hard fights these days, killing many snow monsters, evil wolves, a white dragon, and also hitting the captain of the Knights of Winterhold. Able to achieve such a brilliant record, offensive and defensive, the Inepis Iron Virgin should be the top performer. However, after so many hard fights, especially after being hit by a dragon and hit by a frost giant, the sturdy Iron Virgin is also overwhelmed and shows a slight crack on the surface. Although these cracks will not weaken the defense strength of the Iron Virgin for the time being, it is a hidden danger after all. Especially considering that after dawn, there will be an unprecedented and fierce battle waiting for yourself, and the Iron Virgin will also undergo a severe test. In case the pressure cannot be withstood at a critical moment, the collapse will collapse, and the consequences will be very fatal. With such a thought, Joan decided to use his free time to cast a spell to repair the Iron Virgin. In the state of maintaining the concentration of casting, it is reasonable to be unable to distract other spells. Fortunately, Joan is proficient in dividing mystery. This little trouble cannot help him. Opening the spellcasting material package, Joan took out a magnet piece and put it on the Iron Virgin, and then used sub-mystery to temporarily tear his consciousness, maintaining the casting focus with main consciousness, and divided a subconsciousness is used to perform 2 rings of complete restoration. The second ring complete repair is an upgraded version of the zeroth ring repair. The repair function has become more powerful. Not only can repair daily items, but also can be used to repair Iron Virgin magic equipment. In Vinyanta, Joan chanted a spellcasting spell, and a golden magic flowed through his fingertips into a piece of magnetite used as a casting material. The magnet quickly melted under the magical catalysis, as if it were a living snake, meandering and wriggling on the surface of the Iron Virgin. Those tiny cracks quickly healed, and the crystal steel plate became crystal clear and smooth again. After just a few seconds, the cracks on the surface of the Iron Virgin were all wiped out, and the magnetic sheet also merged into the crystal steel plate, disappearing without a trace. Joan ended his spellcasting, reintegrated his split consciousness, and raised his hands to wipe cold sweat. After more than half a year of in-depth research, he has mastered sub-mystery, but every time he performed this evil door technique, he still couldn't help but sweat coldly, lest the tearing consciousness could not be bridged, and became schizophrenic like Furge madman. At this moment, there were heavy footsteps outside the door, and then Clark's call. "Brother Joan, are you here?" Joan got up to open the door and invited Frost Giant to come in. "The patrol on the street was created by your spell? It looks like the real thing." Clark sighed in awe. "I was wondering when I met the militia team just now. The residents of the town have already entered the secret road. Why is there a team of militia patrolling on the streets without any haste?" And walked over to reach out and found out that they were all phantoms. "It's just a little illusion, hoping to deceive the gangsters of the Winter Castle outside the city." Joan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Brother Clark, how are you feeling now?" "Very good. I feel that my body has completely recovered." Clark clenched his fists. His muscular arms stretched, showing full energy. "Joan, it will be dawn in 2 hours. Before I leave Elktown, there is something very important for you to keep." Clark touched the storage bag with a silver collar in his hand. Joan recognized at a glance that it was the artifact he had originally obtained from the attic of the Cloud City, and at the same time it was the source of this scourge for Elktown, and Clark himself was stunned. "Brother Clark, you should take care of such a valuable thing." "Brother Joan, don't say anything. Let me finish." Clark looked dignified. "Because this thing is so important, I can't carry it with me." "Brother, you don't need to say that. You know that this artifact collar is a treasure that the Lord of the Winterhold, Drim, wants to get. He spent a lot of time sending people to arrest me, not because of my life value, but to seize this collar. There are legendary colossus outside the town. There are the Knights of Winterhold, White Prince Vinia, and no less than 10 white dragons. Everyone's eyes are staring at my every move. Brother Joan, you think in this case, how much more can I be sure of successfully escaping the Winter Castle hunt?" Joan stopped talking. His eyes darkened. No matter how powerful Clark is, he is still only a flesh and blood. In the face of numerous strong enemies chasing and intercepting, the chance of a successful escape is very slim. This is obvious, but he couldn't bear to say it. He couldn't bear to give up that little hope. Clark sighed and thrust the collar into Joan's hands. "Brother, when I walk out of Elktown, I dare not expect to see you alive again. My personal life and death are really insignificant. The important thing is that the Coast Church collar must not fall into the hands of Drim, a Coast Church believer. If the power of this artifact is mastered by Drim, it will surely set off a storm, and I don't know how many innocent people will be killed. Brother Joan, the only person I can rely on now is you. If I can get away with this time, I will try to contact you in the future to retrieve this collar. In case I'm unlucky and I haven't managed to escape, Trim can only get my body. I can never know the whereabouts of the collar from my mouth. You can rest assured. If it's really time then, please complete a mission on my behalf and send this collar secretly to Nilfheim, on the polar frozen ground that people call the Land of Fog, the birthplace of the Vima River, located near the Arctic point, the spring of the beginning on the shore of Wagma. There is a snow and ice-shaped Temple of Styx. When you arrive at the Temple of Stygian, give this collar to the Master Witch who presides over the temple, even if you complete this final mission for me. Joan clenched the Koschika's soul collar and carefully recorded every word Clark said, and there was a trace of sadness in his heart, and he could not help crying. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1166 Homology. Clark didn't seem to want to see the sad look of the young mage in front of him, deliberately changed a lighter topic. Brother Joan, we are not believers in Co's church, nor are they the heirs of the Demon King. Even if he gets his spirit collar, he can't immediately exert the power of this artifact. Fortunately, this artifact does not belong to Co's church completely. When he was a mortal, he was subdued by the king of witches Baba Yaga, and a trace of soul was extracted from his body and sealed in the collar, reshaping the collar of magic. Although we do not have any contact with Co's church, as long as we hold this collar for a long time and reach the conditions of homology, we can still stimulate the power of this artifact. Clark pointed to the 4 grey horizontal bars on the inner side of the collar and asked Joan to observe carefully. Did you see these 4 horizontal lines? The exact term is called coherence meter. If certain conditions are met, a horizontal line will change from grey to gold, indicating that the first phase of coherence has been completed, and you can initially excite the artifact. The power of the collar. The collar's synchronization meter is composed of 4 horizontal lines, which means that it takes 4 steps to complete all the coherent ceremonies. Every time a step is completed, the collar's ability will be enhanced. When all 4 horizontal lines become golden, all of this artifact, the power will be used for you. Joan is no stranger to Clark's coherent ritual. Many high-level magic guides need to achieve the corresponding coherent conditions to play their full effect, especially the legendary magic guides and artifacts. Almost all need to be coordinated. Joan's Tears of Gods actually have the same conditions. Each time the myth trial is completed, it is equivalent to achieving a phase of homology, and the benefits gained from the Tears of God will also increase. Joan's comparison of Tears of God with the Kostrak Essence collar, which is also an artifact, naturally raises 2 questions. Brother Clark, what are the conditions for the coordination of this artifact collar, and what kind of power will it have after completing the coordination? Joan asked curiously. When Lord Witch commissioned me to find a collar, I asked her the same question, but Lord Witch only answered half of it. Clark recalled a little bit of the Stygian witch's advice and then told Joan truthfully. The first 2 coordinations of the spirit collar can be done by hunting giants or witches. The witch master thinks that this strange way of coordinating is likely to be the manifestation of Kostrak's strong complaint, because this Abyss Lord is becoming a devil prince. Before, the biggest haters were giants and women. It should be noted that the conditions required for co-synchronization are not so harsh. There are no restrictions on the races of giants and witches. Killing giants of any race can promote co-synchronization. As for witches, in fact, they are not specifically Stygian witches, as long as just a female spellcaster. As for the last homology of the spirit soul collar, it must be carried out in Helm, that is, the goddess of the underworld, Hell's kingdom, Heim underworld. How to proceed, I don't know very well. In the future you will know when you arrive at the Stygian temple, which is the entrance to Heim's underworld. After introducing the coordinating method of Kos Church soul collar, Clark went on to say to Joan, only after completing the coherence can we know exactly what function this collar has. Unfortunately, So far I haven't even completed the first phase of coordination. I just listened to Master Witch speaking in general. After completing the first phase of coordination, the collar holder can get the benefits of resisting cold damage. For me, this feature is useless, so before that I didn't deliberately hunt down giants or witches in order to complete the homology. Clark shrugged, and the words turned. Of course, this is an artifact after all. It is impossible to have only the function of resisting cold damage. Master Witch also said that after completing the second phase of coordination, you can use the magic of this collar to restrain the frost giant. As for the restraint, I don't know. Brother Joan, there is one thing I must remind you, that Koschei's spirit collar can not only bring strength to the owner, but also bring a terrible curse. Clark said seriously. Brother Clark, what does this curse mean? Joanne asked in surprise. Do you still remember Snow Demon Wendigo? Those who hold this artifact collar will be endlessly chased by Snow Demon Wendigo unless they worship Ko's church like Trim. Say a warning. But isn't Snow Demon Wendigo already killed by you and Shrek? Joan was confused. The Snow Demon is transformed by Koschei's evil thoughts, and even if it is killed, it will not really die out. After a year and a half, and no more than 2 or 3 years, it will be resurrected and continue to kill the collar holder. Brother Joan, if you find yourself starting to have nightmares frequently during the custody of the collar, and often dream about Snow Demon Wendig, it means this monster is about to resurrect. Frost Giant pressed the shoulder of the young mage, almost solemnly emphasizing, if you are aware of these terrible signs, be sure to rush the collar to the Stygian temple at the North Pole as soon as possible before Snow Demon Wendigo finds you. Brother Joan, I know this is a drudgery, and it is very dangerous, but until now, I have no other choice but to ask you to fulfill this wish for me. Brother Clark, please rest assured, I will complete your entrustment. Joan solemnly promised. After the dawn of the window, the rumbling roar came from the mouth of the town, and the ice giant Colossus switched from the castle mode to the giant mode, showing the intention to completely destroy Elk Town. Clark cast a vigilant glance out the window, then stood up. Brother Joan, the enemy is about to attack. All I can do is try to draw away the enemy and delay the time. As for you, now that you have entered the secret road, you have time to catch the retreating team. Joan doesn't plan to leave now, otherwise the people at Winter Castle will soon realize that Elk Town has turned into an empty city. It's not difficult to find the secret road, and follow the secret road. People who haven't gone yet are still looting. However, in order to avoid Clark's concern, Joan did not express his intentions in person, but quickly made a series of casting gestures. Brother Clark, don't be busy first, I'll bless you with several spells to enhance your combat power. How much can you increase the chance of successful escape? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1167 Breakthrough. Joan first shot a mythical mage armor for Clark, which is equivalent to wearing a set of invisible steel plate armor. Then there is the ancient enchantment that resists flying stones and arrows. The fire enchantment that compensates for the frost giant's inherent weakness. The magic teeth that enhances the destructive power of Clark's double fists, and the acceleration that improves mobility and flying, as well as mirror and shift to evade enemy attacks. Joan thought about it, and extracted 2 mythical powers to bless Clark with second mind barrier and dodge detection. The former can resist the hypnotic charm spells that affect the mind, and the latter can be followed. Within 8 hours, Clark could not be the target of prophetic spells such as exploration and eagle eyes. As long as he escaped from the enemy's field of vision, it was difficult to be tracked, and the chance of escape was greatly improved. Joan almost blessed Clark with all the buff spells he could think of, and later specifically told him not to get close to the ice barrier Colossus to prevent his buff spells from being suppressed by the anti-magic field. Thank you, brother. Clark finally gave Joan a hard hug, and said with tears, I won't die easily because of the spells you blessed me. Let you be busy." After the farewell, Clark turned around and strode out of town. Joan watched the frost giant Twyon's back disappear at the end of the twilight before dawn, and a strong cry came from afar. "Don't forget the debris. Uncle Ben is Clark Hennill, and he came to die for me." The roar of the white dragon came from the night sky, and then a glare of magic exploded, and the sound of boulders shattered. All these fighting sounds were soon overshadowed by the roar of the ice giant Colossus trampling on the ground. The tremor from the soles of his feet caused Joan to fall. After wiping the moist corners of the eyes, the young Mage took a deep breath and for a moment suppressed his concern for Clark, focusing on responding to the imminent crisis. Clark's public appearance, as he wished to alert Winter Castle, White Prince Vinier personally led the White Dragon Guard to hunt down this vital fugitive. At the same time, Vinier did not forgive the town of Elk who angered him. On the one hand, he ordered the Ice Colossus to crush the entire town to the ground, and also issued a cruel instruction to the Winter Castle Knights to kill the town residents. Chicken dogs do not stay. Joan used eagle eyes to create an invisible observation point outside the town to clearly see the movements of the Knights of Winterhold. Before the nearly 100 frost giants rode the cold raptor dragon into the town, he quickly photographed mythical mage armor, mythical shield, cold enchantment, into the stone, acceleration and invisibility. Continuous high-intensity casting, coupled with the frequent use of sub-mystery, makes Joan have a severe headache, and can hardly maintain the strong phantom casting focus. The phantoms on the street are also like the reflection of the wind blowing water, shaking slightly, as if to dissipate. Joan closed his eyes, held his breath, calmed down a little, and stayed focused on his headache. The street illusion gradually returned to stability and became vivid again. Slowly breathing out, the pale-faced young mage wiped off his cold sweat and left his palms facing the sky, evoking the tears of gods, extracting mythical energy, and replenishing the already squandered mythical power, feeling firm. At this time, the Knights of Winterhold had gathered in front of the canal and were driving the dinosaurs across the river frozen by the cold air circulated around the colossal Colossus. Joan knew that there was not much time left for him to prepare. He quickly opened the storage bag and took out the giant wand and the green ice box specially used to store the eggs of the insects. He took out 66 eggs from the Kingbing box, threw them on the street, and then raised the giant wand to stimulate 6 energy at a time, turning all the eggs into thick blood moss. The blood moss is certainly fierce and strong, but compared with the fully armed Winter Castle Knights, the strength gap is too large. If you let this group of giant insects confront the Winterhold Knights, not to mention the frost giants on the dragon's back, even the Knight's Mount's cold raptor dragon can easily kill the blood moss. Cannon fodder also has the proper usage of cannon fodder, otherwise even the value of cannon fodder cannot be brought into play. Joan didn't want to sacrifice these bloodworms in vain. He issued a spiritual command, and ordered the giant worms to hide in the dimly lit, narrow space lanes or indoors, excavate the cave on the spot, and hide it. Tried to avoid conflicts with the Knights of Winterhold directly, but look for every opportunity to attack the enemy. Joan himself also upholds the same strategy, avoiding confrontation with the enemy, taking full advantage of his more familiarity with streets and buildings, and preparing to fight a guerrilla war with the invaders. At this time, the Knights of Winter Castle had already rode the dinosaurs and stepped over the gate that was demolished by the colossal ice colossus, and then under the command of the captain of the Knights, the two of them were scattered to search the buildings in the town. Once the residents were found, do not talk about killing on the spot. The captain cavaliers took 4 of their own men and rode dinosaurs to sweep the main streets of Elktown. Holding a large warhammer, the frost giant knight smashed the closed door along the street, urging the mount to extend its neck, and the probe entered the house to look for it. The cold raptor's eyesight is not good, but the sense of smell is very sensitive, and the probe knows where the living things are hidden when it smells. However, several houses were searched, all empty, and half the figure was not found. What happened? Successive hunts to no avail. The knight on the dragon's back couldn't help but reveal his confusion and muttered to himself, "Where have the residents of the town gone?" Just as the frost giants began to have doubts, the sound of rapid footsteps on the corner of the street, and the clanging sound of the sword, immediately aroused the vigilance of the Winter Castle knights, and they rushed into their pockets and took out a large piece, grinding the boulder, waiting for it. A short time later, a large group of human men rushed out on the corner of the street in front of them. The sword in their hands shone in the dim light, and they were obviously dressed as warriors. "Oh, I thought you all hid in the cellar." And there was still the guts to rush out. The captain of the cavaliers with a bandage on his right arm sneered. "Courage is commendable, but unfortunately it is useless, nothing more than death." The captain of the cavaliers waved his left arm forward, and the 4 men and women next to him struggling to throw a huge stone, overwhelming the opposite group of human warriors who were launching a suicide charge. The boulder passed through the bodies of the warriors, hitting the ground with a dull collision sound, splashing countless rubble, but failed to prevent the group of people who lived and forgotten to continue to charge. And the body hit by the boulder could not be seen. No scars, even a drop of blood did not flow. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1168 Ambush. How is this going? Those humans are a bit wrong. The confusion on Captain Cavalier's face quickly turned into horror, and he hurriedly warned the men next to him, "Beware, that's illusion." However, his alertness was still a bit late. A large piece of dark oil sludge emerged from the feet of the Knights of Winterhold without warning. The greasy technique strengthened by the magic expansion super magic has quadrupled the coverage, and the greasy grease spreads on the street, making the cold raptor dragon in it cannot help slipping on the soles of the feet, and they have fallen on the street one after another. This huge group of sauropod dinosaurs, whose short forelimbs cannot support the body, only rely on a pair of sturdy hind limbs. Once they lose their center of gravity and fall over, their own weight will become a huge burden that prevents them from standing up again, not to mention all over the place. Greasy grease. The frost giant on the back of the dragon is also huge, heavy, and not flexible enough. He fell into the trap created by greasy technique and cursed despicable humans while breaking his hands, supporting the slippery ground with his hands and trying hard to climb. Stand up. As the frost giants and dinosaurs struggled on the ground, a cold voice came from the empty street. Tinned. An elven incantation symbolizing flash and thunder echoed in the frost giant's ears. Then, a bluish disc-shaped electric light in silver erupted among them, sending out countless bright arcs, which would instantly dim the streets so brightly lit. The dinosaurs and frost giants wrestling in the large sludge were all affected by the sudden lightning nova, and whined at the electric shock moment. They first felt like a whipping pain, and the muscles subjected to the electric shock twitched and became numb. Joan stepped on the Iron Virgin, slowly disappearing invisible, and emerged from the sky. The icy gaze overlooks the street of the group of Winter Castle knights with electric hairs. The young mage once again sings the same spell, with the mythical road ability energy replacement, and converts the ice attribute Frost Nova into electricity. The attribute of Lightning Nova blasted to the streets. The shining electric current between blue and white illuminates the dawn sky again. The screams of dinosaurs and frost giants one after another, intertwined into a sad music. Joan chooses to cast the Lightning Nova that transforms the energy attribute instead of the original Frost Nova or Fireball with a longer range. Of course, considering that the frost giant is naturally immune to cold damage, the Winter Fortnite wears a magical amulet in addition. It has the effect of resisting fire damage. In contrast, the killing caused by electrical magic is more stable. The 2 Lightning Nova blasted down a total of 16 energy levels of destructive power. Ordinary monsters have been bombarded into coke, and even the cold raptor dragon was unconscious by electricity. However, the near-perverted Winter Castle knights could still keep awake, cursing and trying to throw stones at Joan, but unfortunately the numb arms were not listened to by the electricity, and the stones were weak when they were thrown out. Iron Virgin fell down. Joan pushed away the triangular plate on the front of the Iron Virgin, and changed from beam form to huge bee form, flying straight to the right arm of the knight with a bandage on his right arm, raising the tail needle like a long sword. Towards he stabbed his face. The captain of the Cavaliers was horrified, and he screamed and waved his left arm, trying to push away the bee that buzzed and swooped down. Joan shakes the membrane wings, as if dancing lightly in the air, drawing an S-track, flashing the giant palm of the frost giant, throwing him on the occasion. The thick and sharp tail needle pierces his throat deeply. Inject a large amount of venom. The captain of the Cavaliers moaned desperately, his eyes straight to the sky. His pupils expanded rapidly, his muscles slackened, the sound of urinary incontinence came from his crotch, his breathing and heartbeat gradually weakened, and he quickly slipped into the abyss of death. Joan also wanted to continue stabbing other electric-paralyzed Winterhold knights, but the rapid footsteps behind him made him realize that more enemies were coming here. Joan decisively changed back to the shape of a bee, returned to the Iron Virgin, whistled and drove the crystal steel tower to the end of the street. Responding to his call, the sand on both sides of the street was flying, and at least 10 blood mosquitoes broke out of the ground. The small hydraulic feet were not hindered by the greasy technique. They quickly surrounded them, opened their gear-shaped jaws, and fell into a frantic bite. Frost giants and raptor dragons. Nasty big bug. Go away, damn it. Anyone can do it. Come and help me get rid of these monsters. No. Don't come over. Wow. The miserable cry from the wind showed that there were 4 more people in the account, and Joan raised the corner of his lips with satisfaction. Controlling the Iron Virgin flying at low altitude, Joan just emerged from the alley and ran into a tall knight riding a dinosaur with a huge warhammer in his hand. The two sides met in a narrow path, and looked at each for a moment, and were a little surprised. Joan reacted first, turned and drilled into the alley. You can't run. The Winterhold knight roared with his round arms, and threw the warhammer as a stone. The heavy iron hammer hovered at high speed in the air, instantly caught up with the Iron Virgin, knocked on the crystal steel plate, and flew away immediately. At the moment of being hit by the giant warhammer, the crystal steel plate Mars burst out, showing a large dent with 2 slaps together. Fortunately, the thickness of the steel plate is enough to cause no serious structural damage. For Joan in the hiding tower, it was not a big deal to be knocked down by the warhammer. Anyway, most of the impact force was buffered by the force field. What made him unbearable was the roaring gold and iron roaring for a long time. In a small enclosed space like Iron Virgin, the sound wave oscillated back and forth between the inner walls of the shield tower, forming a resonance, almost shattering Joan's eardrum. A strong dizziness hit, and the eyes were black. He covered his ears and instinctively flew in the alley until Lean hit the wall with the Iron Virgin. The melt into the stone blessed in advance to play a role in time. Joan and Iron Virgin did not enter the wall. The tightly surrounding rocks squeezed the crystal steel plate, forcing the steel plate to stop shaking, and the echo that tortured Joan's ear finally subsided. Rubbing his ears, Joan bit his face in contemplation. The defense of Iron Virgin is not enough. The swords and crossbows are not afraid, but they have little resistance to sonic attacks. He was just hit by the warhammer just now, and the roaring sound made him dizzy and tingling his eardrums. If he was hit with a crushing sound wave or roaring technique that specifically restrained the crystal device, I was afraid that he would not put the brain into the brain. Shocked into a pot of porridge! Joan scratched his head and felt that it was necessary to modify the Iron Virgin, first of all, to strengthen the shock resistance, and in addition to enhance the resistance to sonic attacks. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1169 Kill when it comes to soundproofing and shockproofing. Filming is a good and effective method with a long history. If you can find a flexible and transparent material, such as some kind of reinforced gum, evenly apply 2 thick films on the inner and outer surfaces of the Iron Virgin, it should be able to achieve the effect of sound insulation and shock resistance. Just as Joan rubbed his ears to think, the frost giant who had thrown him a flying hammer just now had chased him on a dinosaur. The Winter Horse Knight saw Joan driving the Iron Virgin into the alley, and at the end of the alley was a high stone wall, and there was no way to go. The Cold Raptor Dragon tried to drill into the alley, but the narrow alley could not accommodate its large body. The probe came in and looked around. Without finding the trace of Joan, he narrowed back to his neck. The Winter Castle Knight snorted, turned over and jumped off the dragon's back, picked up the warhammer, walked into the alley on foot. His wide shoulders almost filled the alley, and watched the surroundings vigilantly. At this moment, Joan suddenly came out of the stone wall at the end of the alley, and raised his finger to the Winterhold Knight, causing the 3-ring spit pit that was prepared when he was hiding in the wall. A deep hole in a black hole was suddenly opened by the frost giant's feet, like a devil's throat. The Winter Castle Knight was instinctively dodged to avoid being surprised, but as soon as the footsteps moved to the side, his shoulders hit the wall heavily. The narrow alley restricted his space for activities, dragging a cry of exclamation and falling into a deep pit under his feet. The pit created by Joan is 40 feet deep, and the bottom of the pit is covered with spikes. If ordinary prey falls into the pit, it is difficult to climb out even if it is not killed on the spot. However, the Knights of Winterhold are not only tall and strong, but also wearing sturdy armor, and Joan can't expect the barbs at the bottom of the pit to cause fatal damage to the frost giant. Riding the Iron Virgin to the top of the pit, Joan really heard the frost giant's curse at the bottom of the pit, and the movement of the metal armor rubbing against the pit wall. This guy seemed to be trying to climb up. To deal with the enemies in the pit, Joan always uses the combination of fuel and flame sphere to turn the pit into a fire pit and burn the opponent alive. But he wasn't sure how high the fire resistance was for the amulet worn by the Knights of Winterhold. If the resistance is too high, the set of spell chains he is used to will not work. Suddenly, Joan thought of a 2-ring spell that he learned only a short time ago. This magic called Rolling Stone was passed from Captain Stone's conglomerate warhammer, and he can create a large stone ball out of thin air, rolling over and crushing enemies. Joan chanted spellcasting spells and threw a small stone into the pit. Under the effect of magic power, only small stones with large fingernails quickly expanded into huge stones with a diameter of 10 feet, screaming and falling straight to the bottom of the pit, hitting the Winterhold Knight heavily. A scream came from the bottom of the pit and then fell into silence. Joan breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the prisoner trapped at the bottom of the pit had been killed by a 60-ton boulder ball. Moaning and cursing came suddenly at the bottom of the pit. Immediately afterwards, the huge stone ball that fell to the bottom of the pit, slightly trembling, even slowly rose up. The scene in front of him made Joan feel numb. First fell into a barbed pit, and then was crushed by the boulder head. The Winter Castle Knight is still not dead! Humans with weak constitutions are hard to imagine why there are such animals in the world who are so strong and so powerful that they can't be killed. Joan quickly used his brain to change his mind and soon came up with a new idea. He made a spellcasting gesture, first performed water making, created a huge ball of water out of thin air, poured into the pit, and then extracted a mythical power, replaced by 3-ring spell slots, used to cast liquid alchemy. All the clear water in the pit is converted into mushroom acid. The moment the transformation of liquid properties was completed, the screams of pain and horror immediately came from the bottom of the pit. The Winter Castle Knight trapped at the bottom of the pit was crushed by the stone ball, and there was nowhere to dodge. The strong physique and steel armor could not resist the strong acid erosion. In a blink of an eye, he was corroded into an inadequate form and stopped struggling. There was no more movement at the bottom of the pit, and a pungent, sour smell smelled out. Joan relieved himself secretly, driving the Iron Virgin out of the alley, and flew towards the zone where the fighting was most intense. In Elder Hunt's yard, a Knight of Winterhold was holding a shield in his left hand, wielding a war hammer in his right hand, and was fighting two blood mosquitoes. Behind him, two broken blood moss insects. The body is still twitching slightly. Disgusting worm, die. Frost Giant slammed his war hammer, breaking a blood moss and breaking it. Finally, the blood moss seemed to be deterred by his ferocious momentum, and hurried back into the hole, daring not to show his head again. Pooh! The Winterhold Knight sighed contemptuously, carrying the war hammer deep into the courtyard. There are bugs everywhere in this ghost place, but there is not even a figure. It is really strange. The Knight of Winterhold muttered to himself. Doubts appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at a figure, passing by in front of the door. Who's there? Frost Giant immediately became alert, carrying the war hammer and the large shield, and quickly ran after him. Stepping out of the courtyard door, I saw a figure in the distance, like a dexterous bird, flying to the opposite wall. The whole person was like a ball of air, blending into the wall, disappearing from his eyes. The rugged face of the Knights of Winterhold was murderous, and strode to the fence, watching the wall with vigilance. At the same time, Joan, who is integrated into the wall, also heard the sound of the boots stepping on the ground from far to near, quickly made a cast gesture, and blessed 3 rings of flash on himself. Joan frequently used Melt into the Stone in actual combat these days, and discovered that there are some imperfections in this spell over time. For example, after being integrated into the rock, it cannot move freely in the rock layer, nor can it pass through the rock layer and detach from the other side. It can only be detached from the side that escapes into the rock. In addition, melting into the stone has a more fatal flaw. If the stone wall hidden by the caster is damaged, the caster will also be jointly injured and will be forced to leave the stone wall to expose the tracks. Since they can't move freely after melting into the stone, if the enemy sees the hiding place, they can only be passively beaten. Joan has tried to optimize the melt into the stone to eliminate these weaknesses. However, he soon discovered that, without increasing the number of spell rings, there is no room for optimization in the 3-ring spell of melting into the stone. If this idea didn't work, Joan would change the way and adopt the concept of spell chain to match the melt into the stone with a spell, and combine to eliminate the inherent weakness of melt into the stone. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1170 Through the Wall plus more. The one that Joan finally found the most suitable for matching with the melt into the stone is the 3-ring flash. Joan is blessed with both melt into the stone and blink, and is inside the stone wall, using the feature of blink to jump back and forth between the material world and the spirit world. You can go back and forth inside the stone wall and even on both sides of the stone wall. Shuttle to get more space for activities. Fusion into the stone plus flash can actually receive the effect similar to the 5-ring through the wall. The footsteps outside the wall seemed very cautious. Although Joanne couldn't see the scene outside, it was not difficult to guess that the Winter Castle Knight had doubts about the stone wall he was hiding in, and then he might violently destroy the wall. Before the Winter Knight Cavaliers launched the offensive, Joan shrank back and pressed his back against the stone wall. Under normal circumstances, melting into the stone can't make him penetrate the stone wall behind him. However, under the action of flash, his body quickly transforms into a spirit state without substance. Joan took advantage of this opportunity to squeeze backwards, forming a ghost spirit body, penetrating the stone wall without hindrance, detaching from the other side of the wall, flashing, and returning to the physical state. Joan looked up and noticed that there was a pile of graved earth and bags not far away, and there was a black lacquered hole in the middle. Immediately recognizing the cave excavated by the blood moss, he whistled. The whistle reverberated in the mist of the morning, and was instantly overshadowed by the heavy roar from behind. Joan looked back, and the thick stone wall showed large cobweb-like cracks, and the gravel fell. He stepped back 2 steps and took out a small glass bottle from the spellcasting material bag. A phosphor fire was sealed in the bottle, emitting a faint cold light. Vanima Joan chanted a spell representing charm and hypnosis, and at the same time threw out the vial in his hand. The glass bottle exploded into the sky, and the weak phosphorus fire transformed into a rainbow of colorful glowing runes under the magic blessing. Almost at the same time, the stone wall was shattered by the warhammer, and the giant knight in steel armor passed through the collapsed stone wall and rushed over. The sight touched the colorful magic patterns in the air, and the Knight of Winterhold suddenly looked dull, standing straight in the eyes. Joan has realized that those spells that directly cause damage, such as lightning nova, or spells that need to overcome human resistance to take effect, such as most of the toxin effects, are difficult to defeat the extremely strong frost giant. It is the magic of the confusion control system that affects the mind, and it is more useful for dealing with these big, simple minds. The hypnotic pattern verified Joan's judgment, and successfully attracted the attention of the Knights of Winterhold, standing the stunned. In response to the master's call, the 3 blood moss crawled out of the hole one after another, wriggling close to the frost giant. The Knight of Winterhold in front of the stone wall turned a blind eye to the crisis at his feet, still staring at the colorful patterns in the air fascinatingly. It wasn't until the 2 blood mosquitoes opened his mouth that bit his ankle at the same time and overturned him to the ground. The intense pain made the frost giant wake up. However, it was too late, and the 3rd blood mosquito swooped up, widening his throat, swallowing his head in one gulp, and the sharp double-row gear teeth rotating at a high speed, which cut off the frost giant's thick neck, and his head was also twisted half to smash. Joan jumped into the Iron Virgin, and finally looked at the headless body lying on the side of the wall, turned around and flew deep into the courtyard. Just before the ward where Clark once lived, the 2 Winterhold knights stood back to back, each holding a warhammer and a large shield, and were calmly coping with the siege of 7 blood mosquitoes. Right at their feet, a worm corpse had been squashed by combat boots. Joan's eyes fell through the crystal steel plate and fell on the 2 Winterhold knights. Touched the storage bag, took out the spirit net, waved it out, and whispered the start mantra. Ungu. The gold and silver intertwined threads unfolded into a large net in the air, covering 2 unexpected frost giants. The 2 dropped their weapons in a cry of exclamation and tore through the net with their bare hands, trying to get rid of the shackles. The sharp wind-breaking sound roared. Joan drove the Iron Virgin straight to the prey that fell into the snare. The crystal steel tower, weighing 1 ton, after being fully accelerated, hit like a heavy artillery shell and hit the back of a frost giant sturdily. Flesh and blood flew on the spot, and the spine was broken. Another frost giant was also knocked down, his face splashed with blood. With a panic on his face, he hurriedly pushed away the body of his companion. Under the entanglement of the thick silk thread, he finally struggled to stand up, and the roaring wind and roar of the soul-stirring poured into his ears again. Under the hood of the spirit net, Frost Giant took great difficulty in taking every step. He had no time to glance back, and the Iron Virgin, who was hit by the subsonic speed, flew. The chest was collapsed by the hard spire, the heart was pierced by the broken ribs, and the face was frightened and solidified on the face. Iron Virgin slowly slowed down, hovering in the air. Joan pushed away the triangle board in front of him, beckoned to take back the net, and whistle again, urging the group of blood mosquitoes that are eating the giant frost giant's body to stop eating and hurry to deal with other enemies. Closing the crystal steel tower, Joan was about to fly to the next battlefield, and suddenly felt a tremor in the storage bag, as if there were any living things about to wake up. Of course, the storage bag cannot be used to store living objects. Joan reached out and touched it dumbly, and took out a slightly vibrating silver collar. The 4 horizontal bars engraved on the inner side of the collar were originally grayish in color, but at the moment there was a horizontal bar that became extremely bright and glowed with golden light in the morning light. Even the magic net around Joan was pulled by this golden bar and twisted into a neat and orderly spell configuration. Joan now has no time to carefully identify the magic effect attached to the collar, but recalling what Clark said to himself last night, it is not difficult to guess the cause of the change in this artifact collar. Christchurch's essence collar needs to be coordinated in order to gradually liberate the magic power, and the first 3 stages of coordinating can be completed by hunting giants or witches. Joan doesn't know how many giants can be killed to meet the conditions of homology. But for today only, he only killed 4 frost giants, which should not meet the standards of the first phase of homology. But if you count the frost giants killed by the blood moss bugs, that number will be much larger. I am afraid there are more than 10. Blood moss is a servant created by Joan, similar to magic pet or animal companion. From this perspective, the frost giant killed by the blood moss can barely be counted as his master. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1171 First Order Homology. Various anomalous signs indicate that the essence collar has completed the first phase of coordination. According to this, Joan guessed that the coherence meter of this artifact mostly adopted the Lattilusa algorithm. If this is the case, the conditions for the homology of the soul collar are less harsh. At least it is easier to achieve than the myth trial required by Tears of God. Suddenly, there was a crisp and fine sound of groove, which caused Joan to be alert. When he realized that this was the movement of the moisture in the air quickly condensing into ice crystals when cold, the cold wind had swept from behind and had no time to dodge. Joan, together with the Iron Virgin, flew out in a cone-shaped cold current mixed with numerous ice crystals, like a leaf swaying in the wind in a blizzard. Joan barely propped up 2 pairs of membrane wings to maintain balance in this terrifying magical cold current, and his heart also stirred up waves. Without looking back, Joan also guessed that this unusually violent cold flowed out of the hands of the ice barrier colossus, and it is likely to be the ice cone that has been enhanced by the magic expansion super magic, and the attack range has been expanded by 8 times. This cold wave came too suddenly, and Joan didn't even have time to sense the distortion of the magic net, and he was already bombarded by the ice cone. It's not difficult to guess that the ice barrier colossus used its uniqueness when casting spells. Myth instant ability. None of this is worthy of fuss. After all, Joan had long expected the strength of the ice barrier colossus, and he blessed cold enchantment on himself in advance, and he also put on the snow monster cape specifically to prevent ice. The giant colossus has an ice spell with a long range. What really surprised him was the moment when he was hit by the ice cone. Cold enchantment did not exert the defensive effect he expected. To be precise, it was not yet his turn to play a role. The destructive power of the ice cone is completely offset. The first to resist a small part of the cold damage was the snow monster cloak. After that, the essence collar of the first phase of the homology was just completed, grabbing the front of the anti-cold enchantment and absorbing all the remaining ice cone coldness. The two add up to just digest the 15 levels of cold damage, which is the full magic power of the ice cone, for the snow monster cloak that he sewed by his own hands. Of course, Joan knows that he can only offset the cold damage of 5 energy levels at most, so it is not difficult to reverse the introduction of essence collar to cancel the cold magic of at least 10 energy levels. That is to say, after completing the first phase of coordinating, you don't need to wear a collar. Can you automatically activate the function of resisting cold damage? Joan looked at the silver collar in his hand, secretly feeling that the artifact was the artifact, and it was extraordinary. After the cold wave swept through, Joan looked back. The 3 blood mosquitoes in the courtyard had been frozen, and the mythical colossus squirting with cold air was approaching in the direction of his own. It seemed that he had clearly targeted the attack on him. body. Although Joan has a soul collar in his hands, he is basically not afraid of the magic attack of the Ice Barrier Colossus. But the colossal attack method is not only ice magic. The colossal ice colossus has a power attribute of up to 50. A palm weighs 100 tons. If you get a slap, I am afraid that even the Iron Virgin will have to be smashed on the spot. Joan was more worried about the essence collar in his hand. After completing the first phase of coordinating, it exuded a unique magic wave. In case the Ice Barrier Colossus senses this magical fluctuation, and recognizes that it originated from the essence collar, rushes to open the selective mythical anti-magic field, and then it is too late to try to pull off the legs. With such a thought, Joan ran into a strong sense of crisis, and he could not delay the time anymore. He drove the Iron Virgin to fly at full speed, escaped the attack range of the Ice Barrier Colossus, and then went round to the northwest corner of the town and drilled into a barn. Joan tied the barn door with his backhand, and quickly walked through the barn hall with the smell of corn, and came to a wall. Recalling the Elder Hunt's instructions, casting 2 rings of percussion on the corner. Endo. The sound of the spell echoed in the empty barn, and the stone slabs in the corners opened up on their own, revealing a rocky stairway leading deep into the ground. Joan burrowed into the head, turned around and chanted the mantra again, closed the secret passage entrance, and a little worried, he took out the plastic stone wand, exhausted all the energy of the wand, and completely sealed the corridor near the entrance, to become a solid rock formation. In this way, even if the gangsters of Winter Castle found the entrance of the secret passage, they wouldn't want to enter the secret passage before digging a rock layer more than 10 feet thick. Joan became a spider-like form more suitable for rapid passage in the tunnel, took 8 long legs, and ran against the rough and slippery rock wall. It took less than half an hour to pass through the 10-mile-long the underground tunnel was drilled out of the grass on the banks of the Honey Wine. Joan changed back to human form, closed the tunnel exit, then changed to eagle form, and spread his wings. At this time, the sky was already bright. The time was about 9 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was so clear in summer. Joan soared at 1,000 feet, and with a pair of sharp eagle eyes, he quickly found a team to escape. Looking from the air, the evacuation team composed of men, women and children of the Azat tribe, either riding, or riding in a car, like a long black dragon, wriggled along the river bank towards the southwest. Not far in front of them, the towering line of Yuanbao stood at the watershed of this big river. Farther away, the foothills of Fania, 100 miles away, is the town of Shizu, the destination of the refugees. Joan was flying low along the river channel, chasing the stone company that escorted the refugees from Elk Town. At this moment, he suddenly felt an unusually cold air current. Qiaoan's head was slightly cold, and he quickly looked up in the direction where the cold air flow blew. Under the blue sky, a group of white figures swept quickly over 1,000 feet above him, like a cloud moving at high speed. However, after careful observation, Joan recognized that the group of flying white figures in the high altitude was awesomely the White Prince Vinia, and the 10 powerful white dragons following him. Many dragons flying in clusters, and the horror sent out if there is substance, makes Joan instinctively have the idea of turning his head to escape immediately. From a rational point of view, choosing to escape at this time is an irreproachable decision. After all, he cannot fight the 10 powerful white dragons alone, let alone a quasi legendary white prince. Trying to stop the dragons from chasing down the refugees is pure suicide. However, after a short and intense inner struggle, Joan still couldn't bear to abandon the refugees and friends, so he fled without a word, and he couldn't forgive himself for the rest of his life. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1172 Intercept. Wiping away the cold sweat, Joan cast 2 spells in a race against time. The first of course is to shoot a heroic spirit on himself to dispel the fear caused by Long Y. After this, the tense emotions calmed down slightly, and the urge to escape was less intense. It can be seen that the reason why the will be shaken and the idea of abandoning the companion to escape alone is not just attributed to the cowardly and selfish character weakness, but also mainly affected by the supernatural dragon power emitted by the evil dragons. Realizing this, Joan felt relieved. Next, Joan played SMS to warn Uncle Logan. Within 2 minutes, Joan noticed that the refugee team stopped, people dismounted, and surrounded women and children in the center of the convoy. Adult men lit up their crossbows and looked up to the sky with vigilance. The reconnaissance company who volunteered to the refugees also launched a defensive formation on the spot under the command of Captain Stone. The rifles in the hands of the company's officers and soldiers all pointed at the direction of the dragons flying. Joan saw that Uncle Logan and Captain Stone were properly managed. The refugee team showed no signs of panic and out of control, and the tension was relaxed. He took out the Iron Maiden and switched to shield tower mode. 4 thick crystal steel plates gathered together and wrapped him tightly in the tower. In this small space, Joan found a trace of security, quickly flapped his wings, and chased the large group of evil dragons that had already surpassed the past from his own head. While chasing the dragons, Joan naturally thought of another thing. Just 3 hours ago, Vinia and the White Dragon Guard were still pursuing Clark, and now they flew back to track the Azar refugees who fled Elktown through Middow. Then the question is coming, Vinia, they didn't capture Clark? Joan tends to think that Clark has successfully escaped, otherwise Vinia should be busy interrogating Clark, forcing him to account for the whereabouts of the Koschiki spiritual collar, where there is still time to hunt down the refugees. Take a step back and say, even if Clark was fooled by magic, truthfully confess the whereabouts of the collar. Vinia and his party should also target his Joan Vito as the priority of arrest, rather than wasting time to pursue the refugees in Elktown. Of course, Joanne also knew that his speculation was too wishful thinking, and this may not necessarily be the case. Just as he was distracted, a blurry figure suddenly appeared on the horizon in front of him, as if he were a team of knights, galloping towards the river beach where the refugees gathered. Too far away, Joan couldn't clearly see the dress of the team of knights, and now he has no time to consider the origin of these passers-by, chasing the dragons every minute. The distance between Joan and the dragons is gradually shortening, but the evil dragons have arrived over the refugees. The 2 strong white dragons rushing to the fore seemed to have been ordered by Vinia, and magic Laura flashed on them one after another, and then they swooped down in pairs, breathing out the dragon's breath with their mouths open, and the icy cold current swept over the crowded river beach. In the white cold air, arrows and bullets screamed from the air. Azar hunters and reconnaissance company officers and soldiers were returning to the sky. Unfortunately, the humid air near the river beach was frozen by the dragon's breath, forming a thick frost and fog, which blocked the ground shooter's vision. Only a few arrows and bullets hit the white dragon that dived down at high speed. The 2 powerful white dragons also blessed the shield before launching the dive attack to further enhance their defense. Occasionally, arrows and bullets hit them, and the dragon scales under the protection of magic bounced off, causing at most slight scratches. A strong wind blew from the ground, blowing away the cold mist that enveloped the river beach, followed by 2 large fireballs rising into the sky almost at the same time, blasting into the air dragon. Joan didn't have to look carefully, and guessed that the fireball that fired at the dragon was Hyla and Slud. As for the strong wind that had blown away the fog, most of them were shown by Audrey and Holden's brothers. Psionic power manipulates airflow. The 2 powerful white dragons in the air avoided a fireball with a series of skillful rolls, but were still swept by the heat wave from the explosion moment, and half of the body was blackened. The 2 dragons snarled angrily one after another, trying to land and seek revenge on the ladies who released fireball. However, a loud roar from Vinia stopped their impulsive impulses, and the 2 evil dragons had to restrain their anger, spread their wings and climbed into the sky, and returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Guard. On the beach, more than a dozen refugees froze by the dragon's breath. When Joan landed, Audrey and Holden were casting spells to treat the wounded, but some of the weaker attackers had stopped breathing. "Hey, Joan!" Kang saw Joan's transformed hawk landing, and immediately greeted him with joy, and ran to hug him hard. "Great. You finally came back safely." "I don't see any good in this." Slud came over and asked Joan angrily, "Did you not see the dragons in the air?" "Yes." Joan told the truth. "Then what do you do when you come back, and think long life?" Slud hated the indecision of Joan. "You are such a fool." Joan wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start. Kang quickly pulled Joan aside and smiled to excuse her sister. "Sluda didn't want you to be involved in danger, but she was so bad-tempered and obviously kind-hearted. But what she said was hard to hear. Beat her. Forget it. We are all manly husbands. We don't know anything like little girls." Of course Joan knows that Sluda is kind, but her hot temper should be changed. Otherwise, even if it is out of good intentions, it may not necessarily win the favor of others. Now is not the time for a quarrel. Joan looked up into the air, thinking about how to get rid of the threat of the dragons. After a little observation, he found a strange thing. Vinier and his white dragon did not rush to attack the refugees on the ground. Instead, they swarmed over the river and looked towards the southeast. Kiaun followed the eyes of the dragons and saw the dust on the field. The sound of horseshoes was like a swift wind and rain, quickly moving from far to near. It was the team of people he hadn't cared about before that even drove towards the area where the dragons gathered here. "Who is that person?" Seeing a large group of evil dragons, still rushing here, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Kang murmured to himself. "Coming from Lin Yunbao." Joan narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing softly, "It looks like our reinforcements." "What are you kidding? The colonial corps of Lin Yunbao will come to rescue us from the Azat tribe?" Kang shook his head and sneered. "As long as execution level or Lin Yunbao's garrison commander, this kind of thing can only be a dream." "What happened here?" "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1173. Shock. In the face of Kang's suspicions, Joanne did not justify and was unnecessary. The galloping knights all wore blue Empire uniforms and behind them had magic crystal shotguns with a total of no fewer than 300 people. They were the Blue Troop Cavalry of the Medagod Colonial Corps, headed by two knights. One of them was Joan's old acquaintance, Henry James, the commander of the Blue Lancers and the commander of the Major. Next to Major James, the British soldier with a black armor, a diagonal red tomahawk, and a black horse riding was the Baron Benedict Laval, commander of the Lin Yunbao garrison. Colonists respected him as barbarous conquest. The Aboriginal people resentfully called him the Executioner and regarded him as the incarnation of the devil in the world. "The gods are on, this must be an illusion. How can the hangman Laval appear in such a place?" Kang's eyes widened in surprise, unable to close his mouth. "Don't be too happy." Slud came to Joan, staring coldly at the cavalry squad across the Mage River. "Laval may not have come to rescue us. With his usual style, he is more likely to unite with the white dragons to slaughter us." After hearing her say this, Kiaun also murmured in her heart, and wondered about the intention of your commander. Baron Ravel was also unsure of his intentions, and the white dragons in the air. Vinier whispered a few words, and a white dragon beside him left the queue, converged his wings and landed across the riverbank, striding towards the cavalry queue. "Humble colonizer, this is not the place you should come from. Don't want to die and roll back to Lin Yunbao." The white dragon roared violently, interrupted by the collision of metal chains. Baron Laval took his backhand and took off the legendary battle axe named the King of Flames, and suddenly threw it at the opposite arrogant and incomparable white dragon. The fiery red tomahawk circling in the air, like a blazing big fireball, dragging a chain to the white dragon. White dragon was taken aback, and was forced to swallow his back in the second half of the speech, and hurriedly sideways to avoid the axe attack. Baron Laval was expressionless. His wrists flicked gently. The chains were rattling. The tomahawks spinning in the air were pulled by the chains, and volleyed at a weird angle, passing over the neck of the white dragon. The tomahawk dragged the chain and wrapped it around the neck of the dragon 3 times, entangled it tightly. Sir Level pulled the chain with one hand, and he could not see how hard it was. He dragged the struggling dragon and left a deep mark on the grass. Damn mankind! How dare you! Bailong was dragged by the chain to the Jazz's horse, still struggling and cursing angrily. Sir Level's unusually powerful black horse, whose eyes were like coals, looked coldly at the white dragon, suddenly raised his front hooves, and stepped heavily on the white dragon head. Boom! Bailong seemed to be hit by a severe hammer, a huge head buried deep in the ground, his mouth forced to close, sobbing and moaning in pain, but he couldn't even pronounce a complete syllable. Sir Level gripped the chain with his right hand, slowly raised his right arm wearing black iron gloves, and hooked his index finger to Vinia in the air. The intention was self-evident. The White Prince of Dongbao and the commander of Line Yunbao, one in the air and one on the ground, looked at each other and silently faced off. Joan felt the dull air seemed to be freezing. In this brief minute, everyone including him held his breath and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Eventually, Vinia gave up the confrontation first, landed and turned into a humanoid form, walked to Sir Level's front, stroked his chest with his right hand, and bowed to salute. Sir Level returned him a military salute on his horseback, then turned over and dismounted, shaking his arm, untied the chain around the neck of the white dragon, and withdrew the battle axe. The white dragon got rid of his shackles and was full of shame, and was about to burst into the barren level. Vinia turned and glared at it, his cold eyes scared the evil dragon into a chill, and his head shrank back. Sir Level and Vinia whispered by the river. Too far away, Qiaoan couldn't clearly understand what they were talking about, and it was not good to eavesdrop on the law. After a brief exchange, Vinia nodded reluctantly, turned back to the dragon and took off, led the white dragon guard to leave the river beach, and disappeared at the end of the sky in a short time. Baron Level turned his horse and shook the reins, and the black horse of the fearless dragon crouched toward the opposite bank of the river in broken steps. The war horse waded in the water, and the horseshoe even floated on the wide and turbulent river surface, as if crossing the solid ice surface, calmly crossing the river. Captain Stone gave an eye to Logan and Elder Hunt, and the 3 of them left the refugee team and greeted Baron Level. Joan, we are past 2. Harkang will not miss this good opportunity to join in the bustling, dragging Qiao Anxing to the shore. Brothers Sluder, Haila and Zion also followed this scene. Lord Baron, I didn't expect you to save us. Elder Hunter had a complex expression. In any case, my family and I will never forget your kindness. Bar Level shook his head and interrupted Elder Hunt to thank him. I am here to have nothing to do with your Rasa people, nor do you need to be grateful. Elder Hunter was stunned, not knowing how to respond for a while. Baron Level's indifferent gaze turned away from his face and turned to Captain Stone, his eyes showing anger. Wallstone, you let me down. Lord, I'm sorry, I didn't fully execute your order. Captain Stone rubbed his hands behind his neck and smirked in excuses. But this can't blame us all. It's the group of Indongbao. The reconnaissance company was only forced to fight back. Okay, I'm too lazy to listen to you talking about these gibberishes. This is the last warning to you. If you dare to make your own claims in the future, take off your military uniform and go back to your hometown to plant your cornfield. Captain Stone narrowed his neck, so scared to speak. Baron Level looked at Joan, Haila, Audrey, and Holden. Although he was still indifferent, there was a little warmth in his eyes. As for the 4 of you guys, I had great expectations of you, but unfortunately you are still too young, and it was broken by Wallstone, who was afraid that the world would not be messed up. These days, I have no worries. It wasn't bad before you were involved in this farce in Elktown. I can barely give you 10 points for this internship. Don't think about it anymore. After being reprimanded by Baron Level, Joan secretly relieved himself, and both Haila and Zion's brothers also showed relief. The 4 of their interns, since following Captain Stone into Elktown, have done everything since then against Sir Level's intentions, saying that it is lightly called doing no business and that the serious point is defying the military order. They were all prepared to be disqualified from the internship. They did not expect Baron Level to be cold-hearted. Instead of complaining to the school about their inferior behavior, they also gave them an excellent internship score. These from birth to death. There is no such thing as a busy life. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1174 Construct Crippling. Although Barbara Level did not have the slightest affection for the Azza people in Elk Town, his intervention objectively saved the group of refugees, allowing them to escape from the winter castle and finally reach Shizu Town. 2 days later, on July 17th, Joan ended his internship in Lineyunbao and returned to the university campus. On the afternoon of returning to school, Joan received 2 newly published sample periodicals. The first journal was out for review. The paper on crystal steel he completed in collaboration with Angle and Ryan was published in this journal and received 30 academic points. Although Joanne is only the second author of the paper, Angel and Lane are very generous in expressing the results equally, and the 3 of them each get 10 academic points. In addition, Kian also received the sample magazine from the Journal of Austrian Law. Just 2 days ago, the paper Joan independently completed, Spores in the Darkness, was published in the latest issue of Journal of Austrian Law, which won unanimous praise from editors and reviewers, winning him the 45 academic points. Also add a considerable weight to the competition Academic Rising Star Award. In just 1 month, Joan has published 2 papers in succession, plus 2 previously published papers, and now he has 4 core journal papers in his hand. It's just that the 2 articles published in the Austrian Law Review have already envied the seniors who are worrying about their graduation thesis. As for the other 2 articles with higher gold content, he won the reputation of a prodigy and thesis machine, and became a well-known genius figure of Meadged University. Joan doesn't like the title of prodigy very much. After all, he is already 15 years old, and his age is still called prodigy. He didn't have any opinion on the title of thesis machine. The fact is that, as people say, writing a thesis is a pleasure for him. But honestly, Joanne doesn't think he is as high as people say. Writing papers is not purely to satisfy personal interests or to contribute to scientific research. Another important factor is academic points. Academic points can be used as money on university campuses, which is a real reward. Take the 2 papers published this month, for a total of 55 academic points for Joan. The purchasing power is equivalent to 5,500 gold dugger. A young man earns a huge bonus based on his own ability. No matter in which industry, he is regarded as young and promising. In the field of scientific research, perhaps because the books in this circle are too angry and generally pretentious, people often only emphasize academic achievements, are ashamed to talk about money gains. Joan is also embarrassed to show off how much bonus he has earned by writing a paper, but this does not prevent him from counting money and stealing music in private. His ideal way of life is to be able to use the bonus earned by publishing his own paper, which is enough to cover tuition and living expenses plus the cost of scientific research. In this way, a virtuous circle can be formed and there is no need to worry about livelihood. Joan published a total of 4 papers this semester, plus the 3,000 gold Duga bonus earned by winning the Franklin Award, with a total income of 15,500 gold Duga. If the money is only used for tuition and daily consumption, it is more than enough. But compared with the high cost of scientific research, it still seems to be stretched. Many of the topics that Joan is interested in suffer from too much capital investment, and can only be put on hold for a while. First, some small ideas that don't cost much money, and slowly accumulate capital and experience. Although there is still some distance from the ideal state, fortunately, the current momentum is good. And Joan has reason to believe that his situation will get better and better. At Moriarty's laboratory, Joan briefly reported his internship experience over the past half-month. Among them, the link related to Christchurch Soul Collar, because Clark repeatedly told him not to disclose it to outsiders. Joan skipped it. When it comes to the fierce conflict with Winter Castle, Joan is most impressed by the Ice Barrier Colossus, and I still feel terrified in retrospect. Teacher, most of the higher-level constructs such as Golem and Colossus have magic immunity, which is too difficult to deal with. Are there any good ways to deal with them? Joan couldn't help but complain. This time in Elk Town, he had no way to deal with the Ice Barrier Colossus, and he almost left a psychological shadow. Golems and Colossus, it is really annoying. Professor Moriarty took a sip of his coffee and smiled to his students. The Golem is only extremely resistant, but the Colossus has its own anti-magic field. It is relatively easy to deal with Golems. Spells such as Strong Acid Arrow and Rusty Claw that disregard magic resistance are still effective on Golems. In addition, there are some spells that are specifically used to restrain constructs. The professor put down the coffee cup, walked to the front of the bookshelf, released the secret lock, pulled out 2 scrolls on the second floor of the bookshelf, and turned to Joan. Joan took the scroll and opened it with curiosity. The 3 scroll spells recorded in the 2 scrolls are air spells not yet included in the university library. The first scroll recorded the constructive crippling technique belonging to the Change School, which is as effective as its name, and is specifically used to deal with constructs. To cast this spell, you need to touch the hostile structure with your own hands, and inject a magic pulse into the structure through the fingertips, which will cause strong interference to the transmission system and temporarily stop the operation, which is like a disability. The biggest advantage of constructor destruction is that it can penetrate magic resistance, so it is still effective for higher constructs such as Golem that are usually immune to magic attacks. There are 2 points to be aware of when performing the constructive disability. Professor Moriarty instructs Joan. First of all, the paralysis effect caused by the constructor disability has a time limit, usually only lasting a minute or 2, after which the construct will automatically eliminate interference and resume operation. If you cannot completely destroy it in a short time, hostile constructs are better off using this precious time to escape. Secondly, the disturbing pulses output by the constructor cripple are similar to mental attacks on creatures. Just as creatures can resist mental attacks with a strong will, some intelligent higher constructs can also rely on their own willpower. Resist this spell and avoid paralysis. Joan nodded and took note of the tutor's instructions, and unfolded the second scroll. This scroll records the 3rd ring necromantic arcane Sand of Time, which also requires contact with the target to be cast, but the affected group is wider, with entities such as living creatures, constructs, and even skeletons and zombies. Undead can produce different effects. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1175 Sand of Time. Using a pinch of fine sand as the casting material. After successfully casting Sand of Time, a negative energy can be injected into the subject's body. If the subject is a living creature, the body will quickly age under negative energy erosion. The specific age of age is proportional to the caster level. Counting the increase in mythical mana, Joan is equivalent to an 8th level arcane spellcaster. The Sand of Time released from his hands can make a creature age 40 years. The aging effect caused by Sand of Time is equivalent to a temporary curse, which will be automatically eliminated after a few hours, but during aging, the subject seems to be really 40 years old and physical. The function has declined in all directions and has become particularly weak. If the subject is a natural short-lived species, such as most wild animals in nature, the average lifespan is usually less than 40 years old. Then the Sand of Time is equivalent to the immortal magic for them. He died directly from aging, and he could not stick to the moment when the spell failed and regained his youth. In the world of Villice today, The average life expectancy of humans is about 50 years old. The average life expectancy of extraordinary professionals is longer than that of ordinary people, but it is rare for people over 100 years old. Casting sand of time on a strong young fighter turned it into an old man in his 60s and with white hair. Even if he didn't die on the spot, he could greatly weaken the fighting power of the other party. It is conceivable that the curse of sand of time on the eternal race is not so good. For example, casting this spell on elves, dwarves, and dragons, you can hardly see any changes after the opponent's move. After all, 40 years is like 4 years for humans. If the sand of time is applied to objects, constructs, or physical undead creatures, because such targets do not have lifetime restrictions, the effect will no longer be age-related aging, but a more realistic instrument. Sexual aging. For example, the release of sand of time on a stone statue will show obvious weathering and erosion characteristics, as if it has been subjected to 40 years of wind and rain in the natural environment. In the same way, if the sand of time is cast on a stone golem or a zombie, it will also be damaged due to the aging of stone and bones, becoming decayed, fragile. In this case, the damage caused by sand of time is proportional to the caster level. With a maximum of 10 energy levels, Joan is equivalent to an 8th level caster. The sand of time cast by his hand can cause up to 8 levels of aging damage. In addition to undead creatures with corpses such as zombies and skeletons, there are also undead creatures such as ghosts. Since there is no real body, of course, they will not age and decay, so sand of time will not die to the incorporeal creature is invalid. Constructive crippling technique and sand of time can both penetrate magic resistance and can be used to deal with golems, but these two spells also have a common shortcoming, that is, they must contact the target to take effect, which of course will brings greater risks. Professor Moriarty smiled at Joan, and then said, "Fortunately, this is not a shortcoming for you. Anyway, you can use the ghost hand or mage ghost palm conducting such contact spells. There is no need to risk approaching golems in order to cast spells." Teacher, do the constructive crippling technique and sand of time also work for legendary constructs like Colossus? Joan asked Professor Moriarty for advice. If the Colossus does not open the anti-magic field, these two spells are of course effective, but they will also be blocked in the anti-magic field. The professor told the truth. Joan was not surprised by this result, bowing his head and pondering. Professor Moriarty saw his thoughts and asked with a smile, "Are you thinking, is there any way to crack the anti-magic field?" Joan nodded frankly, expecting the tutor to give instructions. Anti-magic field is really annoying. There are ways to crack it, some of you also know, such as the 9th ring of mage cracking technique. If you are lucky, even the artifact can be smashed with one blow. Of course, it can also be used to eliminate anti-magic field. There is also a 9-ring spell that is more popular than Mage Cleave, called Calling Mana. This magical spell can be separated from the magic net, allowing you to be in the dead magic zone, Devil's World and reverse cast a spell no higher than 4 rings in the magic field. It's really amazing, but the 9th level spell is too far away for me. Joan couldn't help smiling. If he really had the ability to cast 9th level spells, why bother with the anti-magic field? Well, if you think it is not reliable to use the 9th level spell to fight the anti-magic field, consider those abilities that can be performed without relying on the magic net, such as the Monk's True Chi and the Soul Warlock's powers can function normally in the anti-magic field. Joan shrugged, not knowing what to say about the new advice given by the tutor. As a mage, it is impossible to transfer to a monk to practice True Chi. As for psychic abilities, it is even out of reach. I don't know where to go if I want to learn. Professor Moriarty also seemed to find that the first 2 suggestions he gave were not very practical. He felt his chin for a moment and suddenly smiled strangely. Teacher, what good idea do you have in mind? Joan asked curiously. Joan, let's return to the original question. If you want to deal with Colossus, You don't have to be entangled in how to crack the anti-magic field. You can completely devastate the Colossus outside the radiation range of the anti-magic field blow. But mentor, what is the way to deal a fatal blow to the giant Colossus at such a long distance? Joan asked eagerly. Due to the existence of the anti-magic field, lethal spells do not need to be considered. But Joan, you know, in this era, the most lethal weapons on the battlefield are not spells, but cannons and bombs. Cannons and bombs, Joan muttered to himself, recalling naturally what Captain Stone had said to him. The reason why human colonists can gain a foothold in the New World, even the frost giants with mythological colossus dare not easily harass the cities and fortresses established by the colonists, relying not on powerful spells, but on magic crystal cannons. Joan, if you want to destroy a legendary colossus, the easiest and most feasible way is to get a magic train gun, fire a 1,000-pound artillery shell 10 miles away, and continue bombing the colossus until it will be completely destroyed, or drive a magic airship full of aviation bombs, throw a bomb at the colossus from high altitude. The colossus will not fly anyway, and sooner or later it will be blown into a pile of rubble. Professor Moriarty was serious. Say, like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1176 Underground Trust. Joan looked at Professor Moriarty in doubt, a little wondering if the tutor's last suggestion was serious, or he was joking with himself. If it's serious. Joan couldn't help but associate. If I had a train gun, or an airship. Although Joan can't actually build a train gun or even a magic airship, it doesn't prevent him from envisioning that he will make a lot of money in the future, and he can afford to buy cannons and even airships, and use it as an enchanting embryo to create cannons, glamour activated airship or something, used to deal with ice barrier colossus. Seems to be really feasible. The idea of flying the sky is exciting, but no one can live in imagination forever. In the end, we still have to return to real life and work hard step by step until one day in the future, turning seemingly unrealistic fantasy into reality. Both the 9th level spell and the cannon airship are too far away for Joan's current level. In contrast, the 2 spell scrolls that Professor Moriarty gave him are more realistic. Joan quit his tutor, went back to his apartment, and began to transcribe and study the destructive technique of constructed body and the sand of time. In the following days, Joan's life returned to the 4-point line of school, laboratory, library and apartment, until the morning of July 21st. He consulted the literature in the library when I received a special letter. The peaceful life rippled again. The sender is Joan's old friend Klein Stove. The leader of the dwarf prospecting team seemed a little anxious, and he couldn't even ignore the polite words. Brother Joan, can you pull out some sky? Brother is in trouble and you have to help me. Joan had a good impression of the dwarf brother. 3 months ago, he worked with the exploration team led by Klein to explore the Kingbing veins and made a lot of money. An old friend wrote to ask for help, but Joan didn't dare to neglect and hurried back to find out what happened. Klein Stove's follow-up short message technique revealed the dilemma that made him in a dilemma. Since the last successful discovery of the Kingbing vein and the sale of mining rights to Meadgad Mining Company, a large dividend has been earned. Klein and his dwarf prospecting team members have increased their confidence, and they will continue to work towards the north of the ancient abyss, continue to explore. After more than 3 months of arduous underground operations, the Klein prospecting team moved from the Nida Mountain to the abyss and mud, and detected signs of magic crystal or veins locally. The so-called Deep Abyss is classified as the 4th area on the proven underground world map. The code name of this area is called Swamp Area, which is bordered by the Nida Mountains in the 6th area. If the underground world is projected to the surface, then the location of the abyssal swamp coincides with the Iron Forest area of the surface world, that is, the Midgard colony of the Ashan Empire and the Jotunheim belonging to the Fekan Kingdom. The colony. Things have to start from 2 weeks ago. At that time, the Klein prospecting team found a smooth track on the edge of the swamp, like someone using a glass plate to lay a long corridor on the ground. With rich experience in prospecting, Klein recognized with a little observation that this was the mark left by the flail snail crawling. The flail snail is a very rare magical creature in the underground world. It is as big as a house. It carries a sometimes crystal clear and sometimes colorful snail shell. The tentacles on the head are connected with hammer-like protrusions. Just like flail, this creature that is native to the plane of the earth element will always leave a glowing trace formed by the condensation of secretions. The transparent texture resembles natural crystal. It is a versatile alchemical material and is also very popular with gemstones. The welcome of the craftsman. The shell of flail snail is also a very precious treasure, which has the function of reflecting magic and can be used to make anti-magic shields. In addition, flail snails have a feature that few people know, is that they love to devour rare minerals, and can sense the rare veins buried deep underground in a mysterious way that is almost intuitive. Klein knew the characteristics of the flail snail, so he promptly prevented his men from disturbing the flail snail and led his team to follow the strange beast to collect the crystal traces formed by the snail secretions along the way, while detecting whether there were mineral veins near the traces. Compared with the flail snail's own value, Klein valued its prospecting talent more. Looking forward to the flail snail can lead him to the underground veins. The result showed that Klein got the move right. After tracing flail snails for 10 days, the dwarf prospecting team finally luckily collected specimens of magic crystal ores in the abyss and mud areas where monsters were running. Following the guidance of flail snails, Klein and they detected a magic crystal ore vein extending from south to north in the north of the mud. Although it is still impossible to estimate the reserves of mines, according to the previous prospecting experience, Klein foresees that he has discovered a rich and valuable mine. However, when the dwarf prospecting team was deeply excited by this discovery, two bad news came one after another. The first bad news came further north. Klein learned from the mouths of the indigenous aboriginal people near the Taiku muddy ground that in the past 2 weeks, there were often underground gnomes operating in the north of the swamp, claiming to be a prospecting team employed by the colonial company of Jotunheim. In the underground world, the relationship between gnomes and dwarves is more subtle. Both races are closely related to humans in the surface world. Generally speaking, they belong to the good camp, and they are also good at mining ore and forging iron. In addition, the dwarves and the gnomes on the ground are relatively short, and surface humans who do not understand these two creatures often confuse them. The gnome is optimistic and cheerful, and has no prejudice against the dwarf. The proud and stubborn dwarf is different. Since ancient times, the dwarf family has not been accustomed to the hip-hop and free spending all day long. Such a saying, "Your kid is like a bearded dwarf," compared with the dwarf living in the surface world. Klein is more afraid of the dwarf dwelling in the dark areas. The peers are the enemies. The dwarves are doing the same thing as his team, prospecting in the same area. This conflict can be big. Now, Klein's prospecting team is from Nidaville, and is employed by a mining group affiliated to Mage Colonial Company. Each independent discovery of a vein can earn a generous dividend. The dwarf prospecting team mentioned by the swamp edge mushrooms came from Sudri Rock City and was employed by the mining companies of the Kingdom of Fizen in the colony of Jotunheim, as the Midgard colonial authorities and the Jotunheim colonial authorities belong to different suzerain states. The relationship is quite tense. The two prospecting teams are their owners. There is no possibility of cooperative prospecting. Who can win this exploration competition? Who is the big winner? And the prospecting team that is one step behind in the competition can't even get the benefits of a copper plate. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1177 Petrified Lizard. Under the pressure of competitive pressure, Klein certainly wants to explore the veins as soon as possible, but it is at a critical moment, and another obstacle is in front of the dwarf prospecting team. The flail snail, which brought good luck to Klein, got into a naval yesterday morning. Klein led the dwarf prospecting team to track the crystal marks left behind the flail snails into the Earth's navel. The detection found that the magic crystal or vein also extended north along the Earth's navel, showing that the flail snail was advancing toward the core of the vein. The dwarf prospecting team traced all morning, and the crystal marks suddenly disappeared, leaving no flail snails. Just when they were eager to find the guide, a group of horrible monsters suddenly rushed out and launched a fierce attack on the dwarf prospecting team. These monsters look like close relatives of common underground lizards, with yellowish-green skin and short, sharp horns on their heads. At first, the dwarves did not put these big lizards in their eyes. After the conflict between the two sides, they were surprised to find that the mysterious sight in the eyes of these monsters could turn a living person into a statue, and the flesh and blood turned into rocks. It was not until this time that Klein realized that a large group of petrified lizards were lurking in the Earth's navel and hurriedly led the prospecting team to retreat the same way and fled in embarrassment. The conflict caused Klein to lose 8 men, turned into a statue by a petrified lizard, and left helplessly deep in the ground. What made him even more anxious was that the petrified lizard's lair just blocked the prospect of the prospecting team. Without solving this group of monsters, they would not be able to continue exploring the magic crystal or veins. Klein knew that he could not fight a large group of petrified lizards with the power of the prospecting team, and he must ask the caster to help solve this big trouble. Speaking of the caster, he naturally remembered that when he explored the Kingbing veins, thanks to the assistance of Joan, Hayla, Audrey, and Holden, the frost lizard family entrenched deep in the pit was eliminated. Petrified lizards seem to be more difficult to deal with than frost lizards, but Klein is very confident in the little brother Joan. More importantly, he has had cooperation experience, knows each other and is trustworthy. Brother Joan, with your smart mind and spellcasting ability, you can come up with a good way to deal with petrified lizards. If you are willing to help your brother, and succeed in grabbing the exploration rights of the magic crystal veins in front of the abominable gnomes in the north, the revenue will be divided by half. That's right. And your 3 little friends, it's best to bring them all too, for everyone to make a fortune. After reading the last short message sent by Klein, Joanne fell into a long period of thought. It is already late July, and the summer vacation is less than 2 weeks away. During the time before the holiday, Joan had nothing to do, so he had time to go to the dark area to help Klein solve the trouble. In fact, Joan cares more about the flail snail than the magic crystal vein. Selling the mining rights of the mineral veins, of course, can get a lot of revenue, but in the current situation, Klein's prospecting team is obviously at a disadvantage in the competition with the dwarf counterparts, and it is very difficult to get ahead, and it may be white in the end. Busy. Joan didn't dare to count on the prospecting dividend. As long as he could catch the flail snail that mysteriously disappeared deep in the petrified lizard's nest, he was content. Flail snail is a large magical beast with soil element subspecies pedigree. The Vers Monster Book has relevant records. Its shell is a high-strength transparent chitin material with excellent shock and sound insulation effects. Is the perfect material to strengthen the Iron Virgin. Joan was quite touched by Klein's invitation, but he also clearly realized that he might not be able to handle a large group of petrified lizards on his own. Before replying to Klein, he decided to find Hayla and Zion first. Brother talk, if all 3 of them are willing to participate in this underground journey, it would be better. Joan took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was almost lunchtime, so he sent a letter to the 3 friends and asked everyone to meet in the school cafeteria. Joan went to the cafeteria, and after a few minutes of waiting, Holden ran, just sitting down. Hayla and Audrey also came over. Joan, you must be happy to invite us to dinner. Hayla said with a smile. Let me guess. Is the result of the annual New Star Award announced? No. Joan shook his head quickly. Don't be embarrassed. It's spread all over the school. saying that this new star award is none other than yours. Hayla's face was determined. Who did you hear? It's pure rumor. I have heard similar sounds and said that you are already writing awards. The school board will also arrange for you to give a speech at the summer camps of major schools, Holden said as if it were true. Joan felt his head was almost exploding. How could this be? Exclamation mark. Nonsense is nonsense, too irresponsible. Rumor spreads like this. If you don't win the prize in the end ... Isn't he shameless? Joan couldn't help but feel hot for a while. There are also 6 major schools touring lectures or something, talking about noses and eyes. Which rumor? Nima Ghost talks like it is true. Is it not good to spend this thought on learning? He was grilled on the fire like this. He had a feeling of wanting to die. I knew that there would be such a rumor, and I would rather refuse to register for the Rising Star Award. It was the princess of the princess who was attentive and thought that Joan was embarrassed, guessing that Hayla and Holden were probably misunderstood, and quickly diverted the topic. Joan, what's the matter with us? Joan settled his mind, set aside the nuisance caused by the rumors, and detailed the letter from Klein Furnace for help. Brother Dwarf is really good. It took only a few months to find another vein. Hayla was the first to get excited. Anyway, it's almost time off, and the course is over. We have nothing to do in school. We might as well take this opportunity to go to the underground world to help the dwarf brother solve his troubles and make a lot of money by the way. Of course this kind of good thing cannot be missed. Sister Kaifan never misses a chance to make a fortune. Holden laughed and laughed. Why, you don't want to go? Hayla asked angrily. It's going to go, but don't think about beautiful things first. Didn't you listen to Mr. Klein? There is also a gnome prospecting team in the local area. The current situation is like a tortoise rabbit race. Our side is turtle, but the gnome prospecting team is the leading rabbit. Holden used a vivid analogy to describe the fierce competition between the two prospecting teams for the mining rights. But judging from the results of the race, the rabbit finally lost to the turtle. Hayla draws a more optimistic conclusion from Holden's metaphor. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1178. Ready to go. Don't pull that far, when it comes to gnome. Do you remember billing? Audrey frowned slightly, her expression dignified. The last time I explored in the dark area, it was because of this billing that we had a grudge against the dark elves of the O'Connell city. If Claudia finds us returning to the underground world, I am afraid we will still come. Tangle. You think too much. What a coincidence under the sun. Hayla sucked in apple juice and disapproved. The abyss muddy where the dwarf prospecting team is located in the 4th district of the underground world. It is also 1,000 miles away from the O'Connell city. How could Claudia know that we are back in the underground world? Take a step back and say, what if Claudia heard about our schedule? Both her demon spider and the sorcerer are dead, and their power is not as good as before. After we have joined the dwarf prospecting team here, there are 2 strong men beside Klein and Schultz, and Claudia is here. It's not cheap. What's so scary? Holden also thinks that his sister's concerns about the Dark Elves are just scaring herself. Just 2 days ago, I also received the SMS from Billing, encouraging me to go with him for treasure hunting. Although I did not accept Billing's invitation, from this letter, this kid has been very free. Claudia has not even caught Billing's first criminal who steals treasure maps. Leisure time provokes us. After hearing the refutation from her brother and Hayla, Audrey also felt that she was a little nervous, but compared to the overly optimistic Holden and Hayla, she was always accustomed to think about the worst possible possibility in everything and do it well before acting. Preparation. Even without considering the potential threat of Claudia, we still have a problem to solve. Don't forget, Mr. Klein sent us a letter asking for help. He wanted to help us deal with petrified lizards. The question is, how do we fight this terrible monster that can turn people into stone statues with just a glance? Audrey asked directly. Well, Hayla touched both ponytails. Although I can't think of a good way, I believe Joan must have a way. Joan, am I right? Facing the expectant eyes of the three friends, Joanne Luo thought about it and nodded cautiously. I think of one way, which is to use the three-ring prophecy spell Tremor Perception. After blessing this spell, it is equivalent to gaining the ability to blind sight. Close your eyes, and still feel the slight wind and grass around. The biggest threat to petrified lizards is that their pupils can emit a supernatural ray. Any creature that looks at it will quickly become a stone statue if it is not strong enough. Using Tremor Perception, we can close our eyes to hunt petrified lizards. As long as we avoid eye contact with them, we will not be threatened by petrified gaze. Finally, Joan concluded, before leaving, I will make a few more bottles of blindness potion, and then copy a few shaking awareness scrolls. It should be enough to deal with petrified lizards. That's not enough. Hayla clapped his hands excitedly. I'll say, if you're in trouble, you can find Joan, he must have a way. Audrey nodded and said, let's have a quick meal. We'll sort out the materials and equipment needed for the underground expedition this afternoon. We will be on the road tomorrow morning, and we will transfer it directly to the liaison station in the 4th district, and then join the dwarf prospecting team as soon as possible. What do you think? Joan, Hayla, and Holden agreed with the arrangement made by Her Royal Highness, and the adventure itinerary was set. After lunch, Joan first went to the Austrian Law Library to find out how to protect and remove petrified spells. In the battle with petrified lizards, in the unfortunate event of a stroke, he might have a life-saving backhand. The results of the spell search disappointed him a bit, and none of the spells used to prevent petrochemical effects were found. There are several spells to remove petrification, such as Breakdown Enchantment, Fossils to Flesh, Ruby Reverse Ray and High Recovery, but the petrification effect can be released. But the lowest level of Breakdown Enchantment, it is also an arcane spell with up to 5 rings, which cannot be mastered by Joan's current spellcasting ability. Joan stood in front of the spell retrieval mirror, his arms crossed, his brows closed, and he was lost in thought. Is it really so difficult to prevent and dispel petrochemical effects? Regarding the means of dismantling petrochemicals, let's not talk about the prevention of petrochemicals. It seems that in the existing arcane system, it still belongs to a blank area. In a horizontal analogy, the negative effects of disease, toxin, curse, charm, paralysis, slowdown, hypnosis, and even death all have corresponding preventive spells, and the level is generally not higher than the 4th ring. Why only petrochemical is missed under? It is a very strange thing that there is no spell specifically for protecting against petrochemicals. Even if there is such a spell, if the level is higher than the 4th ring, it is also unreasonable. In the Austrian African academic system that has been developed to a very meticulous and perfect academic system, there should not be such an obvious loophole. Joan feels that he has an obligation to invent a spell specifically used to protect against petrochemical attacks to fill the gap in this field. This idea is exciting, but when you think about it, it is much more difficult than it seems. The negative effect of petrification at first glance looks pure, but nothing more than the flesh and blood being transformed into mineral materials. But in-depth analysis of the factors that caused petrochemicals made the situation complicated. For example, petrified lizards stimulate magic power through their eyes, and use their sight as a medium of communication, so that when their prey makes eye contact with it, they will be eroded by magic power, and their bodies will quickly become petrified. Similar petrochemical attacks, as well as snake-haired banshees. But there are other monsters in the world that can cause petrification, not using their eyes as attack vectors, such as snake beast and petrochemical cow. The former bites its prey and causes petrification by infecting blood, while the latter can spit out a special toxic gas, inhaled through the respiratory tract, causing petrochemical. Obviously, these ways of causing petrochemicals are very different, and preventive measures may not be the same. In addition, Joan also retrieved an arcane technique called petrification in the library. This 6-ring arcane spell belonging to the Change School can directly transform the subject into a stone statue. Is its spell configuration closer to the supernatural gaze of the petrified lizard and the snake-haired banshee, or closer to the snake-kicking beast, or how do petrochemical cattle attack? Joan still knows nothing about it. Without clarifying these issues, and not collecting as many petrochemical biological samples as possible, it is difficult to come up with a solution that is sufficient to resist all types of petrochemical attacks. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1179 Reverse Arrow. Joan thought more and more that this project was too complicated and required a lot of money and energy to study. With his current knowledge accumulation, and considering the funding issue, I am afraid that he cannot afford to undertake this huge scientific research project. Let me put it aside first, and I will talk about it in the future. Joan jotted down the idea of developing a protective petrochemical spell in his notebook. His eyes returned to the mirror terminal of the retrieval spell again, and his eyes became extremely hot. Anyway, it's coming, so it's better to pick a few scrolls of spells and copy them. Maybe they will be useful during the adventure. Thinking about this, Joan used the search interface proficiently, spent 10 minutes to select and compare, and finally selected 3 3-ring spells. When renting a spell scroll, Joan remembered the lessons of the previous underground expedition and decided to buy a few more transmission scrolls to carry with him. A lot of credits were accumulated in his pocket, and Joan didn't spend as much money as he used to. He bought 3 transmission scrolls in one go, plus 3 scrolls to break the enchantment, in addition to being used to remove petrification and curse. The common negative effects such as possessing, transforming, and confusing control can also be removed by using breakdown. Teleportation and breakdown enchantment are both 5-ring spells, and the real costs 1,200 gold ducat. Joan bought a total of 6 5-ring spell scrolls, plus the rent for copying 3 3-ring spell scrolls. The total cost was as high as 8,100 gold ducat, equivalent to 81 credits. Joan now accumulates a total of 161 internship points and academic points. This time, he squandered half of his savings. It was really distressing when checking out. Joan held a bunch of spell scrolls in exchange for a lot of money, secretly lamenting the fact that money was really spent, and found a seat in the reading room to sit down. With the pen and ink book ready, Joan first opened a 5-ring breakout enchantment scroll and transcribed it into his spellbook. Although Joan has to upgrade another 3 levels to learn this 5th level spell, it does not prevent him from copying it in advance. A spell scroll purchased by spending a lot of money, of course, must be drained of all the use value before burning. After copying Break the Enchantment, Joan then opened the 3 spell scrolls that he can currently learn. These 3 3-ring spells are the Anti-Faction Magic Circle and Protective Arrow of the Protection School, and the secondary Stone Walk of the Change School. The 3rd ring Anti-Faction Array is an upgraded version of the 1st ring Protection Array. Like the latter, it requires a handful of silver powder as a casting material, and can be subdivided into Anti-Evil Array and Anti-Good Array, Anti-Chaos Array and Anti-Order Array. According to different factions, the protection effect provided is similar to the corresponding type of protection faction, but it also has 2 unique advantages. First of all, compared to the protection camp that can only be blessed for a single player, the anti-camp formation has a halo effect, covering the space within a 10-foot radius around the caster. All friendly forces within the radius of the formation will obtain a protective effect to prevent the summoning creatures of the enemy camp from approaching. In addition to this, there is a special usage of Anti-Faction Magic Circle, that is, in conjunction with the calling spell, detaining outsiders of opposing camps. For example, they cast an alien bond, called a devil from hell, talked to each other about conditions, and tried to persuade the devil to serve himself. If the conditions are unclear, the devil may leave indignantly, and may even attack the caster himself. In this case, how does the caster protect himself and prevent the called devil from leaving without permission? The best choice is the anti-camp formation. Before the implementation of the alternative oath, first set up an anti-vil circle to replace the ordinary summoning array. The devil will be called, and will be bound by the anti-vil circle, unable to attack the caster. If you add a dimensional anchor to the anti-vil circle, you can seal the devil's teleportation ability, and you can't even escape. Normally, the devil imprisoned in the circle can only be forced to accept the conditions imposed by the caster and provide services obediently. If the caster tries to call an angel who lives in the upper plane and belongs to the good camp, the anti-evil circle will not work and should be replaced by the anti-good circle. The next operation flow is exactly the same as when calling the devil. Same. Joan has not yet mastered the two secondary spells of Second World Oath and Dimensional Anchor. The main purpose of learning Anti-Alignment Magic Circle is to guard against Claudia's General Faceless Man Pylos. Pylos is a summoner who specializes in the spell school. When Joan had a conflict with him before, he was impressed by the vast monsters he summoned. In case this underground journey encounters the Claudia party again, with the anti-faction formation Asylum, you can block Pylos summoned creatures from the formation and protect them from attack. Joan next transcribed the reverse arrow. This spell is an enhanced version of the second ring anti-sword enchantment, which can bounce back the arrows and bullets that were blocked according to the original trajectory, posing a threat to the shooter himself. Rebound arrow also inherits the two limitations of anti-arrow enchantment. First of all, this spell is only effective for ordinary shooting weapons, and cannot rebound enchanted arrows and bullets. Secondly, the ultimate defense of the enchantment is 3 energy levels. If the projectile power launched from the opposite side can exceed 3 degrees, such as the heavy ballista, it can penetrate the protective enchantment even if there is no additional magic effect. In the case of being forcibly penetrated, the rebound arrow cannot bounce back the attack, and can only weaken the damage of 3 energy levels. In fact, it degenerates into the effect of the 2-ring anti-enemy enchantment. The last spell Joan transcribed today is Secondary Stonewalking, also known as Sneaking Sand. After blessing this spell, the subject can temporarily obtain the magical ability to shuttle through the earth, just like those earth elemental creatures that can move in the ground. Joan learned this spell, of course, to prepare for exploration of veins in the dark. If you encounter obstacles in the dead end during the exploration, you can use the secondary stone walking to directly cross the past, saving you the trouble of digging a tunnel. During the prospecting, in case of a landslide accident and being buried alive deep in the mud, you can also use this spell to save yourself. The secondary stone walk spell configuration is wonderful, but after all, it is only a 3-ring spell, limited by the reality of insufficient magic energy level. This spell has to make compromises in some aspects. It seems not perfect. For example, the duration of secondary stone walking is very short, in minutes. Take Joan, for example. When performing a secondary stone walk, you can only obtain stone walk for 8 minutes, and the walking speed in soil and rock formations is also greatly limited. The harder the rock formation, the slower the travel speed. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1180 Abyss. In addition to the spell's duration being too short, Second Stone Walk has a limitation that it cannot be used to open tunnels directly. The caster walks into the layer of soil, and the sediment that has been drained behind will automatically collapse, filling up the road behind him. Trying to get a spellcaster to open the way, and the rest to follow behind, this kind of speculative trick won't work. However, objectively speaking, the stratum and rock strata that secondary stone walking traversed are like being plowed once, and large pieces of compacted soil and rocks are broken by spells and converted into loose sediment particles, which are subsequently excavated in tunnels. Engineering will become extremely easy, which can greatly reduce the amount of engineering. In this way, secondary stone walking is still very helpful for excavation operations. The last thing to note is that secondary stone walking can only give the caster the ability to walk in mud and rock formations, but does not provide fresh air. When the caster goes deep into the rock formations, he must remember to bless himself in advance with spells such as water breathing that can maintain breathing in a vacuum environment. Otherwise walking will feel suffocation, and it is too late to look back. This is not so much as being suffocated in the depths of the rock. It is better to say that it is alive and stupid. Joan is not afraid of death, but this kind of death method is too silly. Even if it turns into a ghost after death, it is also faceless. In the afternoon of July 22nd, underground world Swathheim, southeast of 4th Zone, 4 young men dressed as explorers are hiking on the edge of muddy wetlands. At their feet, a pot of porridge-like mud spread out, as if there was no border. On the mud, there are large patches of light repellent plants and strangely shaped mushrooms, some of which emit faint fluorescence, like candle lights dotted on the mud, providing explorers from the surface world with a valuable light source to illuminate the way forward. This swamp, located under 2,000 feet of the surface, is the most extensive natural wetland among all the proven areas in the dark area, and is called the Abyss Mud. The rich geothermal resources have kept the abyssal muddy for thousands of years. It has maintained a humid and hot climate. The local vegetation is obviously more abundant than other regions in the dark area. All known mushrooms and light-retarding plants can be found almost around the muddy. Walking on the wetland, there is a thick, muddy mud that is bubbling. Whenever the bubble bursts, there is a smell of odor dissipating, and the smoker just wants to vomit. In order to avoid inhaling the poisonous malaria that filled the mud of the abyss, Joan, Hayla, Audrey and Holden all put on gas masks, and they all took the antiviral potion made by Joan with tears of God in advance. At the same time, in order to avoid falling into the bottomless quagmire, all 4 young explorers blessed the 3 red level spell walking on water and stepped on the mud. At 8 o'clock this morning, Joan and his group departed from Mage University and took a large teleportation ray to the Colonial Company's liaison station in the 4th area. This area is inaccessible. There is no underground city. There is no mineral resources available for mining. The trade is sluggish, and the contact point is also poor. Only a few Colonial Company employees are on duty. Since Monday, we look forward to the weekend and come back to the surface. World vacation, reunion with family. Joan, they asked the staff on duty at the liaison station about the Klein prospecting team and incidentally wanted to know about the distribution of local residents, animals and plants. Unfortunately, the listless little civil servants did not provide them with much valuable information. Joanne had to send Klein a magic message to ask the specific location of the dwarf prospecting team. After some correspondence, I learned that the location of the dwarf prospecting team was about 70 miles from the contact station. Considering that the distance is not too far, the expedition team lacks sufficient understanding of the destination. If you use teleport, the transmission error will even exceed 70 miles. It may be a waste of an expensive reel, not reachable. The 4 discussed, and decided to go directly. Anyway, it's not far away. You can get to the dwarf camp within a day. However, after really going on the road, Joan and they found that the difficulty of the road was greatly underestimated. The swamp area is full of water, and the ground lizard, a non-swimming mount, cannot pass in this environment, forcing them to walk on foot. It's nothing. Everyone didn't expect to ride a lizard across the swamp. Instead, they thought they could use their spells to gain flying power. They would fly directly over the swamp and spend 4 or 5 hours to reach the dwarf camp. However, when I looked at the edge of the swamp, I realized that there is a huge difference between the swamp of the underground world and the similar environment of the surface world. In the surface world, no matter how complex and muddy the ground is, it is difficult to pass through. There is always an open sky above the head for free soaring. However, In the dark area, there is no tall sky dome above the abyss and mud, instead of a low dome covered with stone stalactites. In many areas, the dome is almost in contact with the surface, and there is no space for flight. What's more terrible is that the cave dome cobwebs over the swamp are densely covered, and large mutant spiders crawl around. On each hanging stalactite, a large group of vampire bats hang upside down, or there are more insidious strange monsters such as whole-fishing crab or dark warcraft lurking in the dark. In such a harsh environment, any traveler with normal brains should not risk flying. However, the ground is not much safer than the overhead. The seemingly muddy mud, in fact, traps are hidden everywhere. A bunch of vines on the roadside is probably disguised as a carnivorous plant. A decayed driftwood on the water surface will instantly turn over the milky belly, exposing the true face of the python or crocodile, and launch to the unguarded traveler. Surprise attack. Joan, they had a difficult journey this morning. After several attacks, although they were shocked and unharmed, they also seriously slowed down the efficiency of the rush. They only walked more than 10 miles, less than an fifth of the whole journey. Everyone found a dry ground by the swamp and hurriedly ate lunch to continue on the road. In the morning, Joan performed a mosquito finger technique to turn his own tail finger into a blood mosquito and explored the path. Unfortunately, this poor blood mosquito flew just half an hour ago and was bitten by a passing bat swallowed. Touching his slightly stinging finger, Joanne learned the lesson this morning and felt that it was necessary to find a strong enough guide to explore the path, at least not as a snack for bats. After the lunch break, Joan cast a mage's nether palm, grabbed a large mutant spider weaving a web above his head, cast a 3-ring spell dominant insect, and took this mutant black widow spider that was as big as a bathtub, become her own loyal fun girl and tell her to lead the way. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1181 Electric Whip. In the afternoon, the first 2 hours were quite smooth, until Joan and they passed a zone where mushrooms and vines were born. An accident happened suddenly. The messy vines floating on the water, wriggling without warning, like a group of purple snakes, entangled with large variant spiders wading in the water. The big spider was suddenly attacked, first surprised, and then immediately showed a fierce nature, biting on the strange vines on the spot. 8 long legs simultaneously exerted force, dragging the vines backwards. After a stalemate of just a few seconds after the stalemate took place with the water surface as the boundary, the large mutant spider stood firmly and with its stronger physique, dragged the attackers lurking in the mire. At this time, the conflict in front has caused Joan to be alert. Through the 3-ring synesthesia blessed on the large mutant spider, he can see the true face of the attacker earlier than his companions. The monster is slightly smaller than the large mutant spider. The muddy gray-green skin is covered with folds. At first glance, it looks like a rotting algae floating in the mud. However, after careful observation, Joan found that the ugly monster had 6 legs symmetrically distributed on both sides of the body, and the trunk also showed obvious insect characteristics. The outline of the figure resembled a green fly with its wings removed. The monster's ugly head is like a decayed tumor, with a circle of evolving fangs around the mouth, and other facial organs are blurred. A crack with a rancid smell extending from the back of the monster's neck to the back. Several purple tentacles extended from the crack. When the monster was lurking in the mire just now, it was to poke its back tentacles out of the water, disguised as a bunch of vines, and attacked a large mutant spider passing by. One of the tentacles had been severed by the sharp spider's jaw, and the crackling crackled with a dazzling electric spark. This discharge caused Joan to be curious and wanted to observe carefully through the eyes of the giant spider. The rest of the monster's tentacles were also cold against the jet arc and crackled on the giant spider. At the moment of the electric shock, Joan realized the pain the big spider was suffering through synesthesia, and suddenly felt numb, and quickly cut off the sensory links, and the feeling of electric shock subsided. The giant spider, entangled by the monster's tentacles, was twitched violently with electricity, and its bristles stood up, emitting a burning smell. Audrey, who was at the forefront of the team, was also aware of the sparks flashing in front of her, and quickly pulled her sword and ran to it, waving her sword and cutting off a tentacle that bound the big spider. At the same time, a strong current was conducted along the blade of the sword, which caused her arm to numb and barely hold the handle of the sword. Hayla and Holden found that the situation was not good, and hurried to Audrey's side. Within a few steps of walking out, an electric arc flashed under the feet, and pain and paralysis were transmitted from the soles of the feet, frightening the two of them in a hurry, and their faces were at a loss. "Come back," Joan reminded his companions through the team communication network established by communication. "Sewage conducts electricity. It will be fine to retreat to a dry place." Audrey, Hayla, and Holden reminded him that they each evacuated to a dry highland away from the water, but their eyes were still fixed on the non-stop discharge monster in front of them, and their eyes were intertwined with vigilance and curiosity. Joan quickly extracted 2 Sid mana, converted into 2 ring spell slots, blessed himself with anti-electricity enchantment, and then smashed a small piece of black agate to create a mage nether palm. Joan remotely controlled Mage's nether palm, grabbed the monster that was electroshocking a large mutant spider, and lifted it up. The monster screamed in horror, flicking its tentacles and struggling desperately, crackling and flickering the snake, as if it was trying to release electrical energy to strike the hand that was holding onto it tightly. However, his struggle is meaningless. The giant palm shaped by the force field is equivalent to an insulator, and is not affected by electric shock at all. Joan remotely controlled the mage nether palm to drag the monster to the front and cast 2 rings of higher endoscopy to view its details. Detection target: medium-sized strange monster electrical subspecies. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 13, Constitution 13, Intelligence 6, Wisdom 12, Charisma 5. Special abilities: Immune to electric shock, biological discharge. In the underground world, the strangeness of the subspecies of the electric system is not rare. Combined with the monster's ugliness to the unforgettable strange look, Joan quickly remembered that he had worked in the Vare's Monsters Illustrated book has seen similar illustrations, and the related entry is named Electric Whip Monster. It turns out this guy is the Electric Whip Monster. The real appearance is uglier than the illustration, Joan murmured secretly. Holden held a short sword blessed with daylight and took a picture of the depths of the mud, suddenly opened his eyes, and a surprised sound. "Look, everyone. There are several such discharge monsters in the Maya." Qiao Anko, the young poet Jian Feng, looked around, illuminated by the curse spell, and really saw the snake-like purple tentacles meandering from the muddy water, struggling to entangle the large variant that was electrically paralyzed. Spiders, discharged together. The crackling electric flower flashed, and in a blink of an eye, the poor big spider was blackened by electricity, and his eyes could not survive. Joan frowned to observe the movements in the quagmire, and visually observed at least 4 electric whip monsters lurking in the area. Although these low-level strange monsters pose no threat to the expedition team, they happen to block the path that everyone must pass. The biological current released is conducted in the water, making the entire water area very dangerous, difficult to pass, and annoying. After a moment of thought, Joan opened the storage bag and took out the water wand captured from the hand of the elder motorman, Moto, to stimulate a power and cast a 4-ring spell to control the water. Saloom. The moment the spell was chanted to activate the spell, the subhead skull mounted on the top of the wand sprayed a beam of golden brilliance and directed it at the waters where the electric whip monsters gathered. Affected by the magic power, a huge vortex immediately formed in the water, and all 4 electric whip monsters were sucked into the vortex, accompanied by the high-speed rotation of muddy water. Joan put away the water wand, while maintaining the mage nether palm, grasped the electric whip monster that he had just captured and did not let go, and at the same time applied the sub-mystery to split a subconscious, cast 3 rings of liquid alchemy against the center of the vortex to turn muddy water into fuel. When Hyala saw Joan performing liquid alchemy, he guessed his plan, quickly made a casting gesture, aimed at the vortex and shot a burning ray, igniting the fuel that had just been converted. With a loud bang, a large flame burst into the vortex, and 4 electric whip monsters wrapped in the vortex and soaked with fuel were burnt into coke in a blink of an eye. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1182 Venus Flytrap. Although the electric whip monster looks ugly and frivolous, in fact, its intelligence level is relatively high in terms of strange monsters. In the Black Giant Palm, the only remaining electric whip monster witnessed the mud turned into a sea of fire, and his own kind was tragically burned, frightened, and dared to struggle in vain. Next, when Joan cast a charm of strangeness on it, this electric whip monster who knew the current affairs did not try to resist and obediently accepted his own destiny. After 10 minutes, Joan and his party continued on the road. The electric whip monster that Joan surrendered to replaced the large mutant spider that died under the electric shock. Electric whip monster lives in a swamp, and has a very good understanding of the local environment, plus the intelligence level is much higher than that of the large spider. Joan feels the pungent smell. In fact, it is more suitable than the big spider as a guide for the adventure team. Under the guidance of the electric whip monster, Joan and his party gradually went deep into the swamp, and the vegetation seen along the way became more and more peculiar. The most notable one was a carnivorous plant called Great Flytrap. When he was recuperating in Baden Hot Springs, Joan had a close look at the flycatcher, a perennial herb commonly found in hot and humid areas. The flytrap's stem is very short, and there are many insect traps resembling shells on the top. The inner surface shows an attractive rose-red color, and the outer circle is covered with jagged yellow hard thorns. The inner surface of the pod-like leaves of Venus flytrap can secrete sweet honey juice, and the fragrant breath emitted is tempting for insects to resist. Bees, flies and moths, smelling this sweet smell, will fly into the leaf pods happily and indulge in honey juice, unaware that they have stepped into an insidious trap until the flytrap suddenly closed the shell just like the blades. I was taken aback. Insects that fall into traps will of course try to escape. However, the leaf pods of the Venus flytrap are tightly closed, and the jagged hard spines on the edge of the leaves are staggered, forming a tight fence, and there is no space for flying insects to escape. At the same time, the inner surface of the leaf pod is also secreting a mucus with digestive function, sticking the flying insects trapped in the cage, and after a short time, their blood and flesh can be dissolved and digested, and absorbed through the leaves, leaving only some the remains of corpses. After the meal, the Venus flytrap will open the leaf pods again, and let the wind and rain wash away the remaining food residues, and rearrange the traps, waiting for the next prey to come to the door. The great flytrap growing in the mud of the abyss looks like a giant variant of their distant relatives in the surface world. The Venus flytrap in the surface world only supplements nutrients by capturing insects, especially trace elements that are difficult to obtain through the soil in hot and humid areas, and the main energy required for growth is still provided through photosynthesis. As for Joan, these variants living in the underground world have adapted to the local dull environment. The stems and leaves have transformed into milky white, completely losing the ability to photosynthesis. The nutrients needed for survival are completely obtained by hunting meat, compared with the surface world. Distant relatives are more greedy and bloodthirsty, and more aggressive. The rhizome of the giant flytrap is very short, barely 2 feet out of the mud, but the leaf pods at the top are particularly wide and thick, and it looks like a big rosewood umbrella in the distance, exuding a strong sweet fragrance. Kiao and Win at this enticing smell, I couldn't help the urge to climb up and lick. However, seeing a circle of teeth that resemble shark teeth growing around the leaf pods, as well as sporadic protruding spikes on the inside of the blade, and the roots were like swords, He wiped off the cold sweat and immediately dispelled the honey near the big flytrap. The idea of juice. The electric whip monster leading the way slowed down, and watched the big flytrap area cautiously. Through the synesthesia technique applied to the electric whip monster, Joan felt that this strange monster was full of fear of the big flytrap, and it seemed that he had witnessed his own kind who were not cautious enough, because the mouth fell into the big flytrap. The catcher trap, finally unable to break free, ended in a miserable tragic ending. Joan can draw two inferences from the electric whip's fearful attitude towards the giant flytrap. First of all, the electric whip monster caught by the big flytrap will inevitably do its utmost to release the current and try to kill the big flytrap. However, from a practical point of view, they can't save their lives. From this, we can see that the strange plant, Dianema sipula, is very resistant to electric shock. Secondly, when the electric whip monster finds that the discharge is invalid, it can only try to prop up the leafopod with brute force, but these efforts are destined to be in vain. This shows that the strength of Venus flytrap has an overwhelming advantage compared to electric whip monsters. The electric whip monster is similar in size to the adult. The 12-point strength attribute is relatively strong among ordinary people. After being caught by the big flytrap, there is no chance of getting out. Then, the strength of these large carnivorous plants has. How big is it? Joan couldn't help but be curious. In the past, in order to investigate the details of the electric whip monster, Joan had performed 2 rings of higher endoscopy. The biggest advantage of this spell is that it lasts up to 24 hours, and you can view the creatures of interest at any time. Joan stopped by the roadside and used higher endoscopy to observe a large flytrap, and soon obtained a set of data. Detection target: large flytrap, large mutant plant. Attributes: strength 20, dexterity 2, constitution 16, intelligence, wisdom 7, charisma 10. Special ability: hydraulic hunting pods, secretion of sweetener, in vitro digestion. The power attribute of up to 20 is almost catching up with the ogre. Joan ripped the corner of his mouth, wondering if the electric whip monster could not escape once it fell into the leaf pod trap. No matter if it was compared with body size or strength, it was not a level at all. He thought about approaching Venus flytrap, twisting the overhead miner's lamp, covering the searchlight beam on one of the tightly closed leaf pods, and vaguely found that a viscous liquid was flowing from the edges of the interlaced leaves, and it also emitted a faint light, smelly smell. Joan hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't help but be curious. The spellcasting created the Mage nether palm and tried to pry the closed leaf pod to check the internal situation. After prying twice, Joan found it difficult to open the leaf pod. This is not surprising. Counting the 4-point power bonus provided by Gorgeous Belt, Joan's own power attribute is only 14 points, and then the additional 6-point power of Mage Ghost Palm adds only 20 power attributes. The big flytrap is similar. Joan wanted to pry open the tightly closed leaf pods of the giant flytrap, just like 2 people of equal strength. The former tried to break the gums that the latter bite with his fingers. Of course, it is difficult to do so without the help of tools like Master Mr. Joan. Please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1183. The Secret in the Leaf Pod. Joan stared at the tightly closed leafopods of Dianema sipula, frowned slightly, and then used his supernatural ability to advance to arachnid, transforming himself from a slender human youth into a tall and strong spider. Elves. The power attribute will gain 4 additional points in the new form. Joan's own enhanced power attributes are simultaneously mapped onto Mage Nether Palm. In addition, as his size increased, the Master Nether Palm also doubled in size. The stronger strength and bigger body size enabled Joan to gain a significant advantage in the fight with the Venus flytrap. After a few seconds of continuous effort, he finally managed to force the closed leaf pod to break apart. A stench came out. Joan held his breath and glanced at the probe towards the inside of the blade. The rotten flesh had turned into a pool of pus blood, and the undigested bones were looming. After a little observation, Joan suspected that the corpse was a blind crocodile. This kind of reptile living in the dark area is more common in swamp areas. The blind crocodile is about 5 feet long and is less than half the size of the crocodile, but it is more flexible and naturally born with blind sight. It can lie in the mud for a long time. By feeling the slight tremor of the water, it is aware that it is approaching. The prey will suddenly attack, with a strong jaw covered with teeth, and a single raid can bite off the neck of the prey. The fighting power of the blind crocodile is almost as high as that of the electric whip monster. This is still the result of the electric shock. If you only look at the physical strength of both sides, the blind crocodile is obviously stronger than the insignificant electric whip monster, and it is very easy to hang the electric whip monster. Although the blind crocodile is both cunning and strong, in the outer area of the abyss and muddy, it is in the upper middle position of the food chain, but once it falls into the leaf pod of the giant flytrap, there is still only one dead path. Joan, come and see, this big flytrap is moving. Holden suddenly shouted excitedly in front of him. Joan ran quickly and found that 3 companions, including Holden, were surrounding a large flytrap, and the beam of light projected from the miner's lamp above the head illuminated the leaf pods at the top of the big flytrap. Bixian. Joan looked at the spotlight where the searchlight was focused. Sure enough, as Holden said, a group of leaf pods were shaking at the ghost animal. There must be something living in the leaf pods, which is trying to break free of the clamping of the leaves. Hayla speculated. Do you want to help the poor little guy and release it from the leaf pod? Holden held his short sword, eagerly trying to cut open the leaf pods of the giant flytrap. Audrey hesitated. We still don't know what kind of creature fell into the trap. If it is an evil monster like the electric whip monster, letting it out is a good thing to do bad things. Aren't you a paladin? Use your professional ability to detect the camp, take a picture of the leaf pods. Don't you know if the creature trapped inside is good or bad? Holden smiled and reminded her sister. Yes. Her Royal Highness patted her forehead suddenly, and then waved a sacred light, shining on the vibrating leaf pod. The bright radiance continued to envelope the leaf pods, and the color did not change at all. Neutral creatures have no obvious tendencies for good and evil. Audrey shrugged her hands. You can think of it as no camp. All wild animals are like this. Although it is a bit boring, this is normal. Do you want to get it out? Hayla asked. I don't care, but when we rescue the trapped animals, it is equivalent to harming the big flytrap. There is no good or evil in the wild animals and plants, and the mutual hunting is only for survival, from the perspective of maintaining ecological balance. It seems better not to intervene indiscriminately. Joan, is that right? Audrey looked at the young mage. Joan didn't make a sound, staring silently at the trembling leaf pod, his eyes looking a little strange. Something is wrong. The magic net around the leaf pods is undergoing a slight and regular disturbance. Joan whispered. The big fly trap does not cast spells, nor does it have any supernatural abilities. Then only the creatures in the leaf pods have changed the distribution of the magic net. This is not the ability of wild animals in nature. So it's a supernatural creature? Holden asked curiously. Probably. Joan said thoughtfully. Just as everyone made a guess around the big fly trap, there was a murmur of movement in the capture pod, and there seemed to be a murmur of self-talk, which came to everyone's ears with the wind. Joan became more and more curious. After a little hesitation, he finally controlled the mage nether palm remotely and pried open the closed leaf pod. The moment he opened, the curious onlookers Hayla, Audrey, and Holden all couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaimed. The leaf pod of the giant fly trap is the same as the shell. The upper part has been broken apart by the black giant palm, and in the center of the bottom blade, a squat girl wearing a green slim robe and a white headscarf is squatting. A large crystal spatula with a slap, dedicated to collecting secretions on the leaves. Under the stunned eyes of the 4 people, the woman wearing a headscarf stood up from the leaves and nodded to them, and her beautiful face gave a kind smile. Hi traveler, thank you for your kindness. although this is pure help for me." "What do you mean by that?" Audrey guessed incredulously. "Did you take the initiative to get into the pods of the flytrap?" "Guess." The woman wearing a headscarf nodded and snapped her fingers. "I was deliberately trapped in the leaf pod by the flytrap." "This elder sister, you die like Thysa. I mean, doing such an incredible thing. What is this?" Hayla couldn't help asking. "Well, it's complicated when it's detailed." The woman with a headscarf had a pair of beautiful eyes, and it seemed that the question posed by Hayla had just scratched her itch. And then she talked endlessly. "You need to know that after the fly trap catches the capture pod, a special secretion will be produced on the surface of the leaf, which can digest the captured prey. I'm curious about this secretion, so I took the initiative to clamp it so that I can observe how Dianema scipula secretes digestive juice, and collect some digestive juice to study alchemy." "Hey, that's what it is." Holden turned back to Joan and smiled a little cramped. "Joan, come and talk to this lady. I guess you two must be very good." "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1184. Medea 1. Joan was also observing the girl with the strange behavior. Based on the other party's speech temperament, Joan guesses that she is likely to be an arcane spellcaster, and then becomes curious about her identity. Because of his character, Joan is not used to dealing with strangers, especially not with young girls. However, in the past 2 years after leaving his hometown and town, he has experienced a lot of hardening, and his fear of social activities has eased. With the strong encouragement of Holden, he has to harden his scalp and step forward to the man who wears a headscarf. Girl bowed greetings. "Hello, respected lady, I am very happy to meet you on the journey." Although it was just 2 polite words, and Joan's behavior seemed a bit cramped, at least much stronger than when he couldn't even speak at all and could only communicate with strange girls by passing notes. "Hello, young sir." The strange girl looked at Joan curiously, glancing at his uniform robe at the Austrian Academy of Midgard University. "If I read correctly, you should be an academic wizard." Joan nodded and thought a little, thinking that there was no need to hide from the other party, and truthfully revealed his identity. "My name is Joan Vida, and I am a first-year student majoring in the Master of Austrian Law School of Midgard University. These 3 are my good friends and graduate students of Midgard University." Joan briefed her, introduced Hayla, Audrey and Holden. "It turns out that you are all college students. No wonder they wear uniforms of similar styles, and the adventure equipment is exactly the same." The strange girl pointed to the helmet with the magic miner's lamp on Joan's head and the gas mask around her neck. "Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet." The strange girl smiled embarrassedly. "My name is Medea Gogan, and I live in the depths of the swamp." "I'm barely a self-taught warlock. Of course, in the eyes of academic mages like you, I belong to Yeluzai, and it's not worth mentioning. Self-study or college education is just 2 different ways of seeking knowledge. There is no distinction between high and low, as long as you feel suitable for yourself," Kian said seriously. In fact, although he received an orthodox college education, the 2 tutors, Master Rolls and Professor Moriarty, all gave him a sheeping education. Whether at Leiden College or Midgard University, Joan's main method of acquiring knowledge is self-study, and he only seeks advice from his instructor when he encounters difficult problems. "Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Vader. It's not convenient for me to reveal to me. Why did you come to the abyss from the surface world? This place is full of stinking quagmire, but it is not a good place for tourism." Medea's eyes showed a charming emerald color, showing a strong curiosity. Joan was hesitant and wondered if he should reveal the purpose of his and his companion's trip to the woman warlock who had encountered and unknowingly en route. "Miss Gogan, I don't want to hide it. We came to the abyss and the mud, mainly to help an old friend solve problems." Audrey saw that Joan was hesitant, and took the initiative to answer for him. When the detection faction was just launched to check the big flytrap, Audrey found that although Medea was not a good camp, she did not have any evil spirit on her body. For an aboriginal in a dark area, it's very rare. It shouldn't be a bad guy who wants to be scheming. Miss Gogan, you live in a swamp area and want to come to be very familiar with the situation in this neighborhood. I wonder if you have seen a group of dwarf miners in the area recently? Audrey then asked her. Dwarves. Medea touched the temples wrapped in a headscarf, thinking, and replied, 2 weeks ago, I did see a group of dwarfs passing by, heading north of the swamp. From the tools they carried, like a professional prospecting team. Are those dwarves friends who are asking for your help? Audrey nodded. Yes, we are going to meet the dwarf prospecting team. Then you just have to walk north. After passing through this wetland, there is a labyrinthine intricate underground cave in front. If there is no local people to help you lead, I am afraid that it will take a long time to find the exit. Medea frowned slightly, as if worried about Joan's future. There are many monsters lurking in the cave. What are the tentacle monster, the lockthroat monster, the dormant hypocrite? Anyway, it is not a good thing. You must be careful. Audrey and Joan looked at each other without saying a word, and for the time being could not determine whether the Lady of Medea Gogan issued a good warning or was alarmist. Sister Medea, since you know the environment here, you might as well invite you to guide us. Hayla made an eager invitation. Of course, we won't let you work hard. How much you need to pay, may wish to make a price, as long as we can afford it. We will not be stingy. Remuneration is free. I will not be short of this little money. Medea waved her hand, inadvertently showing an arrogant look, demonstrating her worthiness. If you really want to ask me to lead the way, it's not impossible. But there is a condition. What conditions? Tell me honestly, what kind of trouble is your dwarf friend having? Medea Gao corrected, and said, the ugly words are at the beginning. If the trouble is too big, I will even get involved in it and bring me the unbearable risk. I am sorry, I can only wish you good luck. Joan had some doubts about her. When she heard her stand, she let her heart down. She felt that the female sorceress was acting steadily, not like a bad-hearted man. Audrey, Holden and Hayla have the same impression. The four reached a consensus after communicating through the private chat network established by communication, and Audrey truthfully told Medea, Mr. Klein's prospecting team passed through an Earth naval during the exploration of the veins. During this period, he was attacked by a large group of petrified lizards and was forced to withdraw from the Earth Naval. I had to send a letter to Joan for help. So this is our. Medea listened to Audrey's words, stroking her jaw with her fingertips, her face thoughtful. The north side of the swamp is blocked by a mountain range, and there is more than one navel leading to the opposite side of the mountain range. Maybe your dwarf friends are out of luck, and they just got into the navel where the petrified lizards nested. Klein may not find a safer umbilical cord, but only one umbilical cord can penetrate into the vein. They also have no choice. Joan replied softly. This is also true. Medea nodded and said with great interest, since this is the case, then I will take a trip with you. It is just that I am very interested in supernatural creatures such as petrified lizards and help you lead the way. I captured it by the way and took it back to study its petrochemical capabilities. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1185. Medea to Joan inadvertently heard Medea's self-talk and couldn't help moving. Coincidentally, he was also very interested in the topic of petrochemical. Not long ago, he had the idea of inventing a spell specifically for the protection of petrochemicals. Unfortunately, it was too difficult and was forced to shelve. Now that Medea has revealed his plans to study petrochemicals, Joan feels a sense of like-mindedness. Medea, have you studied many supernatural creatures with petrochemical capabilities? Not much. So far I have only studied myself. Medea replied casually. Are you kidding? Of course it is not a joke. Medea's lips twitched a smile of Huifu, seeming to be making a prank. I don't quite understand what you mean. Joan looked at her suspiciously, vaguely anticipating that something was about to happen, and could not help tightening her heart. Look at this and you will understand. Medea seemed to laugh, suddenly pulled off the headscarf, and her tightly wrapped hair was completely exposed. It was countless slender white snakes, all dancing wildly in front of Joan, like a nightmare picture. After a moment of shock, Joan instinctively closed his eyes. "Don't worry, I can control my petrochemical capabilities and will not turn you into stone." Medea smiled and comforted Joan, and then put the headscarf back on again, hiding his snake hair. Hayla, Audrey, and Holden also saw the true face of Medea that had just been revealed, and they were also surprised when they doubted her identity. "Sister Medea, your hair." Hayla stared at Medea nervously, while keeping a distance from her, lest she would be bitten by the strange white snakes. "Are you the legendary snake-haired banshee?" "Yes, some people call our race Medusa." "Did you scare you just now?" "It was indeed taken aback by your hair, but now it's okay." "I don't think you are a banshee, but just look different from us humans," Hayla said pretendingly. "Are you really not afraid?" Medea approached the female swordsman with a smile. "Then I take off my headscarf." Hayla's face paled slightly, but he also pretended to be indifferent. "What's so scary? As long as you don't let those little snakes bite me, I want to touch them." When Joan heard the laughter of Hayla and Medea, the two seemed to be having a good time and couldn't help opening their eyes. They realized that Medea had not shown hostility towards themselves and could not help feeling ashamed of their excessive reaction just now. The snake-haired banshee Medusa is probably one of the most well-known monsters. The genealogy of the snake-haired banshee has a long history. Among the myths circulated in ancient times to this day, there are often such banshees that can turn the other party into a stone statue as long as they make a short eye contact with people, and they always act as evil villains, acting as a stepping stone for heroes to create great achievements. In the humanoid monsters subvolume of the Vare's monster illustration, there are also related items of snake-hair banshee, which have vivid descriptions of their habitat and petrochemical capabilities. The book also emphasizes that the snake-haired banshees are mostly evil and cruel, and are keen to turn their prey into statues with different postures and display them in the nest as decorations. Affected by these legends and books, Joan will inevitably have a bad impression on the snake-haired banshee, so Medea just showed the moment of the snake hair. He closed his eyes without thinking, and he was even ready to cast spells. However, after calming down, Joan gradually realized that Medea did not seem to be as evil as the legendary Medusa, put on a headscarf, and could not see that she was actually a snake-haired banshee. It is difficult to say that this is because of the prejudice in the human description of the snake-haired banshee, or the friendly attitude of Medea towards human beings is only a special case, and it does not represent the character of most snake-haired banshees. Joan's mood is very contradictory. Intuitively he tends to trust Medea, but reason constantly reminds him that it is better not to approach the snake-haired banshee, in case the other party's temperament suddenly changes, and the murderous opportunity. He and his companion may be under her gaze turned into a stone statue. What's more terrible is that Joan currently has no reliable way to prevent the petrochemical gaze of the snake-haired banshee in advance. As for breaking the enchantment, it can only remove petrochemicals but has no preventive function if it is a trick. I'm afraid that it's too late to save the spell. This feeling is like holding a bomb in my arms. Although it hasn't exploded yet, and it is likely to never explode, it's still hard to rest in peace. Medea didn't seem to be aware of Joan's complex emotions, still talking and laughing with Hayla, leading the way for 4 human friends from the surface world, leading the people across the swamp to the dwarf prospecting team's station. Before long, Holden took the initiative to chat with Medea and asked her many strange questions, such as how to control the little snakes on the head. Will they be bitten by the snake? And the small ones on her head, the snake needs no food or the like. Although these questions are more or less related to privacy, Medea shows no signs of anger and tries to answer them to satisfy the curiosity of the poet. Joan also noticed that although Audrey appeared calm and occasionally chatted with Medea, she always intentionally or unintentionally avoided direct contact with the other party's line of sight, and seemed to be on guard. A group of people thought about each other and walked out for about 2 hours. The terrain in front was gradually dry, and the transition from the edge of the swamp to the dark and deep karst cave landform the electric whip monster Joan used to explore the way is limited by physiological structure, and his internal respiratory system is not fully developed. Amphibians like tree frogs cannot survive in a dry environment for a long time. Through synesthesia, Joan felt that the monster's moist skin had dried up and could no longer absorb the outside air through the skin's mucous membranes. He had to gasp for breath, but it was still unsustainable and seemed very painful. "Mr. Vader, your whip-blame servant can't stay away from the wetland, so it will soon suffocate and die. Anyway, I will guide you and don't need it to lead the way. You should let it go." Medea looked sympathetically at the electric whip monster. After accepting the suggestion of the serpent warlock, Joan waved towards the electric whip monster, and ordered it to return to the abyss and return to the mud, letting itself die. The electric whip monster quickly ran away like amnesty. "Let's go." Medea smiled at Qiao Anin. The gentle and touching expression reminded Joan of a girl who was far away from her hometown of Alfheim Leiden City. She had also used a hijab to cover her monster white hair. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1186. Peep. Thinking of Rebecca, Joan couldn't help but feel a little hurt. After a few seconds, he recovered, looked up, and found that Medea had walked alone to the entrance of the opposite grotto, stopped, opened the storage bag, and took out a handful of bead-sized glass beads, chanting spell-casting spells in hands. Apacenia. Under the curious gaze of Joan and others, the serpent warlock Medea chanted a spell symbolizing vision, while spreading his palms. The glass bead in her hand, under the blessing of magic power, automatically floated in the air, shining with a strange glow. Go. With a wave of Medea, more than 10 enchanted glass beads seemed to have gained life, flew into the cave one after another, and sometimes stopped. The bones turned and turned, like the eyes that looked around one by one. "What kind of spell does Medea cast?" Audrey asked Joan in private through communication. "It looks a lot like the fifth ring prophecy arcane peep at the magic eye," Joan Cunnian replied. "This spell can temporarily transform multiple glass beads into observation devices for path exploration, compared with the three-ring eagle eyes which can only create fixed observation points. The biggest advantage of the five-ring peeping magic eye is that these created glass eyeballs can be moved. Under the remote control of the caster, in-depth investigate the hazardous area and record everything you see. When a peeping devil eye returns to the caster, it will communicate its findings to the owner through telepathy, so that the caster is prepared for the risks that may be encountered during the progress. The number of peeping magic eyes and the maximum detection radius are both positively related to the caster's level. In general, a warlock who can cast 5 arcane spells has at least 10 caster levels. Considering that Medea releases 15 peeping magic eyes in one breath, Joan speculates that she may be an 11th level warlock. Among all the warlocks Joan had contacted, except for the Red Queen Mrs. Josephine and the White Prince Vinia, it was the highest-ranking warlock of the snake-haired Banshee, which made him unable to pay tribute. Medea drove the 15 peeping devil eyes into the cave, instructing them to take charge of each route, conducting investigations in all directions without dead ends, and then turning back to tell Joan, "Hey Isla, Audrey and Holden, let's wait here for a while. After the peeping devil eyes come back, we confirm that there is no danger, and it is not too late for us to enter." Everyone felt that her approach was very safe and nodded in agreement. The crowd waited for more than 10 minutes at the entrance of the cave, and the first peeping eye flew back. Medea held the devil's eye, read the reconnaissance information, and shook his head. "This route is a dead end, we will wait for the report of other routes." Not long afterwards, the rest of the peeping magic eyes flew back one after another. Medea looked at them one by one, frowning and thinking. "How's the situation inside the cave?" Holden asked with curiosity. "Most of the forks eventually lead to dead ends. Only 3 routes can pass through the cast cave, but there are monsters lurking in secret, which is very risky." Media's beautiful face was very serious. "We must cross the cave and meet the dwarf prospecting team as soon as possible. We can only take a little risk." Audrey looked at the serpent warlock. "Which of the 3 passages is the safest?" "For the moment, the 3 roads are not safe, but the second passage is the shortest." Medea played with a glass bead and said in a deep voice, "Peeping the devil's eye found 3 scavengers lurking in the tunnel dome ahead. As for how many scavengers are hidden in places where the eyeball cannot be detected, it is hard to say. In other words, if we choose this route, we must guard against the attack of scavengers." "Yes, but fighting scavengers in a narrow and deep tunnel is not a pleasant experience. It is best to lead these disgusting monsters out, and it is easy to solve them in open areas." Medea made a positive suggestion. "Joan, how much do you know about scavengers?" Hayla naturally looked at the young mage, as if he were a walking encyclopedia. "I haven't dealt with scavengers. I just saw this strange introduction in the book." Joan recalled the description of the scavengers in the Book of Vale's Monsters Strange volume, and then said, "Carrion scavengers are a type of aggressive ground scavengers that are similar in size to bloodworms and look like giant worms. The scavenger's digestive system is relatively primitive, unable to digest fresh flesh and blood, and can only absorb decayed food. Compared with bloodworms, scavengers have no advantage in body size, strength, or sharpness of teeth, but they have a unique weapon: is the thick tentacles that grow around the jaw. These barbed whip tentacles are a bit like tentacles of tentacles, and they also contain toxins that can paralyze creatures, but they are not as long as tentacles. Furthermore, the scavenger's abdomen can secrete a viscous liquid that can crawl upside down on the ceiling like a snail. When the prey is not prepared, it suddenly falls from the top of the head and launches a deadly attack." Finally, Joan concluded, "My understanding of scavengers is only from the records in the books, which may not be realistic. Let's listen to Medea, and try to lure those monsters out of the tunnel first." Wrestling with a group of big beard worms in a narrow tunnel, it makes people goosebumps just thinking about it. "The question is, how can we lead scavengers out?" Hayla frowned. "Carrion eaters have very low intelligence, but very sensitive sense of smell. If we can manage to get some carrion and pile them outside the cave door, we should be able to lure these greedy worms." Medea thought. "Fresh flesh is easy to obtain, but waiting for flesh to rot is too much trouble." Audrey looked sad. Kiaon moved his mind and remembered that the Necromancer 3-ring spell Sand of Time that he had just learned not long ago can accelerate the aging of creatures or objects. If Sand of Time is cast on a fresh monster corpse, it can theoretically be quickly corrupted and spoiled, exuding a strong odor, as if it has been placed for a long time. However, if it is only used to accelerate the corruption of blood and flesh, the magic of Sand of Time becomes too strong, and the body can be aged for 40 years in an instant. "I am afraid that the bones have been moldy. How can there be any carrion?" "If you reduce the magic power output, it can achieve the purpose of reducing the aging degree. But this is a bit troublesome. Joan needs to spend some time to adjust the spell configuration of Sand of Time." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1187 Scavenger. Just as Joan was thinking, the young poet's hearty laughter came from his ear. "Isn't it just attracting scavengers from the cave? It's easy, even though it's wrapped in me." Holden opened the storage bag and took out a flute. "Are you going to play the flute for scavengers?" Medea looked at Holden doubtfully. "The scavenger's hearing is indeed very sensitive. It can sense wind and grass moving 1 mile away, but I don't think these intelligences, big low bugs, know how to appreciate your performance." "Miss Gogan, you are wrong." Holden stroked the flute with a confident smile on his lips. "Appreciating music does not depend on intelligence, no matter what kind of human beings or other creatures. As long as they have rich and delicate sensibility, they can resonate from my performance." "Well, If I understand correctly, are you saying that the feeling of music is determined by the perception attribute rather than the intelligence attribute? Medea asked. Yes, Holden nodded. In this case, the sharp-minded scavengers may really be tempted by your flute. Joan agrees with Medea. In fact, Holden played not ordinary music, but psychedelic music, which is a spiritually magical masterpiece of bardic poetry. Ordinary ecstasy will only cause the listener to become obsessed, standing still and listening, not to induce the scavenger to actively leave the nest and approach the player. Fortunately, Holden, as a seventh order bard, also mastered a high-end performance technique that strengthens crafts, which can be integrated into the craft's effects similar to the three-ring hint. The scavengers who heard the flute sound were hypnotized unconsciously, and could not resist the urge to get closer to the player, as if the flute sound was a courtship signal from the opposite sex. Joan stood beside Holden. The melodious flute echoed in his ear, but he didn't appreciate it. His eyes were fixed on the hole, his eyes intertwined with tension and expectation. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, there was a murmur of creeping sound deep in the deep cave, followed by a rotten smell. Smelly Haila covered his nose with both hands, and his small face wrinkled uncomfortably. Be careful. Scavengers are about to rush out. While Medea issued a warning, she hurriedly opened the casting material pack and took out a thumb-sized glass bottle, which contained a small amount of phosphor powder. Joan also highlighted the Iron Virgin, launched the shield wall mode, centered on himself, and blocked Holden, who was focused on playing the flute on the left, and the Serpent Warlock who was preparing to cast spells on the right, all in a heavy behind the crystal steel plate. It provides a solid bunker for the professional casters with weaker physique in the team. At this time, the first scavenger had crawled out of the cave, and it was completely displayed in front of everyone. The worm-shaped monster is 9 feet long from head to tail, with a pair of slightly shaking antennae on the head and a pair of strong jaws like vice. 8 slim sticky tentacles extend around the lower jaw of the scavenger, each of which has a length of 2 or 3 feet. The ends of the tentacles swell into a willow-like shape, and the side curled inward is covered with dense barbs. Compared with the illustrations in the monster illustrations, Joan found that the real scavenger is far more weird than the image on the drawing paper. It looks like a giant green worm and a freak together with cephalopods like squid. No wonder the guys are classified as strange, rather than being included in the ranks of magical beasts like earthworms and bloodworms. To be honest, compared to scavengers, ground worms and blood moss can be called clean and pleasant. The scavengers are not only ugly and weird, but also unbearable is that this guy exudes a suffocating stench. When the 3 bloated scavengers all crawled out of the cave with evil shapes, the odors emitted from their bodies merged and the concentration was tripled. The horrible smell was simply spicy eyes. Joan, they just smelled it from afar. They couldn't help gagging and almost spit out breakfast. Resisting the feeling of nausea and sickness, Joan hurriedly put on a gas mask and incidentally opened the higher endoscopy to investigate the big stinky bug opposite. Detection target: adult scavengers, weird, insect-shaped subspecies. Attributes: strength 16, agility 15, constitution 16, intelligence 1, wisdom 15, charisma 6. The scavenger's strength, agility, physique, and perception attributes are excellent, but its intelligence is only 1 point, and its brain is not as good as that of a dog. What surprised Joan the most was the charm attribute of scavengers. Looking so ugly and so stinky, there are 6 charms. Joanne thought it was a little unscientific. If it is reluctant to explain, it is probably that the supernatural blood of scavengers is excellent. It is a pity that its inherent advantages are completely covered by its ugly and foul appearance. Even Joan, who has raced cats with curiosity, can't encourage the courage to get close to the scavenger, showing how bad the face and temperament of these guys are. While Joan was still observing the scavengers, Medea had already chanted a spellcasting spell, using the small bottle of phosphor powder in her hand as a source, and pulled out a circle of fire wall flatly, enclosing all three scavengers. The ring of flames generated by the fourth ring of firewall divides the battlefield into two spaces. Joan and others who are outside the firewall can hardly feel the temperature change. The three scavengers on the inside of the firewall are surrounded by the transpiring heat wave. Every few seconds, the wall of fire will spur flames toward the inside of the ring wall under the urging of magic power. The carrion insects under the flame of the fire tongue dried up the mucus on the body surface quickly, and made a crackling sound. The tissue fluid in the body flowed out from the cracked wound, and the tongue was roasted again. Scavengers, who are used to moving in dark and humid areas, can't stand the high temperature, and have screamed and groaned. Medea heard the call of scavengers, while maintaining the focus of casting, urged the firewall to save the magic, and then spit flames inside, while not forgetting to remind the young traveling companions. The scavengers are quite strong and not easily burned to death. They may burst out of the firewall at any time. Please be careful. Hearing what he said, Hayla and Audrey immediately put their minds on good shows, and each took out a bottle of antiviral potion Joan gave them before departure this morning, pulled out the cork and drank it. The potion made by Tears of God may not be able to relieve the paralysis effect caused by scavenger tentacles, but it must be able to greatly improve the resistance of the users to paralysis toxins, and play a role in preventing paralysis, so that Audrey and Hayla get a great advantage in fighting with scavengers. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1188 Mutations. Joan didn't plan to fight the scavengers closely, and he didn't need to take antiviral drugs. He took out a small piece of black agate and cast a mage nether palm. As soon as they were ready for contingency, Medea's worries became true, and across a wall of flames, three dark shadows were rapidly approaching. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing bug, the three scavengers ran into the wall of fire almost at the same time. Tolerating the pain of the flames, peristaltic and bloated body forcibly broke through the wall of the fire, and swooped towards Joan where they were come. Audrey and Hayla quickly rushed forward with their swords, and each stopped a scavenger. Holden didn't care about playing his flute at this moment. He pulled out his magic pistol and fired frequently, trying to stop the monster from approaching. Unfortunately, bad luck, even 3 shots failed to trigger an enchantment special effect. A small bullet hit the huge worm body. The damage caused is far from enough to repel strong and fierce scavengers. Kiaon timely controlled the mage nether palm to help hold and share the pressure. He pressed the third scavenger's head and pushed hard to push the monster back to the firewall. The taste of the being roasted by fire is really uncomfortable. The scavengers instinctively curl up to increase the friction between themselves and the surface, avoid being pushed by the hand against the wall of the fire, and at the same time furiously flicking the tentacles and frantically hitting the hand. The smelly green paralyzed venom splashed like rain. Mage nether palm is essentially a group of negative energy constrained by the shell of the force field. There is no substance of flesh and blood, and of course it will not be affected by paralytic toxins. Trouble. Try my best to remote control the giant palm. Still unable to promote the heavy monster. It shouldn't be. Joan scratched his head. The weight of the scavengers, through the wrestling just now, he has already weighed out. The geometric model of the scavenger insects curled up into a mass, the ground contact area, and the general coefficient of friction on the ground surface. He can use his brain to calculate it. According to the calculation results, the mage ghost palm with 20 points of strength should not be difficult to push the scavengers. How can that guy stay still? With confusion in his head, Joan raised his hand and twisted the lamp head on the helmet, hit the searchlight beam to the contact area of the scavenger and the surface, and took a closer look at the light. His eyes twitched. Nima, turns out you are cheating. Kiaon originally thought he had calculated the friction, but the facts showed that his calculation was not wrong, but he ignored an important factor. The scavenger's abdomen secretly secretes a lot of mucus, like strong glue, which closely bonds its body to the rough surface, which greatly enhances the friction, and it is no wonder that it cannot be pushed. Joan stared angrily at the big worm that glued himself to the ground, wondering if he would hit it with a fireball. However, when I thought about it, I had a new idea and decided to take advantage of this guy's lie on the ground and experiment with the spell taught by Moriarty. Joan grabbed a handful of fine sand on the spot and used submystery to split his consciousness. The main consciousness is focused on maintaining the mage nether palm, while the secondary consciousness casts the third ring necromantic spell Sand of Time and transmits the spell effect to the scavenger through the mage nether palm. Vanois Kiaon chanted a spell that symbolized the passage of time and decay, and then raised the dust in his hand. Negative energy emerged from the turbid sand and dust, like a cold undercurrent, injected into the scavenger through the mage nether palm, making the monster instantly 40 years old. The lifespan of insect-shaped creatures is usually relatively short, so the proverb "may fly grow old overnight" will be passed on to the world. According to Joan's expectations, the average lifespan of scavengers should not be much longer. The scavenger eaten by him at this moment is already in adulthood, and he is 40 years old. Even if he does not die on the spot, he must at least be too old to crawl. However, the effect of the spell is completely beyond Joan's expectations. The scavengers were deprived of the life of 40 years by the Sand of Time. Instead of showing the trend of aging, they became thicker and the body length has nearly doubled. The scene in front of him surprised Joan. He quickly used higher endoscopy to examine why scavengers would become like this. The result of the investigation made him cry and laugh. Adult scavengers get caught in the Sand of Time, and they have temporarily evolved into a mature scavenger, which not only doubled in size, but also gained 4 additional power and physique enhancements. This is really self-defeating. This unexpected result initially made Joan feel a little embarrassed, but he became happy in the blink of an eye, as if opening a door to a new world. It turns out that in addition to the standard usage of accelerated aging, Sand of Time can also promote the growth of certain species with particularly long life, such as scavengers. Adult scavengers grow 40 years old, but only by an increase in age. They have evolved into adult scavengers. From this, it is not difficult to estimate that although scavengers look like short-lived worms, they are actually a fairly long-lived creature with an average life expectancy of not less than 200 years. A large, low-intelligence worm can still live for so long, but the average lifespan of contemporary humans is only 50 years old. Joanne has to admit a cold reality. The average lifespan of a race does not entirely depend on the degree of civilization. Despite the distracting thoughts, Joan looked up at the giant worm that had been cooked by his unintentional casting. Fortunately, the intelligence level of scavengers did not increase significantly with age. Feeling dazed by the drastic changes in themselves, and still huddled together in a daze. After thinking about it, Joanne decided not to kill the adult scavenger for the time being, but instead cast a 3-ring spell Dominant Insect to try to control its spirit. Dominant insects can only take effect on insects in theory, but there is a vague area here, that is, creatures with a special bloodline of insect-shaped subspecies. Can they be classified as insects? If the biological taxonomy is strictly followed, the answer is number. But Joan had experimented on the Ling-a-Ling spider Ling-a-Ling, and the dominant insects could also play a role in her abyss demons with arachnid characteristics, but the effect was not so obvious. Inspired by that experiment, Joan made some adjustments to the dominant insect spell configuration after returning to school, reducing the duration of the spell from day to hour. Unit. The saved magic power is used to expand the scope of the subject, and is no longer limited to insects in the standard sense. It is applicable to all creatures with insect-shaped subspecies. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1189 Evolution. To put it simply, as long as a creature looks like a bug and its habits are like a bug, Joan can use his modified dominant insects to try to control the other party's spirit without having to struggle with the other party's biological category or insects. Kanwa. Joan chanted a spell to activate the spell, bursting a blue magic beam with his fingertips, striking the forehead of the adult scavenger directly, easily penetrating the monster's will defense line, and firmly controlling its spirit. In the next 8 hours, Joan can give orders to this adult scavenger at any time through telepathy, like driving a loyal servant. At this time, the battle around the cave had just ended, and the other 2 scavengers had been hacked to death by Audrey and Hayla. Joan ordered the adult scavengers to cross the corpses of the same kind, turn around and go back into the cave, find and kill the secret. The lurking other scavengers cleared the way for the expedition team. Joan, how did you grow that scavenger? Medea came over and asked curiously, are you using the 5th spell animal variation? Joan shook his head. Animal aberration can only promote the evolution of animals in the natural world, and it doesn't work for insects like scavengers. Moreover, with my current ability to cast spells, it's impossible to perform the animal aberration. I cast a 3-ring necromantic spell Sand of Time on that scavenger, which was originally intended to make it aging and weak, and easy to deal with. Form. Sand of Time? Medea blinked blankly. I have never heard of this weird spell. Joan's reaction to her was not unexpected. Sand of Time is a unique spell of Professor Moriarty, which is not included in the Austrian Law Library of Mage University. Joan even suspected that the spell was invented by his mentor, and it would be incredible if Medea heard about it. The phenomenon of Sand of Time promoted the accelerated development of scavengers, which made Joan think of the maturation effect of giant insect technique on eggs. He is still not sure that this phenomenon only happened accidentally on scavengers, or it is applicable to all long-lived organisms. To get a tangible answer, Joan also needs to collect more samples and conduct more extensive tests. Joan, Hayla, they have entered the cave. Let's get on the road as soon as possible. The soft voice of the warlock came from the ear. Joan recovered and nodded. Okay, let's go. The 2 walked side by side into the grotto, and Joan hesitated a little, then hesitated. Is there anything you want to say to me? Medea sensed his thoughts, her jade-like eyes glowing slightly in the darkness, staring at the face of the young mage. Well, Medea, this is the case. I know a secret method to develop the power of the warlock's bloodline. Do you want to try it? This is the first time Joan has promoted the awakening method he invented to a stranger who is not a relative or a friend. The other party is also a beautiful and charming warlock, and he is inevitably a little nervous. You talk about it first. How to do it specifically? Medea asked carefully. It's very simple. You only need to provide a small amount of fresh blood samples. Joan introduced her to the process of waking up secrets. 2 of the core technologies, interpretation of mythical blood and number 4 rune answers, were inconvenient to elaborate, but only mentioned it in general. After listening to Medea, she fell into contemplation. The 2 went silently in the dim cave, thinking about their own affairs, and no one spoke again. The silence continued for a long time, and there was a conversation between Hayla and Zion's brother. Medea looked up at the backs of the 3 of them and turned to Joan. Your proposal just now is interesting, but I want to think about it again. Is it okay? Think carefully. It should be. If you are interested, please contact me at any time. Joan answered casually. Well, let me thank you first. Medea smiled at him and speeded up to catch up with the sisters of Shanghai Leia and Zion. Joan can fully understand her cautious attitude. After all, blood strengthening is not a trivial matter. It is a matter of life and death. For his stranger, who met in plain water, Medea could not trust without reservation, so that he could easily trust his life and future into his hands, and can express rejection in a euphemistic manner, even if he was very face-saving. The truth is this, but Joan still feels a little sour in his heart. The ears were hot for a while, as if a very embarrassing thing had just been done. Obviously out of a good heart, it is a good thing that can benefit each other, but failed to gain the trust of the other party. Such an encounter is inevitably grievous, not to mention Joan is a very thin-skinned, introverted shy person. After this setback, he couldn't help being discouraged, and it was difficult to summon the courage to talk to Medea about it. Joan had imagined that he would invent a whole set of blood vessel strengthening program into a fee-based service. Now it seems that doing business is not as simple as you think. No matter how good a product is, it is no use trying to sell it. Deep in the cave, there were two scavengers lurking, but before they approached, the strong scavenger that was dominated by Joan discovered and drove them away. Near the exit of the tunnel, Joan sensed a deep pit nearby, a scavenger's nest. Through a spiritual link with the scavenger servant, Joan needs the eggs of the insects to cooperate with the giant wand, and in the recent Battle of Elktown, in order to resist the frost giant's siege, the stored blood mosquito eggs have spent more than half. Considering that the scavenger's fighting ability is better than that of the bloodworm, Joan asked his companion to wait for a while and went to the scavenger's nest to collect the eggs. Audrey, Holden and Hyla worried that Joan was in danger and insisted on walking with him. But as soon as he reached the periphery of the worm's nest, he could not open his eyes because of the pungent odor. He couldn't even resist the gas mask, so he had to stop. Joan blessed himself with aquatic breathing, and under the guidance of the male scavenger servant, he went ahead with the stench coming from his face. To his surprise, Medea did not flinch, and still silently followed behind him. The spawning room for scavengers is a large pit in which decayed debris of animals and plants is discarded to provide nutrients for larvae that have just hatched and are not yet capable of hunting. The rotten corpses in the pit not only emit bad odor, but also strong biogas. Whether it looks or smells, it looks like a big pit. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1190 Scavenger Eggs. Joan draws a Sidmana, casts the hand of a high-level mage, searches for eggs in the pit, and still vomits in his heart. The work he is doing now is really like a dung worker. Eggs are used to make cannon fodder. I am afraid that this courage cannot be encouraged. After rummaging through the pit for 10 minutes, Joan collected a total of 50 scavenger eggs, and then cast a magic trick to remove the dirt and odors attached to the surface of the eggs. Spraying the drought toxin dilution solvent, and eating the rot eggs fall into a dormant state, and the final income is a blue ice container dedicated to storing worm eggs. Joan, what's your use in collecting these eggs? When returning from the same path, Medea asked curiously. These eggs can be matured using spells and temporarily transformed into adult scavengers. On the battlefield, they are equivalent to a summoning creature that exists for a long time. I understand. Medea showed an empathetic smile. You collected these scavenger eggs to deal with petrified lizards, right? Joan stunned. The visual organs of scavengers are severely degraded. Almost all of them are born blind. Without vision, of course, they can't look at the petrified lizard and are not affected by the petrochemical gaze. On the other hand, the scavengers have a very developed sense of hearing and smell, which can completely replace the function of vision, so they will not suffer from losing their opponents in battle. They are suitable for fighting petrified lizards. Don't you think that of? Medea looked at Joan suspiciously. This is indeed a good idea. Joan smiled embarrassedly. Thank you for reminding me. Medea froze for a moment, and then smiled. But somehow smiled. Joan and Medea will meet with Hyla, Audrey, and Holden, and then they will be led by scavenger servants and continue to explore. He walked out for nearly an hour. When the sun was setting fast on the Earth's surface time, Joan and his party finally passed through the dark underground cave. The outside of the cave is bright and cheerful, with high mountains on both sides and a canyon between the steep mountains. The middle of the valley is open and flat, and there is a vague bonfire shaking, and there is clearly someone camping there. Joan, they stepped up to the place where the bonfire jumped. From far away, they heard the loud noise of the dwarves, and the air was filled with the spirit of spirits. Hey, see who is coming? Joan, they heard familiar cheers as soon as they arrived at the camp. Guys, it's finally waiting for you. The deputy captain of the prospecting team, with a lot of pale golden beards, shorts, spouted with a strong alcoholic breath, greeted happily, and embraced them with Joan. When it was Medea's turn, the dwarf was taken aback, took 2 steps back, opened a pair of drunk eyes, and hesitantly looked at the slender girl with a headscarf opposite. "This is Miss Mage Joan, the friend we met on the road." Holden laughed at the dwarf. "Brother Schultz, look at your look in shock. Wouldn't it be? Did Medea mistakenly recognize Evelyn?" "You can't admit the wrong person." But Schultz stepped back 2 steps and looked at Medea with a wary face. "Ma'am, please forgive me for taking the liberty. Wouldn't you be the hostess of the Silent Hall, the Mage Joan who was called the Snake Witch by the aboriginal Muddy Aborigines?" "The Abyss is only me, Mage Joan. As for the title Snake Witch, although I don't like it very much, since everyone calls me that, I can only be forced to accept it." Medea shrugged and then said to Schultz, "If you still have doubts, you may wish to take a look at my hair." "Oh, then it's unnecessary." The always brave dwarf warrior was so pale that he shook his head. Joan saw that Schultz was very worried about Medea, which shows that the snake warlock is not only locally famous, and her relationship with the dwarf family is probably not how harmonious and harmonious. In order not to intensify the conflict between the two sides, Joan quickly digressed and asked Skulls where Klein was. "Brother Klein is at the camp. I will take you to find him." At noon today, an abominable petrified lizard broke into our camp with a big swing, and the frightened guys all ran out of sight of the monster and hid, only to watch it turn its head over the pot. The stewed pot of mushroom broth is clean. "Hey, do petrified lizards also like to eat our human food?" Hey, I couldn't help but interrupt. "I thought this monster would fill the stomach just by chewing the stone." Petrified lizards have sharp teeth and extremely corrosive stomach acids, and indeed can chew and digest stones, especially creatures that have become stone statues by their own sight, and are more nutritious than other minerals. But the stone is a stone after all. Even petrified lizards don't like this too hard food. If they eat a stone, they will take a long time to digest slowly. During this time, they can only lie in the nest and take a nap, energetic to do other things, until a heavy belly is digested. If possible, petrified lizards prefer to eat fresh meat. It doesn't matter if they are raw or cooked, so that they can reduce their digestive burden and free up energy to do something more interesting and meaningful. For example, love, breed offspring. Medea smiled slightly, and then introduced the eating habits of the petrified lizard to everyone. In order to get as much fresh ingredients as possible, petrified lizards will sneakily approach their prey from behind and suddenly attack. The sneak attack behind the back not only prevents the prey from fleeing, but also has the advantage of avoiding eye contact with the prey, so that the body of the prey will not become a stone statue, and it will be softer and more delicious to eat and easy to digest. As for those prey with enough alertness, they can't be hunted by sneak attack. The petrified lizards have to turn them into stone statues and store them in their nests as spare food. That's what it is. Shorts, stroking his thick beard, suddenly said, "When we encountered petrified lizards before, several guys were unfortunately turned into stone statues and dragged back to their dens by petrified lizards." "Miss Joan, according to what you just said, are they likely to be alive now?" "If petrified lizards can find more delicious food than stone, such as a hot pot of mushroom stew, I think most of them are not interested in eating hard dwarf stone statues." Medea joked casually, and then asked Skulls, "What happened to the petrified lizard that broke into the camp and stole it?" "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1191 Hunting Plan. Brother Klein couldn't tolerate such blatant acts of robbers, so he took a few brothers who were good at blind fighting. Even I, including me, shot the petrified lizard and spent a lot of effort, and finally killed it. Skulls told Medea. After killing the petrified lizard, Brother Klein was still upset. He wanted to use the meat of this big lizard to replace the broth that was spoiled by it, and to have lunch for the guys. Unfortunately, the monster's meat was too bad and thick. It's hard and doesn't improve much after it's cooked. It chews up like wood dregs. Guys would rather nibble on black bread than want to eat this bad roast. Shorts complained that he was leading the way, and not long after he led the crowd to the center of the camp. Joan saw a monster corpse lying on the open ground from a distance. Its outline was like a giant lizard covered with brown scales. The spindle-shaped body was narrow at both ends and wide at the center. It was about 13 feet long from head to tail. After careful observation, Joan found that this monster is still significantly different from the ordinary monitor lizard. Compared with the common lizards, reptiles, the biggest peculiarity of petrified lizards is that they actually have 8 legs, symmetrically distributed on both sides of the body, and it looks really weird. In addition, Joan also noticed that this petrified lizard has a curved horn between the nostril and forehead, and there are sharp bone spurs on the back, which extend backward from the neck along the spine to the tail, like a full row of sharp swords. As daunting. The petrified lizard's corpse opened its eyes wide, and its lost pupil showed a dark green color. Even if he had died for a long time, Joan could still notice that the monster's eyes exuded slight magic fluctuations. Klein Stove was carrying his hands, pacing slowly around the huge dead body of the petrified lizard, thoughtfully. Hearing the shouts of Schultz, he turned his head to look at Joan and their sides. The tight thick eyebrows immediately spread out, and the rough face smiled. "Ha ha. Brother Joan. Brother, I finally hope you are here." Joanne is now accustomed to the dwarf's overly enthusiastic embrace, and before introducing his bones to being broken by Klein, introduce him to the new friend Medea Gogan. Klein had also heard of the name Snake Hair Warlock. Although he didn't quite understand how Joan would make friends with this evil snake hair lady, he was still facing Medea. Very polite, after all. People came to help him solve troubles, and besides, there is one more high-level caster, and he will be more confident when dealing with petrified lizards later. After the greeting, Klein invited everyone to sit around the campfire for dinner and drink a glass of crab blood wine to relieve their fatigue. Joan had no interest in spirits, so he gnawed dry food by the campfire and incidentally asked Klein about petrified lizards in order to formulate countermeasures to kill this group of monsters. "Brother Joan, it's a bit of a shame. Since we first entered the navel 3 days ago, we encountered a large group of petrified lizards and were forced to withdraw. Later, we never dared to return to the navel and didn't know the monsters. Where is the lair?" Klein was ashamed. "Mr. Klein, based on the experience of the prospecting team with the petrified lizard, can you estimate how many petrified lizards are in the navel?" Audrey asked. "In the beginning, there were 4 petrified lizards that attacked us, and then 4 or 5 more came. Apart from the one that broke into our camp at noon today and died, the total number of petrified lizards entrenched in the ground navel was about 10. Crane, stroking his beard, carefully added, "Of course, this is just my guess. According to 10 petrified lizards, Joan, Fortune's sister, Medea, my sister and me, plus 2 older brothers Klein and Schultz, 7 of us deal with 10 petrified lizards, as long as it should be no problem to prepare for petrochemical gaze in advance." Holden seemed confident. Audrey disagreed with her brother's blindly optimistic attitude. He glanced at him angrily, and then he returned to the topic. "Mr. Klein, you have fought against petrified lizards and hunted a petrified lizard yourself. In your opinion, how strong is this monster?" "Well, it's actually hard to say." Klein drank and pondered. "If you have a way to defend against petrochemical gaze, petrified lizards are not a big threat. At best they are a little stronger than ordinary monitor lizards. On the contrary, if there is no safe way to resist petrified gaze, then every second of facing a petrified lizard is like struggling on the death line. The danger is too immeasurable." "Brother Klein, is it as exaggerated as you said?" Hale pointed dubiously at the petrified lizard corpse across the campfire. "If the petrified lizard is as powerful as you said, how could that guy die here?" Klein shook his head and smiled. "Little girl, You have to know that in order to avoid the petrified sight of this monster, we have to close our eyes to fight with it. The rest of the prospectors who do not have the ability to blindly fight are all hiding in the sight of the petrified lizard. In addition, use shotguns and crossbows to deal with it. Even in this case, we spent a lot of effort to get rid of this petrified lizard. The problem is that this tactic cannot be performed in the rugged and narrow ground navel. As long as more than 2 petrified lizards appear at the same time, the mixed roar will disturb our hearing, and the martial art of blind fighting will not be able to be displayed. Mr. Klein, I carry a lot of tremor perception potions with me. After taking it, I can temporarily obtain the blind sight ability. With my eyes closed, I can still sense the slight changes in airflow, and then I can judge the surrounding wind and grass, and almost no interference from noise. Joan opened the storage bag and took out 6 bottles of tremor perception potions, which were distributed to Hyla, Audrey, Holden, Medea, Klein and Scorts. Brother Joan, how long can this magic potion last? Klein asked. About 80 minutes, Joan answered truthfully. Klein frowned 2 thick eyebrows and thought, the duration of the medicinal power is not long or short. We'd better destroy all petrified lizards in the navel within 80 minutes. This is not easy to do. 2. The key point is that we still don't know where the petrified lizard's nest is located. Before the battle is officially launched, it is necessary to go deep into the navel to investigate and find the exact location of the lizard's nest. After thinking about it, Audrey added, it is better for us to lead the petrified lizard out of the navel and fight in open areas. Hyla looked at Joan and said with a smile, it's always an expedition underground. You always come to cast spells to detect monster nests. This time you still have to work hard. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1192. Heavy drinker. Joan looked at the torn index finger of his left hand, feeling a bit heavy. As Hyla said, he is responsible for investigating enemy situations in the expedition team. In the past, when he explored dangerous areas, Joan would always use the mosquito finger technique to create a blood mosquito spy and go deep into the unknown field to conduct investigations. Unfortunately, bad luck today, the blood mosquito has been swallowed by a bat, and Joan will not be able to perform mosquito finger surgery again until tomorrow morning. Without a blood mosquito scout, how do you go deep into the navel and explore the petrified lizard's nest? Joan turned to look at the strong scavenger that he had conquered. This giant worm is not suitable for acting as an agent only by looking at its bloated posture. Joan even doubts whether it can drill into the rugged and narrow umbilical cord. At this time, Medea sitting beside him coughed twice. Joan turned to look at the serpent warlock. Medea met his eyes and smiled. Joan immediately understood her intentions and said to Klein, Medea is good at casting the 5th level spell Peeping at the Devil's Eye, which is more suitable for me to detect lizard nests than me. Then trouble Miss Gogan, we will not let you work hard. We will definitely provide you with a satisfactory reward. Klein patted his chest to guarantee. Payment is not necessary. I am involved in this matter, just out of personal interest, Medea said lightly. When you hunt petrified lizards, please don't kill them all, just leave them alive. I won't take it home to study. That's fine. Of course. After a momentary consternation, Klein cast a meaningful look at Joan. Joan was helpless. Everyone seems to think of him and Medea as a kind, and think they are very compatible, but this is not the case. Indeed, both he and Medea are arcane spellcasters. Both of them are interested in petrified lizards, and both are interested in doing some research on the topic of petrification. They are also geeks that are difficult to understand in the eyes of others. It does not mean that the two of them will get together. In fact, Joan knew nothing about the origin of Medea, and once tried to communicate with her in depth. The result was not very pleasant, and even suffered a little. Others take it for granted that the two geeks should have the same language or even close relationship. In fact, this is purely a misunderstanding. Joan was embarrassed by this, and it was inconvenient to explain it publicly. so he had to pretend to be casual. Medea didn't seem to be aware of Joan's complicated state of mind. He bumped his glasses with Hyla and drank the blood of dried crab blood in one breath. He sighed satisfactorily, wiped the corners of his mouth, stood up, and walked staggering toward the entrance to the navel. Hyla glanced at the black tea in his glass, and then looked at the empty wine glass that Medea had put down, and couldn't help whispering to Audrey, "How can this woman drink so much?" A pint of crab blood wine, and it was poured in one go. Does she have dwarf blood? To be honest, even if we are a dwarf family, including men, women and children, we can't find a few people who drink a cup of crab blood wine without changing their colors. This Lady Gogan is really a hero in wine. Schultz raised his thumbs and looked at Medea's slender back with his heartfelt admiration. "Don't blow it." Audrey was a little worried. "Looking at how Medea walks, I am afraid that she is not drunk. Is she going to cast a spell like this now? Wouldn't it be too reluctant?" Holden grabbed Joan with his elbow and encouraged, "Don't just eat, just hurry to help her." Joan was holding a piece of nautical biscuit and was chewing on the biscuit crumbs, looking puzzledly at the poet. "Why do you have to let me go?" "I haven't finished it yet, so I won't go." "Let you go? There is so much nonsense." Holden grabbed the cookie with a split hand and pushed him angrily. Joan stood up helplessly and ran to Medea daringly, and whispered, "Are you all right?" "What can I do?" Medea asked back. Joan noticed that her white face was burning red at the moment. When she talked, she breathed out a scent of alcohol, and her consciousness was still awake. She told the truth. "They worry that you are drunk. Let me come and look after you." "Ha ha. Thank you for your concern, but I'm not drunk, just a little." Up. Medea touched her forehead. Her smile hard to hide her drunkenness. "It's fine if you're not drunk." Joanne wanted to say, "I'll go back if it's okay." After all, I was still at ease, so I silently followed her and watched carefully. Medea smiled at him, drawing a circle around his mouth with his finger. Long beard. Joanne froze for a moment before realizing her intentions, and quickly wiped the biscuit residue in the corner of her mouth, in order to hide his embarrassment. He had nothing to talk about. "You still have less bars in the future." "Don't." Medea categorically refused. "Drinking is one of my few pleasures. How can I give up?" Joan scratched her head, thinking that she really didn't see it. The woman turned out to be an alcoholic. "I not only like to drink, but also make wine very well. One day you come to my house as a guest, please try my own wine, including what you like," Medea said confidently. Joan had no interest in wine, but he found that Medea, who was in a state of little bosom, became a lot more lively and cheerful, and got along more easily. "Then thank you for your hospitality in advance, but now it's better to concentrate on casting the spell," Joan whispered. Medea nodded, and touched her waist bag, with a round and thin glass bead in her hand. Some slight intoxication did not negatively affect her casting focus, and she successfully completed the casting process. 15 glass beads were transformed into peeping magic eyes, which were separated from her palm, dragging streamers, and flew into the entrance of the umbilical cord. Medea lowered her eyes slightly, as if meditating with her eyes closed. Joan knew she was concentrating on the remote control to peep into the devil's eye, assigning a different investigative route to each demon eye, and watching quietly on the side, lest she interfere with her spellcasting. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Medea opened her eyes, her thick eyelashes curled up, and looked forward to the entrance of the navel. Joan also followed her gaze, and soon found that a small magic eye flew back. Medea held the glass bead in her hand, read the glimpse of the peeping eye, and nodded thoughtfully. Joan wanted to ask her what she saw, but now she only came back with a magic eye. It was too early to ask for information, so she pressed curiosity and continued to wait. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining 14 peeping magic eyes also returned one after another, reporting the findings on their respective investigation routes to their mistresses. The length of the ground navel is about 4 to 5 miles, and the exit is located in a valley surrounded by cliffs, Medea said softly. "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1193 Luring the enemy out of the cave. 1 Medea summed up all the information brought back from the peeping magic eye and told Joan about the situation inside and outside the navel. There are 2 fossil lizard nests that we care about most. The first one is relatively close. The linear distance from the entrance of the ground navel is less than 100 feet. There are only 4 adult petrified lizards in the nest, without cubs or lizard eggs. In the first lizard's den, my magic eyes also found 4 dwarf stone carvings, all of which are well preserved, and should be the petrified prospectors. The second lizard's nest, located in the middle of the Earth's navel, is 2 miles away from the entrance. 5 adult petrified lizards are entrenched in the cave, and no cubs or eggs have been found. This is an unexpected something disappointing, Medea said sadly. Joan also really wanted to collect some petrified lizard eggs, take them back to school for research, try to hatch and raise them in a laboratory environment. So he was particularly able to understand Medea's disappointment at the moment. However, it is not the spawning period of petrified lizards. There is no, nor can they force petrified lizards to lay eggs against the law of Isterus. Medea, if you really want lizard eggs, you may wish to catch a pair of adult petrified lizards, 1 male and 1 male, and take them home for rearing. After 2 months at most, they will almost reach their spawning period. This is a good idea. A smile appeared on Medea's face. Joan, will you catch the lizard for me later? Is this ... coquettish? Joan laughed secretly and nodded. Of course it's okay, but there is one more thing to ask you. Did you find the dwarf statue in the second petrified lizard's den? Medea hesitated for a moment and replied softly, 4 statues have been found, only 1 sentence remains intact, and the remaining 3 have been gnawed in the form of men. That is to say, the 3 incomplete stone statues cannot be resurrected even if they cast off the petrification? Well, I'm afraid ... Is this matter to be told to Mr. Klein? Joan caught a fleeting moment of impatience from Medea's eyes, and found out that the snake-haired banshee was actually more compassionate than she seemed, and her impression was greatly improved. Now don't say it's better. Wait until the petrified lizard is eliminated and revenge the unfortunate miners. Klein and Schultz are not too sad, Joan replied softly. Medea nodded and agreed. Joan took out the navigation compass from the storage bag and activated the mapping function, and the surrounding map was then presented in a 3-dimensional frame. Medea, you pointed out the location of the 2 lizard dens on this map. The serpent warlock stared in amazement at the 3-dimensional picture that appeared above the compass, and after a while, gently opened Zuzu's lips and exclaimed, Joan, this is awesome. How do you do it? Compass has navigation attached to it, and ask nature. You still need to ask nature. I heard that the 5 rings of magic were needed, and the excitement on Medea's face dimmed immediately. I knew it was impossible for me to make the same surveying and mapping magic weapon. Mark the location of the lizard's nest. Joan freed his left hand and touched his right eye to activate the eagle eye attached to the prosthetic eye, creating an invisible magic observation point at the location indicated by Medea. Joan switched his perspectives to the 2 magical observation points one after the other. Sure enough, as Medea said, he clearly saw the movement in the petrified lizard's nest. In the first 4 and 5, a total of 9 petrified lizards, all lying in their nests, are dozing lazily. Joan withdrew from the remote observation perspective and said to Medea, let's go back. Okay. The 2 returned to the campfire side by side and described the intelligence obtained by the spell investigation to the companions in detail. Petrified lizards are located in 2 nests, and they are far apart. This is good news for us. We can first attract the 4 petrified lizards in the first nest and wipe them out, and then try to deal with the second nest. The 5 lizards in the solution are divided into 2 dials, and the pressure will be relatively small. Audrey said. The idea is very good, but there is a technical problem. Hayala said seriously, How can the group of lazy lizards be lured out of the nest? Brother Klein said just now that petrified lizards are very lazy creatures. Unless they can't stand hunger, they will always doze off in the nest, and it is very difficult to lure them out of the hole. Step back and say, even if the petrified lizard is happy to hook, who should we send as bait? Anyone who faces a large group of petrified lizards must bear the huge risk of being turned into a stone statue. Even if they take the blind sight potion in advance, they are not afraid of petrified gaze. They run in strange and rugged tunnels with blind eyes closed. There is no guarantee that stumbling will not happen. In the unlikely event of a fall on your way to escape, you will be knocked down by the petrified lizard behind you. So I don't need to say the consequences. After listening to Hayla's words, everyone's mood was particularly heavy. The fact is that, as she said, someone must enter the navel to act as a bait and take a huge risk, but who is willing to take his own life to take risks? Let me seduce petrified lizards. Klein stood up reluctantly. I invite everyone to help. I can't give all my troubles to my friends. I can sit back and enjoy it myself. Besides, I can be regarded as a land walker. I can use any door to escape from danger at any time. The petrified lizard is only suitable to follow behind my butt. Eating, no one is better than me for the role of tempting the enemy. The young people were amused by the playful words of the dwarf brother, but also deeply admired Klein's boldness. Brother Klein, there is actually someone better than you here to seduce petrified lizards out of the nest without risking anything. Holden patted his chest with a grin. It's true not to hide. It's down. Yeah? The hooligans will play the flute. They used the magic flute to seduce scavengers from the depths of the cave, which is also effective for petrified lizards. Hayla slaps his face and dances with a frown. Brother Klein doesn't have to enter the naval adventure. Just let the hooligan play the flute in the hole. This method is more secure. Audrey nodded in agreement. If the petrified lizard thinks that Holden's flute is too unpleasant to take the bait, it is not too late for Mr. Klein to enter the navel to lure the enemy himself. Hello, whose whistle is too unpleasant? Are you my sister? Will your conscience hurt when you say that? Holden sent a strong protest to his sister. As long as the petrified lizard grows ears, with the most basic intelligence, will surely be intoxicated by my flute. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1194, Luring the Enemy Out of the Cave 2. Audrey smiled carelessly, showing the elder sister's posture to teach Holden. I'm not ironic about your poor performance level. I only considered this possibility out of rigor. As a boy, you should be broad-minded, and accept the criticism of others with humility. Why be so excited? Holden was so angry that he turned his head and didn't want to ignore her. Joan was always dissatisfied with Audrey's parental style towards his younger brother and patted Holden on the shoulder to show comfort. The intelligence level of petrified lizards is relatively low among magical beasts. Fortunately, they are at least smarter than scavengers, and of course you can enjoy your performance. As for the hearing of petrified lizards, although they are not as sharp as scavengers, after all, they are also creatures of the underground world, and they are not too bad. After hearing Joan's words, Holden's face reappeared with a smile. His finger flicked gently, and the flute whirled like a windmill at his fingertips. It's not too early. Let's solve the big lizards quickly, so we can go to bed early. Klein nodded, stood up, and announced to everyone around the campfire, let's get ready, and gather at the entrance to the navel after 10 minutes. Audrey took out the armor, shield and saber from the storage bag and put it on quickly while still reminding Joan, when Holden plays the flute, you remember to set up a refuge hut beside him in case there are too many petrified lizards. We can't resist and we will withdraw to the hut. Can the refuge cabin block the sight of the petrified lizard? Hayla interjected. The force field shield of the refuge cabin is a new way transparent. We can see the outside situation from the inside of the house, but the sight of outside creatures can't penetrate the shield. Seeing us, it should be able to block petrochemical gaze. Out of prudence, Joan reminded his companions, this is just my speculation. Before empirical testing, I can't draw a conclusion. In short, no matter whether you are inside or outside, it is best not to open your eyes and look at the petrified lizard. Joan, can we take this potion now? Holden also walked over, holding the bottle of tremor perception potion Joan gave him in his left hand. If taking medicine won't interrupt your concentration, it's best to wait until the petrified lizard comes out soon. You can rest assured that I have set up an eagle eye observation point near the ground naval exit. When the petrified lizard comes out, I will remind you to take the medicine in advance, Joan said. Joan, I suddenly thought of a question. Holden thought suddenly. When you switch the viewing angle to the eagle eye observation point, will you look at the petrified lizard? Will it become a stone statue? This is a good question. Joan scratched his head. Frankly, I don't know. The petrified gaze of our Medusa family has a magic radius of only 30 feet. Outside this range, even if there is line-of-sight contact with humans, it cannot transmit the magic power to the other party. Of course, it will not cause a petrochemical effect. Medea walked over to Joan, fingertiply stroking his jaw, thinking, as far as I know, the petrified lizard's gaze attack radius will not exceed 30 feet. When Joan conducts them through the eagle eye technique during indirect observation, even if eye contact occurs, it is logical that the magic power cannot be transmitted to Joan by using the eagle eye observation point as a springboard. That's what I said, but I remember when I was adventurous in the war lizard's lair in the Nida Mountains, Joan used eagle eyes to observe the earth monster, and the moment when he made eye contact with the monster, Joan did indeed suffer the effect of confused gaze. Is this true? Holden asked, holding the young mage's shoulders. Joan nodded, his face dignified. Because of this precedent, I'm not too sure whether supernatural gaze can be transmitted indirectly. Maybe the earth monster is just a special case. Audrey frowned. I have such a mythical story. I don't know if you have heard it. A hero in ancient times tried to kill the evil snake-haired banshee. A polished mirror-like shield was made, and the mirror reflection of the shield was used to observe the position of the snake-haired banshee, avoiding direct contact with her line of sight, and finally successfully killed the banshee. If this story is true, then it proves that the gaze attack cannot be transmitted indirectly via specular reflection or eagle eye observation point. I have heard this story, and in order to verify whether the story is true, I have done experiments in person. Medea smiled strangely. Then you talk about it. What is the result of the experiment? Hayla asked eagerly. I did a total of 20 sets of experiments to strictly control the variables. The final conclusion is, the mirror reflection method in the myth is not reliable, but it cannot be said to be completely useless. Medea patiently asked. A group of curiosity baby explained, from the experimental results, when you use the specular reflection to observe the snake-haired banshee, there is about a 50% probability that it will not be petrified. The hero in the myth, I can only said he was lucky. Medea, your mirror experiment just overturned your conclusion. The core of the eagle eye surgery spell configuration is the law of light reflection and refraction. Observing petrified lizards with eagle eye surgery and observing snake hair with mirrors banshee is essentially the same thing. Since the specular reflection still has a 50% chance of being petrified, it proves that the supernatural gaze attack can indeed be transmitted indirectly, but every time it is reflected or refracted, the probability of causing confusion, petrification or similar negative effects will be halved. Kian guessed. Is the probability of gaze in effect decaying geometrically with the number of reflections and refractions? This is so interesting. Joan, I really want to design a set of experiments immediately to test whether your conjecture is true. Medea's eyes widened, her fists clenched, and she couldn't help but jump with excitement. You two freaks. Give me enough to stop. Now there is no time to talk about these unbounded things. Hayla could not bear to end, interrupting the dialogue between the two scientific madmen. Let's get to the point, since indirect observations are risky. Joanne, do you still want to use eagle eyes? Joan figured it out and said slowly, I set the eagle eye observation point at a high place. The eyes of petrified lizards grow on both sides of the head. the reptiles will not walk upright. The bone and muscle structure of the neck determines the angle of inclination is very small. A simple calculation shows that it is almost impossible for petrified lizards to see the observation point above their head, not to mention the observation point is invisible. The risk is so small that it is almost negligible. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1195 Blind Battle 1. Even if my luck is extremely bad, it doesn't matter if I make a move. Joan patted the scroll box around his waist. There are scrolls of breaking the enchantment here. If I am petrified, you will let Badia use the scroll to cast spells and help me lift the petrification. Well, good luck. Holden did not know how Joan calculated risk, anyway, as long as he believed that the superbrain of intelligence attribute 29 would not go wrong. Putting the flute across his lips, the young poet's eyes narrowed slightly. A little emotion was brewing, and he was about to start playing ecstasy, but he was stopped by Joan. Holden, don't rush to play the flute. You first build the refuge cabin. Don't you come here to cast this spell? Holden looked confused. Since he was promoted to 7th level as a troubadour, his spellcasting ability has also been enhanced, and he can cast 3 ring spells. The Bard's arcane list does include refuge cabin, so Joan asked him to cast this spell no problem. The question is why he should be allowed to use it. After all, he has far fewer spell slots than Joan. The caster who built the refuge hut cannot leave the hut. When you start playing the ecstasy, you must stay focused. During this period, you cannot cast other spells. If you encounter a petrified lizard, it is dangerous. It is better to hide in the hut and play the flute. Anyway, the force field shield will not stop the whistle from spreading out. In this way, Audrey doesn't have to stay by your side, protect you full time. You can liberate her combat power and use it against petrified lizards. On the contrary, if I still perform the refuge cabin, I have to stay in the cabin. The casting space is very limited. When fighting, I have to stretch my hands. At the same time, your safety is not guaranteed, and Audrey can't do my best. Joanne explained unhurriedly. Or you think, well, just do what you say. Holden opened the storage bag, took out a glass bead, held it in his palm to chant the spell, and then tossed the magic bead to his feet. With a bang, the glass beads exploded and the crystal dust rose into the air, forming a hemispherical force field shield that enveloped Holden. The refuge cabin was successfully established, providing everyone with a stronghold for retreat. Holden concentrated on playing the flute, and the melodious notes drifted deep into the Earth's navel, where the sound waves were transmitted, and the invisible magic net followed. Resonated. Joan stood next to Holden, first blessing mage armor on himself, and then taking another shield, and then switched his perspective to the eagle-eye observation point above the first petrified lizard nest. Go up and quietly watch the motion below. 4 large fat lizards are lying in their nests and dozing lazily, until the whistle of the fascinating magic reaches their ears, and 3 petrified lizards wake up like dreams, crawling up one after another, and marching towards the whistle. Walk in the direction of coming. There is still a petrified lizard, aware of the abnormal behavior of the companions, and he stood up in confusion, hesitating whether to continue to sleep, or to go out and take a look. What happened? The scene in front of him made Joan realize that there is a limit to the minstrel ecstasy, and it does not make all the creatures who hear the music fall into the ecstasy state. How many listeners can be confused depends on the ecstasy's magic energy level, and the magic energy level depends on the poet's level. With Holden's current poet rank, he can confuse up to 3 petrified lizards at the same time, and give hints to them through the flute to lure them out of the navel and close to the player. As for the remaining petrified lizard, although he heard the sound of the flute, he was not affected by the magic power, and Joan wasn't sure if it would come out and join in the fun. Now he had no time to stay here to continue to observe. He had to put down the 4th petrified lizard first, and hurriedly switched his perspective to the eagle eye observation point near the exit of the ground navel. After waiting for 5 minutes, Joan saw the three-headed petrified lizards walking through the eagle eye observation point with a heavy stride. He relieved himself secretly and hurriedly switched his perspective back to the body, reminding all his companions who were waiting for him. The three-headed petrified lizard is coming out, including Holden. When he heard the warning from Joan, they all raised their hands and opened the stopper's tremor-aware potion before pouring it into the throat in one breath. After 3 seconds have passed, the magic of the potion takes effect, and everyone closes their eyes one after another. They only feel the tremor of the outside world by their abnormally sensitive hearing and skin, and generate clear black and white images in their minds based on echoes. Rich color details. The observation range is limited to the surrounding 60-foot radius. Tremor perception is almost exactly the same as the picture observed when you open your eyes. Joan also blessed himself with a tremor perception and entered a blind sight state, and then quickly switched the viewing angle back to the eagle eye observation point. It happened that the first petrified lizard was crawling out of the umbilical exit. The huge tail was he shook left and right in front of his eyes. Opportunity is inevitable, and Joan immediately starts higher endoscopy to watch the physical attributes of the petrified lizard from above. Detection target: petrified lizard, magic beast, supernatural crawling subspecies. Attributes: strength 19, dexterity 10, constitution 15, intelligence 2, wisdom 12, charisma 11. Supernatural ability: petrochemical gaze. The results of the inside view confirmed Clon's claim. If the petrified lizard is not the supernatural ability of petrochemical gaze, its melee ability and even intelligence level are not much different from ordinary monitor lizards. At the same time that Joan reached this conclusion, the 3 petrified lizards with brown scales rushed out of the entrance to the ground navel, followed the sound of the flute, and ran straight to the refuge hut where Holden was located. Hayala took the lead in the offensive, with a fireball shot in the open hand, which hit the back of the petrified lizard in the middle. The heat wave caused by the explosion of the fireball swept in the 2 petrified lizards in the front and back, suffered flames and roared in fright. Medea closed his eyes, but with the tremor perception given by the magic potion, he sensed the location of the heat source at the first time when the fireball exploded, and performed 2 pyrotechnics. Lumber. At the moment when the spell was cast, the snakehair warlock pointed at the center of the fire field from a distance, using the flames of fireball as a casting material to stimulate a strong flash of light. Of the 2 camps on the battlefield, one of them has closed his eyes for a long time. Of course, he will not be affected by the pyrotechnics. The 3 petrified lizards on the opposite side have just escaped from the fire. Unpredictable and stimulated by strong light, all of them were blinded and wailed in pain. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1196. Blind battle. To the closed eyes quietly opened a slit, and Medea quickly glanced across the face, confirming that the 3 petrified lizards were all blind and unable to perform petrochemical gaze. They took a sigh of relief and raised their lips slightly. Audrey didn't waste the great situation created by Hayala and Medea's joint spellcasting. In time, he used the paladin's first magical force duel to hold a petrified lizard. A big lizard with a simple mind, under the restraint of magic, gave up attacking Joan, who was obviously closer to him, and endured the tingling of his eyes, turned around and rushed towards the paladin wearing silver armor, holding a large shield and a long sword. As a result, he hit the iron plate head and was shot on the face by Audrey with a ferocious shield strike. The blood was flowing on the spot and his head was venomous. Klein and Skorts blocked the other 2 petrified lizards, and while they were injured by fireball, their eyes were hard to open, and the warhammer took turns to face the headache. Joan quickly observed the situation on the battlefield and found that he had an absolute advantage. He could easily solve the 3 petrified lizards without his own shot, and then switched his perspective to the eagle-eye observation point to monitor the movement inside the ground navel. The 3 observation points were switched in turn. The good news is that the 5 petrified lizards entrenched in the nest in the middle of the Earth's navel, without being disturbed by the fighting outside, still buried their heads and took a nap. There is also not very good news, that the petrified lizard remaining in the nearby lair, although not affected by Holden's crafts, after hearing for a long time, especially heard the sound of fighting outside finally, he made up his mind, took 8 short stout legs, and crawled over to the hole. Joan thought about it and turned his head to look at the strong scavenger that he had conquered and issued a spiritual command. This giant worm has been hitting the soy sauce for a long time. After being instructed by the owner, he crawled up to the umbilical exit and lay in the gutter, lurking quietly. Within 2 minutes, heavy footsteps came from the hole. The 4th petrified lizard probe came out, looking around with caution, and found that his own kind was fighting fiercely with a group of humans, and no one paid attention to himself, so he took a light step to climb out of the ground navel and bullied towards Schultz, intending to pounce first paw this little dwarf. However, the petrified lizard never dreamed that his every move had already fallen into other people's calculations. When he was deliberately attacking the dwarf, a giant worm quietly appeared in the gutter behind him, and suddenly fell on his back, and 8 tentacles were entangled. Its neck madly releases paralytic toxins. The petrified lizard roared in horror, turned its body desperately, glared at the giant insect that had attacked itself, and its rounded eyes inspired 2 beams of green light with the magic of petrification. However, the carrion insect, whose vision has been severely degraded, did not take a look at it, and clamped the neck of the petrified lizard with a pair of strong jaws, so that it could not open its mouth to fight back. At the same time, it tightened the noose-like tentacles and continued to the body. Inject paralytic toxin. Regardless of body type and strength, the male scavengers stabilize the petrified lizard and firmly control the initiative in the melee. The sight of the petrified lizard is useless to the quasi-blind man who lives in the gutter of the middle-aged scavenger, but it can't bear the toxins proliferating in his body, and his body gradually becomes paralyzed and unable to resist. Joan remembered that Medea had said he wanted to catch alive, so he issued a spiritual command to stop scavengers from continuing to bite the already limp petrified lizard, and instructed it to drag the captive to the side, take care of it, and wait for him to wait. Dire handles. On the other side of the battlefield, the remaining 3 petrified lizards had been jointly killed by Audrey, Hayla, Medea, Klein and Shorts. No one was injured and it is a complete victory. The battle came to an end, and everyone returned to the shelter. Medea wanted to take the opportunity to study the captured petrified lizard. Unfortunately, the guy was injected with too many paralyzing toxins from scavengers, lying on the ground like mud on the beach. Even breathing and heartbeat became very weak. Medea circled the paralyzed lizard twice, then crouched down to take a peek, then returned to Joan, whispering secretly in his ear. It's just a public one. And after a mother is caught, it happens to be a bear. On the battlefield, it's hard to tell which petrified lizard is male or female, Joan answered embarrassedly. You don't need to worry about this. Through careful observation, I have mastered the trick of distinguishing the of petrified lizards. It is male and female, and they can be recognized at a glance. Medea raised her hands proudly with her hands on her hips, a pair of towering peaks bouncing and trembling, as if she was also showing self-confidence. The magic of tremor perception prepared by Joan can only last 80 minutes. The battle just took half an hour. Everyone didn't want to waste the rest of the medicine. They only rested for 10 minutes in the refuge hut, and they regrouped to prepare for the elimination of the 5 remaining petrified lizards in the umbilical cord. The nests where these petrified lizards gather are far away from the entrance to the Earth's navel. If Holden still stands outside and plays the flute, the sound of the flute cannot be transmitted to the ears of those large lizards. In order to seduce them, Holden thought that it was necessary to take some risks, go deep into the navel, and play the ecstasy near the nest. After the petrified lizard passed, he would go back and forth until he led the audience behind him. Earth Naval. In this way, the refuge cabin cannot be kept. It doesn't matter. After the battle just now, everyone's confidence and experience in dealing with petrified lizards have been greatly improved. In fact, there is no need to retain the shelter. Despite this, everyone is still not sure that Holden enters the umbilical cord alone as a bait, especially Audrey, lest there be any failure of his brother, insist on accompanying him. If it is necessary to bring in Annie, Holden feels that anyone can, but only refuses to follow her sister, but also plausibly claims that Audrey will continue to nag beside him, making him unable to concentrate on playing fantasy. Of course, Audrey could not accept this reason and was mad at beating her brother, but Joan also felt that she was not the best person to protect Holden personally. In contrast, Klein's elder brother was more competent in this role. Mr. Klein is a high-level Earthwalker who understands the geographical environment of the dark area better than all of us, and he can freely use any door without any obstacles to stop him. After Holden enters the ground naval, in case something goes wrong, for example, the retreat is blocked by a monster that we have not yet discovered, as long as there is Mr. Klein beside him, there is nothing to worry about. Just turn on any door. You can take Holden with you anytime, anywhere. Joan's proposal was highly praised by Klein, and other companions also unanimously supported it. Audrey couldn't stick to her own opinion anymore, so she took a two-ring caring technique on her brother and told him to be more careful not to die. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1197 Lizard's Blood. 1 Joan blessed Klein with a secondary mind connection, and when he was ready, the dwarf elder disappeared with a young poet in a twisted silver aperture, instantly teleporting to the middle of the umbilical cord. In line with the petrified lizard nest, the distance is about 60 feet. Joan quickly switched the viewing angle to the eagle eye observation point near the teleportation point, and closely monitored the 5-headed petrified lizard still dozing in the nest. After waiting for about a minute, Joan heard the melodious and familiar flute through the observation point. The petrified lizards in the nest were all disturbed by the sound of the flute, and they climbed up one after another, looking at the place where the flute sound came. One of the most slender petrified lizards, without long horns, has a crown of bone horns on the top of the head, as if wearing a crown of queens, and has the most keen sense of music. With the beat of the flute, shake the body gently, and also I squinted very enjoyably, completely intoxicated by the melodious and moving music. When Holden incorporated suggestion into the fantasy, this petrified lizard with the crown of the first responded to the hint and left the nest, just like a fan of idols, quickly searching for the piper. Beside it, 2 petrified lizards were also confused by the sound of the flute, and immediately climbed out of the nest. The last 2 petrified lizards were not controlled by the magic of fantasy, but they seemed to care about the slender figure with a crown on their heads, and kept up with it, like a bodyguard. Joan saw that all 5 petrified lizards were attracted, and quickly rushed through the secondary mind connection to remind Klein to be careful, and then switched his perspective to the observation point near the exit of the umbilical cord, and waited nervously. The sound of the flute drifted from far to near, indicating that Holden was playing the flute while approaching the exit. Soon after, Joan saw the figure of the poet and the dwarf walking fast, not far behind them, following the petrified lizard with a crown of horns, and the other 4 petrified lizards, which fell a little further away. The enticement tactics have been half successful. Joan feels relieved and switches his perspective back to the body, reminding the companions beside him to prepare for the battle. He also opens the casting material pack and takes out a glass vial encapsulating phosphorus fire. After the battle just now, Joan found that although the petrified lizard was strong and thick-skinned, his willpower was relatively fragile. It was easy to be controlled by spells or supernatural abilities such as Holden's fantasy and suggestion can always work for this group of simple lizards. Joan was inspired by this and was ready to perform the hypnotic pattern of the third circle control school arcane. the umbilical exit magical power, a silver light door opened out of thin air. Klein took Holden's hand out of it. Seeing the two return home safely, everyone was relieved and closed their eyes one after another, instead using tremor perception to observe the outside world, waiting for the arrival of petrified lizards. Holden was also focused on playing the flute, the sound of the flute wandering in the dark shrouded valley. The three petrified lizards, attracted by the sound of the flute, drilled out of the navel successively, surrounded by the young poet, listened with their heads up, obsessed. The two petrified lizards who crawled out of the earth's navel afterwards, because they were not affected by the ecstasy, became more alert, widened their green eyes, and cast hostile sights on the young poet playing the flute. Vanima Joan didn't give the two petrified lizards a chance to stir up, and decisively threw the magic phosphorus fire vial in his hand. The glass bottle exploded into the sky, and the weak phosphorus fire exploded into a colorful ball of light, which firmly attracted the sight of two petrified lizards. Under the joint control of fantasy and hypnotism, all petrified lizards are in a state of inversion, either obsessed with listening to music, or staring at the dazzling light ball circling in the air, forgetting where they are. Huckler. At the next moment of Joan's spellcasting, Medea waved and sprinkled rose petals mixed with fine sand, locked the petrified lizard with a horned crown, and cast 3 rings of arcane deep sleep, causing the monster to fight. After a big yawn, he closed his eyes and fell asleep soundly. Medea's lips were raised and her face was delighted. The female petrified lizard hypnotized by her happened to be paired with the male that Joan had just caught and could be used to breed petrified lizard eggs. Audrey, Hayla, Klein and Scorts were not idle, taking advantage of Holden's flute and Joan's spells while taking care of the remaining 4 petrified lizards. Hold the sharp-bladed war hammer with both hands, use all your strength, and suddenly attack. After several screams, 4 unprepared petrified lizards fell one after another in the pool of blood, and all died shortly afterwards. Now, except for 1 petrified lizard captured by Joan and Medea, the remaining 8 petrified lizards have been killed, and the obstacles that have troubled the dwarf prospecting team have been eliminated. After the battle, Klein led a group of prospectors back to the navel, searched 2 lizard dens, and carried out the petrified dwarf miners. A total of 8 miners were petrified, and the stone statues made by 3 of them had been eaten by petrified lizards, leaving no possibility of resurrection. Fortunately, the dwarf was not that sentimental race. Klein led his men to bury 3 torn stone statues in the valley, held a simple and solemn funeral, then found Joan, and asked him if there was a way to save the 5 statues. The intact stone statue turned back to flesh and blood. The 5th ring of arcane breakout enchantment can release the petrification. I carry the breakout enchantment scroll with me, but Kiawan stopped talking. You can rest assured. How much is the real plus the cost of casting? Brother will definitely not lose you a copper plate. Klein patted Joan on the shoulder, said with a long heart, "Boy, I know you are thin-skinned. I'm sorry to talk about money, but friendship is friendship, and business is business. Only by clearly distinguishing these 2 things can our friendship last forever." You are right, but the key issue is not the money, but that I have only 3 break the enchantment scrolls, but there are 5 people here who are in urgent need of rescue. Mr. Klein, who do you think I should save first? Joanne asked. Well, Klein's gaze wandered back and forth among the 5 stone statues placed in front of him, hesitating. Otherwise, I will use the teleportation scroll to go back to school, and then I will buy 2 scrolls to break the enchantment, and then teleport it back. Yes, but it's too much trouble, brother. When will you be back? Klein asked. Joan took out his pocket watch and replied, it's already 9 o'clock in the evening at surface time. The school library's department selling magic scrolls is off work. I have to wait until tomorrow morning to buy the scrolls. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1198 Lizard's Blood 2, that is to say, Younger brother, you not only have to consume 2 precious teleportation scrolls, but at least you won't be able to return until tomorrow morning. Klein frowned 2 thick eyebrows, which was really too much time, and what he cares about most now is time. In case the gnome prospecting team preempted to map out the distribution of the magic crystal or veins, the 2 months of hard work were all in vain too. When she was in trouble, Medea came over and gave Joan a glance. Joan nodded intently, apologized to Klein, turned and walked to the sorceress, and whispered, "What's the matter with me? I see that you and Mr. Klein are frowning. Are you worrying about the petrified dwarf miners?" "Yes, Mr. Klein wants to help them get rid of the petrochemicals, but the scroll of breaking the enchantment on my body is not enough." Joan suddenly got a wit and quickly asked the warlock, "Medea, can you do the breakthrough enchantment?" "Maybe, but don't worry, I have an idea to discuss with you," Medea said calmly. "What idea?" "Perhaps we don't need to perform breakout enemy, we can still help the dwarf miners to remove petrification." "How can this be done?" Joan asked curiously. Medea smiled softly and said, "You also know that our family of snake-haired banshees has similar abilities to petrified lizards, so have you ever thought about a problem? Why am I not turned into a stone statue when I look in the mirror or when I see my reflection on the water?" "This is of course because you can control your sight. You can choose to output petrified magic or just observe the other side normally, just like you are looking at me now. But you have not turned me into a stone statue," Joan answered without thinking. "Partially correct, but not comprehensive," Medea said with a smile. "In fact, there are occasional contradictions between our snake-haired banshees, but when the same race conflicts, even if the 2 sides fight to death, they will not try petrochemical gaze against the enemy. Do you know why?" "You shouldn't care about your kinship." Joan scratched his head, and suddenly thought of a possibility. He couldn't wait to ask, "Medea, do you have some kind of antibody in the body of the snake-haired banshee? Will they be turned into stone statues by themselves or other similar eyes?" "Clever." Medea snapped her fingers in approval. "By the way, I will tell you a little secret. If I turn someone into a stone figure in one breath, I can't bear it after I lose my breath, and I want to change the other person back to a living person. Then I don't have to cast spells like breakthrough, as long as take some fresh blood from your body and apply it to the other person, and you will soon restore the stone statue to the flesh and blood." Joan nodded, deeply aware of the size of the world. Suddenly thinking of petrified lizards, he asked Medea, "Since the blood of the snake-haired banshee can be released from petrification, will the petrified lizard's blood also have the same function?" "That's exactly the question I'm curious about." "How about accompanying me with an experiment?" The sorceress raised her slender eyebrows with a smile. Of course Joan would not refuse, and quickly found Klein and told him about Medea's ideas. "Since Miss Gogan thinks this method is feasible, then give it a try," Klein said doubtfully. "There is no loss even if it is not working anyway." Driven by curiosity, Joan immediately took action. Withdrew the largest needle from the storage bag, plunged into the blood vessel of a petrified lizard that had just died, and took out the blood while the blood was still fresh. A big tube. "Wow, this is amazing." Medea stared at the large syringe in Joan's hands, her jade-like charming eyes gleaming. For the first time, Joan saw such excitement on her face, as if the poor girl saw the precious jewelry displayed in the jewelry store window. Her eyes full of longing. "Do you like this syringe?" Joanne asked incredulously. "It's just a normal syringe, nothing special." "I like this." Medea nodded vigorously. "The volume is large enough to draw a lot of blood at once, which is very helpful for my work." The woman who likes large needles better than jewelry. Joan saw it for the first time, and was quite funny when she met her confidant. "If you like, this needle will be given to you." Taking the initiative to give gifts, especially when the other party is still a young and beautiful girl, is also an unprecedented experience in Joan. The words are a bit embarrassing and the ears are hot. Medea also seemed tangled, stroking a needle that was thicker than her wrist, and wanted to be embarrassed. "This needle is for me. What do you use yourself? It's not a valuable thing. Just build another one of the same type. Is it really that easy? Medea looked at him in confusion. Don't look at the simple structure of the needle tube. In fact, it is quite complicated to process, especially considering the airtightness. Joan was too lazy to explain, reached out to open the storage bag, took a large piece of crystal steel from it, and held it in his palm. It was estimated that the weight was enough, and Joan cast a 3-ring arcane secondary ghost axe on the crystal steel embryo. In a flash, he transformed the embryo into a brand new crystal steel syringe with a size ratio that was given to Medea. The bigger one is bigger. Medea first straightened her eyes, then sighed in a complicated mood. It's still good for you, mage. You can learn any spell. You can do everything yourself if you want. Seeing Medea's eyes intertwined with longing and helplessness, Joan knew that her bloodline spell list did not include secondary ghost axe magic work. I am afraid that she did not awaken similar engineering spells. This little trick is deeply envious. The art was different, and Joan didn't know how to comfort Medea, so he silently handed the newly made crystal steel syringe to him. Thank you. This is the most happy of all the gifts I have received so far, Medea said gratefully. Joan scratched her head embarrassedly and found that the atmosphere had become a little different, and quickly diverted the topic. We have collected enough blood. Try to change the stone statue back to its original state. Medea nodded, let Joan spray the drawn blood on the dwarf stone figure, take out a large brush, and evenly spread the blood dripping on the body of the stone figure. After waiting quietly for 2 minutes, the dwarf stone statue really faded its grey color and turned into a vibrant flesh and blood. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1199. Stare. The dwarf miner who had just lifted the petrification didn't remember his own experience after turning into a stone statue, and stood there blankly for a moment. Good brother, welcome back. Klein stepped forward with a laugh, hugged the dwarf miner who was still at a loss, and then turned around again, holding Joan's hand, thankful. This is Medea's idea, you should thank her, Joan said frankly. Medea shook her head and said to Klein, thanks are not necessary. I made this idea just to satisfy my curiosity. Experiments have shown that the blood of the petrified lizard can indeed lift the petrified, and the rest is left to you. Joanne, come here. Joan saw her wink at her again and again, based on past experience, guessing that she probably thought of something new again. I have to say that this woman's mind is filled with all kinds of incredible wonders. Others may think that she is weird, but Joan feels quite interesting, as if playing a treasure hunt game, and Medea's whim is constantly treasure that surprises him. Sure enough, Medea took him to a secluded place and said happily, I thought of a very interesting experiment. Can you be my assistant? Of course, I'd be happy to help. But you have to make it clear first, what exactly do you want me to do? Is there any risk? Joan asked cautiously. It's very simple and fun. Medea gestured excitedly, and expressed her thoughts. Joan listened silently, and when she finished, she made a concise summary in her own way of understanding. That is to say, the experiment you designed is divided into 2 parts. First of all, you want to test the difference between the petrified gaze of the snake-haired banshee and the petrified gaze of the petrified lizard, and then test the 2 creatures. Is it possible to use the blood of the company only for the purpose of removing the petrochemical function? Yes, that's how I planned. Medea nodded with a smile. Joan stared frowningly. In fact, he wanted to tell Medea that there was no need to personally take risks as an experiment, as long as he obtained the blood samples of the petrified lizard and herself. He could use the myth blood interpretation with number 4 runance used to put the 2 blood samples the petrochemical gazes are all passed out. Comparing the structure of the magic mark, the similarities and differences between the 2 supernatural abilities of the same name are clear at a glance. However, if he confessed frankly, he must face Medea's endless doubts and explain to her what is a mythical spell and what is a rune. and these are all secrets that he can hardly tell. Inconvenient to express. After pondering for a long time, Joan finally decided to keep the secret and said to Medea, "Just do what you said. I am also curious what kind of experimental results will be obtained." "Excellent. Follow me." Medea turned and walked to the female petrified lizard captured by her, standing about 50 feet away, standing face to face. The female petrified lizard is still in a lethargic state, unaware of its own destiny. Joan walked to the petrified lizard, closed his eyes, and replaced the vision with tremor perception, and then took a small glass bottle from the cast material bag, which contained an air-dried snake letter coated with olive oil. "Joan, are you ready?" Medea asked urgently. Joan nodded, signaling that she could wake up the petrified lizard. Medea made a series of gestures, cast 3 rings of dispel on the petrified lizard, released deep sleep, and awakened it from sleep. The petrified lizard opened its mouth wide, yawned a lot, then opened its eyes, looked around blankly, and for a moment it was a bit unclear. Vanima. Joan took the opportunity to chant a mantra, using the snake letter smeared with olive oil as a casting material, and played a suggestion against the petrified lizard who had just woken up and was still in a state of sorrow, making it mistaken for himself to wake it up, and be kind to it. The creature-like petrified lizard is not smart, and its resistance to charm spells is very poor. In addition, Joan's up to 29 intelligence attribute greatly enhances the power of hint, and he is almost unresisted by Joan. Firmly control the mind and have a good impression on him. Suggestion took effect smoothly, and Joan continued to play the rescuer of the petrified lizard, gesturing, and begging him to follow him. The petrified lizard was a little hesitant, but when he looked around and found out that his own kind had fallen into the pool of blood, he lost his breath, and then realized that he was in an extremely dangerous place, and the fear prompted him to deepen his dependence on Joan. Hastily followed his footsteps. Joan led the petrified lizard and was stopped by Medea not far away. The snake hair warlock pretended to be a fierce face, slowly approaching the petrified lizard, and also threatened a low growl in his mouth. The petrified lizard instinctively sensed that this woman was very dangerous, and may attack herself at any time. Before Joan issued an order, he glared at Medea with a scorching green light in his eyes. Almost at the same time, the serpent hair warlock's eyes also radiated a green and faint glow, focusing on the petrified lizard. At this time, Medea and the petrified lizard are less than 30 feet apart. Both sides are within the range of each other's petrified gaze, and at the same time use the sight as a medium to inject the magic that causes petrification into the other body. Although Joan didn't open his eyes, he could sense that Medea and the petrified lizard were staring at each other through the slight tremor of the surrounding space and the violent fluctuation of the magic web. Immediately afterwards, he sensed signs of calcification. The heat energy radiated by Medea and the petrified lizard is rapidly decreasing, and the two warm and flesh-like bodies are rapidly becoming cold and stiff. This sign made Joan deeply worried about Medea's situation. After a little hesitation, he finally opened his eyes. At this time, on his left and right sides, petrified lizards and serpent warlocks all showed distinctive calcification characteristics. Especially for Medea, the original white and healthy skin is being eroded by large blue-gray, rocky scars, and it is rapidly expanding. After just 1 minute, the young and beautiful female warlock turned into a cold and stiff from head to toe stone statue. Opposite her, the petrified lizard's situation was not so good. It was also turned into a stone statue by the eyes of the snake-haired banshee, like a carefully carved statue by the craftsman, quietly displayed in Joan before. Joan first walked to the statue of Medea, reached out and touched the texture of the skin. The tentacles were smooth and hard, slightly chilled, and the texture was indeed genuine rock. Joan walked to the petrified lizard again. After careful observation, it was confirmed that it also turned into a complete stone statue. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1200 Petrochemical Experiment. The two stone statues displayed in front of Joan shocked him a lot, and immediately took out his notebook to faithfully record the experimental results of Medea and the petrified lizard gazing at each other. Medea once said that the snake-haired banshees stared at each other and could not turn each other into stones. The same rule applies to petrified lizards. Two petrified lizards stared at each other, and no one could petrify the other. However, although petrified lizards and snake-haired banshees have almost identical gaze attacks, when they gaze at each other, the immunity to petrochemical gaze within the population cannot be extended beyond the population. The experimental results show that the petrified lizard cannot resist the gaze attack of the snake-haired banshee, and vice versa. The result is that both sides have become stone statues under the watch of the other. Joan put away the pen and paper and proceeded to the next stage of the experiment according to Medea's plan. There was still a lot of petrified lizard plasma drawn before Joan applied it to the female lizard petrified by Medea and watched it change. After waiting patiently for 10 minutes, the lizard statue remained immobile, and there was no sign of restoration of flesh and blood. Joan performed higher endoscopy observation, and the result showed that a stone statue of a lizard was displayed in front of him. The plasma of the petrified lizard could not relieve the petrification effect caused by the sight of the snake-haired banshee. Just like the snake-haired banshee and the petrified lizard, neither can be immune to each other's petrified gaze. The blood of these two creatures can only be used to remove the petrified effect caused by each other, but it is not universal. Joan recorded the conclusion of this experiment in a notebook, and then smeared the blood of the petrified lizard on Medea. After just 1 minute, the serpent warlock changed from a cold stone statue back to a living beauty. Joan used a magic trick to clear the blood from Medea and showed her the experiment log. Medea looked at it intently and smiled at Joan. The result is the same as I thought. Joan nodded gently, pointed at the lizard statue opposite him, and asked Medea, "Do you want to change it back to its original state?" There is no need to remove it from petrification and turn this big lizard into a stone statue, which is easy to carry around. Medea walked up to the stone statue and performed 3 contracting techniques to shrink the huge lizard stone statue to less than a foot long. Grab it and put it in a storage bag. Then she went to the male petrified lizard captured by Joan, turned it into a stone figure with supernatural gaze, and after shrinking the spell, she also packed it in her pocket. Joan watched Medea busy next to him, quite inspired. After being petrified, a living body with flesh and blood becomes rock without any life characteristics, or more precisely, an object, which can be used as the casting target of shrinkage, which is easy to carry after shrinking. What will happen when this miniature stone statue is released from petrification? Joan couldn't help but imagine. If it is restored to flesh and blood like normal dissolution of petrification, will the magic effect of shrinkage be lifted together? Does a petrified lizard that has changed from a stone statue to a living creature maintain its reduced size or return to its normal shape? This question is very interesting. When Joan was thinking, Medea came to him. "Joan, it's time to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Joan froze for a moment. "Are you leaving?" Medea patted the storage bag and replied softly, "The purpose of my trip with you is to capture the petrified lizard. Now that the goal has been achieved, it doesn't make much sense to stay here. It's better to go home early and do something more meaningful research." "Can you tell me what kind of research do you intend to use petrified lizards for?" "It is very convenient for me to check the information on the university campus. If you have needs in this regard, I can help you to collect the literature related to the research topic. In fact, there is nothing special. It is to deepen the 2 sets of experiments we have done today and tried to figure out a problem. Our snake-haired banshee and the petrified lizard have the same petrified gaze ability on the surface. What's the difference in the end? Why can't they be immune to each other? And why can't the blood of the 2 creatures be universal when they relieve the symptoms of petrochemicals? Medea clarified the headscarf, and then revealed to Joan, in addition, I also want to analyze the blood of the petrified lizard in depth and use it as a material to make it into an alchemy potion, which may help strengthen my bloodline. After all, we have similar petrochemical capabilities. Medea, Imho, your idea is dangerous. Joan solemnly warned the serpent warlock. Do you think that a petrified lizard has similar supernatural gaze ability to you, so its blood can be used to strengthen your own petrified ability and even bloodline strength? This logic of assumption is actually unreliable. From the perspective of biological classification, petrified lizards belong to a kind of crawling subspecies magic beast, but your snake-haired banshee are classified as humanoid monsters. The only characteristics of the crawling class I can find on you is your hair resembling a live snake, but this alone can prove that you have the same biological subspecies as the petrified lizard. I don't know. Hey, don't you be so fierce. Medea flattened her mouth flatteringly. I'm sorry, then I will not say it. Joan sighed. Don't do this. I just can't help but complain a little, but I really want to listen to your advice. Snakehair Warlock said softly. Joan didn't know how sincere she was, but from a friend's point of view, he still had to say what he should say, to fulfill his duty. As to whether Medea could hear it, then he could not decide. Medea, although you have not received an orthodox college education, but the caste level has reached such a high level. In fact, I should understand without me saying that blood strengthening is very dangerous, no matter how careful you are. Regarding blood vessel strengthening, there is a set of authoritative theories called the Bridge Bylaw. Do you understand? Although I haven't been to university, I managed to collect a full set of textbooks for warlocks at the Austrian Academy of Mage University. I don't even understand the basics of the law of bridging. Medea seems to be holding a grudge against her Yeluzai background. Kiaun did not point out her subtle state of mind, and continued to say the right thing. According to the general law of blood vessel strengthening, homologous strengthening is the safest, and the risk of near-source strengthening is greater. As for heterogeneous strengthening, it is basically similar to suicide. To take a step back, even if you have the pedigree of a supernatural creeper, injecting or taking a fortified agent prepared from the blood of a petrified lizard, this is also a risky near-source fortification. Are you sure you want to take such a risk? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.